Dar prieš šimtmetį mūsų kalboje išgirsdavome žodį esumas.
Already 100 years ago we would hear the word being, which means being not as temporary but as constant state. Probably the word I am comes from this word that directs us towards a human and the search for its being. The co-students of Mr. Čiurlionis in Warsaw and Leipzig have told numerous stories that the famous Lithuanian composer and painter knew how to interpret. But for his friends, he would always stress that looking at a piece of art, we have to not only think about what's portrayed there, but about the idea that it portrays. This painting, painted in 1904 to 1905, was named The Knowledge. Yes, it's the same time when we were freeing ourselves from the Tsarist Empire, when we got our language back and started nurturing the idea of a state. This bird in the painting has to fly over a mountain, either over or around the mountain. And Lithuania is not necessarily the same bird. Lithuania may be somewhere in the distance, in the background. Looking at the painting, the Čiurlionis would say, we have to think about where am I in this painting? How and why I am in the painting? And only then we would see the work. So each of us are both the mountain, the bird, and the light. We could see trees and clouds, and this knowledge that goes through the continent is the knowledge about our people, about our ideas, the knowledge that we are always flying. Have you been there? The mountain asks the bird. I am there, says the bird, flying over. Vidunas, a philosopher who was living in Prussia, modern-day Germany, Thomas Mann, one of the most famous German writers who spent his summers in the Gronian Spit in Lithuania. Eimuntas Nekrošius, a theater director whose shows were very famous in Italy. Rugilė Barzdžiukaitytė, Vaiva Grainytė, and Lina Lapelytė, who won the Golden Lion in the Venice Biennale. Marija Gimbutienė, archaeologist and anthropologist who lived in Vienna. Asmik Grigorian, opera soloist, one of the most famous voices in the Vienna opera. Kotryna Jogailaitė, the Queen of Sweden, who began the Vasa dynasty. Morta, the first Lithuanian queen that comes from Latvia. Liudvikas Rėza, a Lithuanian folklorist who also collected folk material in Latvia. Feliksas Vaitkus, US military officer who flew over the Atlantic and landed in modern-day Ireland. Petras Avižonis, who was one of the most famous professors in the Tartu University in Estonia. Cyprus, Dalia Staponkutė, a modern writer who lives in Cyprus and has published a novel, Vivat Regina. Arvydas Sabonis, a famous Lithuanian basketball player who won multiple awards of the Spanish basketball championship. Mečislavas Rainys, a theologian, also Nerimantas, the son of Gediminas, who is still a historic figure in Finland. Jonas Basanavičius, the signatory of the Lithuanian Independence Act, who worked as a doctor in different Bulgarian cities. Czesław Milosz, a poet who was writing in Polish, but he was born and lived in Lithuania. Barbora Radvilaitė, the Queen of Poland, who spread the news about the greatest of Lithuania and held off to Sigismundas Augustus. Oskaras Milašius, a Lithuanian poet and diplomat who wrote in French and spread the news about the ties of the two countries. Romain Gary, one of the most famous French writers, who was born in Vilnius, Lithuania. The name of Lithuania is spreading across Europe more and more. The laureate of the National Cultural Awards, saxophonist Petras Vyšniauskas, a jazz pianist Paulius Zdanavičius, and Aistė Bružaitė, who is playing the Lithuanian national string instrument. We began from the painting by Čiurlionis called Knowledge, and we have looked back at the Lithuanian history, its cultural mark across Europe, and now let's have a look at our country and the EU as an idea about the freedom of ideas, of creations and decisions. Why and what are we creating Lithuania, and how does Europe hear our voice? Good morning, who are here with us in the room, and everyone watching us remotely. My name is Ignas Andriukavičius. Welcome to the conference called ESU, organized by the Central Project Management Agency, together with the Ministry of Finance. The slogan of our today's conference is, "The name of Lithuania is louder." Our creators, scientists, businessmen, communities, have a more major role in the European context, and the name of Čiurlionis reminds us that ideas that come from Lithuania can go very far away. Today we are going to have some discussions, insights and practical experience on how the EU investment helps ideas to grow and find their place in the market, in the community or in the international arena. And at the end of the conference we'll come back to Čiurlionis once again. We will together participate in a special event of music and visuals. So let us get engaged and look for a joint answer. How could our ideas spread further and be heard by more people? Today you're going to hear presentations both in Lithuanian and in English, so if somebody wants interpretation to Lithuanian, please use Interactio app, please scan the QR code on the screen, and then add the code that you also can see on the screen right now. And now let us give the floor to the acting Prime Minister of Lithuania, Rimantas Šadžius, for a welcoming address. Please give a round of applause. Good morning. Quite an impressive event that reminds us of the 150th anniversary of Mikalojus Konstantinas Čiurlionis that we celebrated this Monday. We have some very distinguished guests. Therefore, let me begin my speech in English.
Honorable Vice President of the European Commission, honorable ministers, dear friends, dear colleagues, today is an important occasion for us to gather together and to talk about European investment and in particular, of course, cohesion policy, which everybody now knows what it is. But, dear Vice President, dear Raffaele, believe it or not, it was 22 years ago when I started my political career, the Minister of Social Affairs, that we were sitting together with my colleagues, scratching our heads and trying to properly translate this Brussels jargon into Lithuanian. We struggled with the words like mainstreaming. I still don't know how to correctly translate it into Lithuanian, but cohesion was one of the words that we didn't know how to adapt to Lithuanian reality, how to adopt to our language. 22 years have passed, and then at that moment we dealt with the first period of European financing. It was very short for Lithuania, 2004-2006. I was involved in that. It was very complicated. We thought, okay, if we deal with this first period, the second will be easier, the third will go just through. Now we are talking about planning of the fifth period. Of these, I was involved from Lithuanian side in three ones. One I observed as a member of the European Court of Auditors. It was preparation of 2021-2027 that is going on just now. So, in fact, I saw all the story of cohesion. All the story of cohesion. Results. Cohesion policy, it came as a theoretical concept first. But then it started giving the results. And now we can count numerous achievements that were facilitated, not only facilitated, but belong to cohesion policy, EU cohesion policy. Probably, it can be measured, cohesion can be measured. One of the measures is GDP per capita in purchasing power standards, to be fair, by comparing different countries with different levels of prices. In 2004, we had 48% of the European average. Okay, long way before us was at that time. Now we have already reached 88%. We're still behind of Italy and France. Sorry to say, we still have a space where to improve. Still, we are ahead of our friends, say, in Estonia, and I welcome Jürgen here. So we are ahead. We are ahead. We are ahead of Poland. Welcome to Polish guests. So, but this is a measurable achievement. On the ground, we had huge changes. Probably the most important, the most seen is energy independence. Independence, it is not only independence in general terms. It is also the name of our LNG terminal that was built also with European support. And it ensures that we can ensure supply of the gas for our industry freely, independently of any threats from anywhere. Synchronization of European networks, electricity networks. This year is synchronization year. It already has this official name because we desynchronized from the old Soviet system and synchronized with the Western Europe. It was costly, but also financed, partially financed by the European Union. Euro adoption, it was in 2015, was not possible without economic developments also fostered by the cohesion funds. Now we have challenges, security and defense. And during the midterm review, we already decided to direct quite significant funds, more than €500 million of cohesion support for double-purpose programs like civil protection or things like that, but also for supporting the development of the defense industry. Money was then just counted and spent in 2004, 2006, and later. But then we understood that there are financial instruments, very modern tool to leave that money working in Lithuania, not just spent when we got it, but to leave them work continuously. And now we have a very important tool that we are being built, that is being built. It is ILTE, National Promotional Bank, which will be financed also from the European funds, including Recovery and Resilience Facility and European structural funds. And this money will already turn as a blood in our organism. So achievements are there. But what is the meaning and the importance of the cohesion policy? Of course, without it, we couldn't have these achievements. But it was invented as a single market tool to ensure that less developed regions in the European Union would be able just to purchase products and goods produced by richer countries. Yes, it works this way. It works this way, and I illustrated this by our purchasing, the GDP per capita in purchasing power standards terms. But it is not only that. Not only that. One amazing thing that I learned myself, how small amounts of money in terms of thinking of, say, German economy or French economy or Italian economy can produce magical effects, magnificent things, like research centers in Saulėtekis is here in Vilnius. And I think, dear Vice President, you will see something also during your visit to the regions of Lithuania. I have you a very busy agenda today. And of course, peer pressure as a soft European power, but in a good sense, just pushing us to spend money wisely, not to waste it. It was also very important to have. It changed completely the management of our budgetary resources in Lithuania. I should admit this very clear fact. Now European money, European funds are part of our Lithuanian budget, and our Lithuanian budget is under the same strict control conditions as European money. And last but not least, and probably the main issue, now European countries, Lithuania and EU, Lithuania and other European countries, are unimaginable separate from each other. Unimaginable. And this is real result, real integration of this big Western world. And this is fundamental. Dear Vice President, dear friends, this is fundamental. Not the rest, which is, in the same Brussels jargon, can be called technicalities. The rest is technicalities. And this is the main reason that cohesion policy should stay, even if Lithuania will not be so favored by cohesion money, differently from other parts of the European Union, and mainly I would say Ukraine that is planning to join our family. And we will need resources to support Ukrainian economy and to support Ukrainian development. So needs are not gone. Needs are not gone. We are frontier state. Unfortunately, and this is a real economic fact, the needs of a small country in security area are always disproportionately high compared to other countries in the European Union. So it is absolutely impossible to stay secure as European Union without having the instruments that would ensure this collective effort of ensuring security, of financing defense. This is my last appearance before the audience as a Minister of Finance of Lithuania, as a Prime Minister. Let me shift to Lithuanian. Mano paskutinis pasirodymas kaip finansų ministras.
My last performance as the Minister of Finance, as an acting Prime Minister, and I see many people sitting in this room who care about these huge flows of money, and that's not a technical task. The money turns into the beauty, strength, economic development and maturity of the society of our country, and it must stay this way. Thank you, enjoy the interesting discussions, and have very useful insights.
Dėkojame Jums, ponia Šadžiau. O dabar kviečiu pasveikinti Europos komisijos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shadžius. And now I would like you to welcome the Executive Vice President for Cohesion and Reform, Mr. Rafael Fitov.
Good morning, dear Rimantas, dear ministers. Thank you for the invitation to Lithuania and the opportunity to attend the EU Investment Conference. For me, it is a great pleasure. I am responsible of cohesion and reforms, the European Commission, and I think that is a great pleasure, but also a good opportunity to explain well our work and to understand how it's possible to reinforce our cooperation regarding the points that you said, in particular regarding cohesion policy. It's important also to mention that I have, together with Commissioner Dombrovskis, the responsibility also regarding RRF, and under the Executive Vice Presidency, I have also the role to coordinate other three commissioners: the Commissioner for Agriculture, the Commissioner for Tourism and Transport, the Commissioner for Fisheries and Blue Economy. I think that it's important to underline this responsibility because this is a new approach of the European Commission regarding this point, to have a common vision also regarding cohesion and all these matters. Ladies and gentlemen, recent events concern all over Europe, but since the start of the war of aggression against Ukraine, eastern border countries have borne the burden on their economies, communities, and citizens. And as President von der Leyen said, we are in a fight for our values and our democracies, a fight for our liberty. Europe is in a fight, and we will defend every inch of its territory. We have different tools to win this challenge. I will focus on the powerful instruments that are included in my portfolio: cohesion policy and the recovery and resilience. On cohesion policy, as you know, is 1/3 of the current MFF. It is objective to reduce disparities among regions, and is the policy that has the biggest impact on member states, regions, cities, and citizens. This is why my first act at the start of my mandate was to open a dialogue, as you know, and I met with all the European ministers responsible for cohesion policy. During my missions in the member states, I met also presidents of regions, local authorities, and stakeholders. Everywhere I heard the same message: cohesion policy must continue to provide tailored solutions. And at the same time, challenges and the needs are evolving rapidly. So if we want to have an effective cohesion policy, we need to modernize, make it more flexible and simplified. And it's important to start from the first proposal of the new European Commission. We adopted the midterm review package, already entered into force, to respond quickly and effectively to emerging challenges. From now to December, will be possible for the member states to present the midterm review, to change the current programs and to adapt the programs to the new priorities. Why? Because the current programs were discussed between European Commission and the member states between 2019-2021, because the partnership agreement between the member states and the European Commission were signed in 2022. But the world is changed. It's not possible to use the resources with the old decisions. And for this reason, we create the condition to open this important dialogue. Last week, we closed the procedures at the European level with the Council and the European Parliament. And now we have an important opportunity, because it will be possible also to readapt the programs at the new 5 priorities that we decided together with all member states. The new 5 priorities are competitiveness, more investment in strategic technologies and support for companies, because growth and cohesion go hand in hand. Energy transition, focus on energy interconnectors and recharging infrastructure. Affordable housing, affecting mainly the cities all over Europe. Water resilience, again, this is a territorial issue. We have seen regions facing water scarcity, while others are affected by floods. Defense, this is an important news. Defense, we propose that the member states and the regions can use cohesion funding to support certain defense actions. For example, this can include support to companies in the defense sector or critical infrastructure protection, especially for the dual-use project for civilian and military scope. These emerging priorities will be supported by higher co-financing and pre-financing rates, longer implementation periods, and simplified funding options. The elements of simplification and flexibility that we introduce in the midterm review are reflected in the proposal for the next multi-annual financial framework presented by the Commission last July. The proposal simplifies the EU budget structure. The new framework will mobilize for the national and regional plan nearly 781 billion, 296 billion for direct support to farmers, 34 billion for migration and border management, about 450 billion for cohesion, rural development, fisheries, and other objectives. Importantly, the plans keep the 3 categories of regions: less developed regions, in transition, and more developed regions. Less developed regions will continue to benefit from strong investment funding, with at least 218 billion guaranteed. This new structure is designed to be responsive to diverse territorial needs and firmly rooted in the principles of cohesion policy: partnership, shared management, multi-level governance, and place-based approach. Across all meetings and missions, I heard the same demand: simplification and flexibility. So, we are delivering on simplification with a single set of rules, flexibility to reallocate resources fast and to target specific regions, such as eastern border regions, rural areas, islands, and outermost regions. As you know, I also, as I said before, with Commissioner Dombrovskis, the responsibility of the next generation EU. The RRF has had a great stabilizing effect on European economies. Now, we are close to the deadline, August 2026, and we are working closely with the member states to review their plans to explore alternative measures to use their remaining financial allocations. In June, the Commission adopted a guidance to provide a clear menu of options for this purpose. Also, in the case the synergies with cohesion policy are strategic, member states can finance with cohesion policy that projects that they will not be able to do with RRF. Dear guests, since the beginning of my mandate, I have visited all member states that are to the border: Finland, Poland, Latvia, Estonia, and I'm really glad to be here in Lithuania today. In each of these countries, I have made it a priority to visit not only the capitals, but also the border regions. In fact, after the conference, I will go to Medinka and at the border with Belarus. For me, visiting this place is essential, because only by seeing the situation on the ground, we can fully understand local needs and design tailored solutions. This region faced the dual challenge of strengthening security while revitalizing their economies and societies. Supporting them is a top priority for this Commission. Lithuania and other regions bordering Russia and Belarus are under growing pressure, especially in recent days. This is why our first step was to modernize the cohesion policy, making it able to address these new and urgent challenges. Secondly, in June, we launched together the Pact for Eastern Border Regions. In Poland, during the Polish presidency, the conference in Bielorussia, together with Minister Pelczynska-Nalec and many of you, we launched the Pact for Eastern Border Regions. The goal is to undertake comprehensive actions for physical and economic security, ensuring investment to support defense, bring back business confidence, rebranding these regions that suffered a big loss, and supporting sense of security of the people. The pact is the result of your input, suggestions, and the meeting we had in the last months with the minister and the stakeholders. Last week, we closed the call for evidence. We are very satisfied with the number and the quality of contribution, for which I thank you all. Our goal is to adapt a Commission communication ideally by the end of this year or early 2026. Dear guests, nowhere the strategic context following the invasion of Russia against Ukraine is more tangible than along our eastern border. These regions are deeply important to the Commission, and supporting them is one of my priorities from the very start of my mandate. The eastern border regions do not represent national borders, but they are European borders. Our action in these regions plays a key role to defend our common European values. Our duty is to ensure that the people in these regions feel safe, protected, and supported. Our goal written in my mission letter is to guarantee to European people have the right to stay in places that they call home. And we started from eastern border regions. The Commission will continue to work together with you to deliver a strong, coordinated and lasting response. I'm therefore grateful to the Ministry of Finance for organizing this important conference, and I'm sure that it will be possible to continue together our work to guarantee the perspective and the future for all citizens of these member states, but all Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fito. Thank you for your speech. We are delighted to have you here today with us, and of course, enjoy your stay here in Lithuania. O dabar, gerbėmieji, girdėsite pirmą šios konferencijos diskusiją.
And now we will have the first discussion of today. We will speak about the cooperation in the region and the Baltic countries, which strengthens our resilience and deterrent. Cohesion policy is extremely important. It helps reduce regional disparities, creates bridges between communities, and ensures innovation into our joint future. We will discuss these issues, and the panelist will be Janusz Kizinevich, the Vice Minister of Finance, Jürgen Ilnev, Minister of Finance of Estonia, Jānis Upeneks, Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Finance of Latvia, and Margarita Šešelgytė, Vilnius University Professor from the International Relations and Policy Institute, will moderate the discussion. The discussion will be held in English. Those of you who would like to listen to interpretation into Lithuanian, please switch to Interakcija.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor to moderate this high-level panel delivering on priorities, cohesion policy for the EU's new realities. In fact, the EU stands in a very crucial moment at the geopolitical crossroads. We see the global power shifts. Asian and global southern countries are rising. We face turbulence at the transatlantic relations. The technologies are changing. The changing climate is challenging us. And we have a major war in Europe happening just across our borders. During this difficult time, it is very important for European Union to choose right. What measures to take to defend itself, to protect its citizens, at the same time stay resilient, agile, and competitive to be able to compete in the new world that we are facing. And finances are very important in this regard. How the EU will program its future finances to deliver on the priorities that it has. European Union, European Commission just tabled new multi-annual financial framework for 2028-2034. And as we've heard from Vice President of the Commission, introduced several changes. It tried to simplify structures, to integrate policies into a single fund, to strengthen the EU's capacity to respond to crisis, to make European Union more effective, more resilient. We've heard that changes were proposed also in the cohesion policy, which is one of the most important policies of the European Union, alongside with the agricultural policy and others. And these changes are very important because on one hand, the mission of this policy is to ensure the balanced development and solidarity, but also to provide tailored and effective solutions for the future of Europe. European regions face different challenges, and we know that our region has a number of particularly important challenges that we are facing. On one hand, we live in a very, very precarious neighborhood with two, in fact, countries challenging our security, drones flying over our territories. Constant hybrid warfare is happening in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, where our adversaries are challenging our societies, interfering into our information space, challenging our cybersecurity. We face the security challenges, but at the same time we have to develop our economies. And these challenges affect our tourism, they affect the foreign investment that we have. So we look at the European Union for certain particular tailored solutions to help us to face these difficult problems posed by external adversaries, but also internal challenges that we have. So today, in this particular panel, we'll go through the challenges that our region is facing, what the EU is proposing, how to tailor the EU proposals to make us more resilient and more capable of responding to the geopolitical challenges, but also to the internal problems that we're facing because of those challenges. And my first question to all the panelists will be, knowing the proposed changes by the Commission in the cohesion policy, what would you see, what should be the major priorities in this new multi-annual financial framework for 2028 to 2034 in terms of cohesion policies? What priorities and what challenges do you see, and what priorities should Baltic countries and should European Union make in terms of cohesion policy? And I start with our guests. And first of all, Mr. Jürgen Ligi, who is the Finance Minister of Estonia.
Thank you. I believe the answer starts from the past, from the history. The initial idea of European Union was peace. And we know there is war in Europe now. And the idea of cohesion policy is very much about overcoming imbalances and disadvantages member states have. And new disadvantage and the imbalance has clearly come out from this situation, that is border regions are affected most acutely, though security is common and the whole Europe has started to understand that there are just not eastern borders and every others shouldn't have problems with countries like the Baltics and specific problems. Now, a good thing is that Europe has started to use right words about the evil, the aggressor, and about changing policies. But of course, it has to be covered with the resources as well, those words, and it has started. Europe has shown some flexibility, besides the right words, in funding. We have started to reallocate European funds to defense-related issues, but a lot more has to be done in the next period, of course. We believe MFF amount should be increased. Much more should be directed to security issues, to helping Ukraine, to military mobility, to cross-border transaction. That is what should be probably the directions. But when Raffaele mentioned the border region pact, he didn't mention anything about the additional resources. That pact should be covered as well, because we have a lot of our own ideas how to spend, but do not have that much ideas what to spend. So I think Europe has shown the ability to change, but we must go on and be more focused. Once more, the initial idea of Europe is peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And peace is indeed very important pillar in European Union, and from this part of the region we see that we are extremely challenged. Our security is challenged, but I believe the other regions also face multiple challenges.
Of course, I should have mentioned the results for economy and social things as well, but not only defense. Thank you.
So
the border regions.
So these different these challenges and economy and social challenges are experienced all over Europe, and we know that, you know, with the money, it's a pie that should be divided, and every country, of course, has its own priorities. I just returned from the Black Sea, and the Black Sea countries, I've been in Romania and Bucharest. They also face a number of challenges related to security, but also related to issues like migration, etc. And I'm just wondering, and my next question probably will be still for Mr. Lygi, what challenges do you see in the negotiations between the European countries? Where are the major dividing lines? Can you see already some potential disagreements?
Well, there are still local interests. As you mentioned, Mediterranean has different pressures than the Baltics. There are also net payers and net receivers still. I, of course, should have mentioned that cohesion policy is not that much about lower prices of Lithuania and higher income of Estonia. Rimantas mentioned that Lithuania is ahead. I add that we are also ahead in incomes. But the cohesion policy is about disadvantages and imbalances. Clearly, Mediterranean has got different situation where we should show our empathy and understanding that it's not just far away from the Baltics, but nowadays still the evil is more clear. The main enemy to the free world is in the east, and maybe this is not the the main challenge anymore, but still, the countries, the net payers probably think more about limiting the expenditure instead of redirecting the European policy to the most urgent problems.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I turn to Mr. Upenieks, and could you please reflect also on the potential priorities and challenges of the future cohesion policies or the proposal that Commission laid on the table? What do you see the challenges and what should be prioritized?
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nice being here today with you. And yeah, the European Union is facing a wave of challenges at the moment. As we discussed already, it is war at our borders, climate change, high energy prices, uncertain international trade order, advancement of new technologies, and relatively low productivity that we are facing. Political divisions that questions the usefulness of international organizations, the urge to tackle challenges alone by states rather than in community. But faced with so many challenges, I think the cohesion policy should be razor focused on its core mission to support less developed member states and regions to grow and converge with more developed countries in Europe. And as we have seen now in the context of war, the convergence towards Europe is struggling. And this is needed to strengthen the internal market, the foundation of European Union competitiveness. The convergence process has increased the overall economic potential of Europe by increasing the productivity of all the people, irrespective of where they live. A functioning cohesion policy is important for overall European Union competitiveness and prosperity. We have seen very good results in Latvia from cohesion policy. Our GDP is by almost 10% higher this year than it would be without European Union funded programs. Cohesion policy has a very tangible impact on productivity increases. From the perspective of Latvia, we would like to achieve at least 80% of European Union average measured in GDP per capita when we will be discussing the EU budget post 2034. And this will not be an easy task. Since the beginning of the war, Latvia's convergence processes has stalled and remained at around 71% of European Union average. The root causes of this trend are Russia's war in Ukraine that has led to higher security and defense spending, reorientation of energy supplies away from Russia, disruptions to trade. The combination of these factors has led to much higher inflation than European Union average over the last years. This puts pressure on Latvia's competitiveness in all Baltics in total. At the same time, we face unfavorable demographic trends that makes the task of further convergence even more challenging. So it is important that cohesion policy recognizes the asymmetrical impact of the war and demographic trends, especially in the countries bordering Russia and Belarus. Our government has done a lot to ensure that Latvia is a good and safe place to invest and develop businesses. And this is done by investing much more in security and defense capabilities while safeguarding the sustainability of public finances and clear communication. The task still ahead of us. Reduction of administrative burden for businesses, better access to financing and capital businesses, improved effectiveness of public spending, broad investments in human capital that include education, healthcare, labor market participation, investments in security, energy independence, innovation and business support that leverages private investments, regional development, strengthening of transport security sector and connectivity. I believe if cohesion policy is in place to support these processes and broad investments in Latvia, we will be on a good way to achieve our objectives and continue to move forward with our journey towards a more prosperous country for our citizens and stronger European Union overall.
Thank you. If you could name two areas which are by far the most important for Latvia and where you would say put your priorities on those two areas and fight in the European Commission for those priorities?
I think one is safety, defense, security, because as of today, I think we all see in all European Union now that it's actually not only Baltic states that are bordering Belarus and Russia problem, but it's becoming actually all unions physical problem, because the drones can cover a lot further than we thought in the beginning. So first it's security, safety, defense for the border. And second, of course, is increasing economical activity and increasing investments in Latvia and in Baltic states. Because that is, I think, the second part of safety. Because if we will see more American, European Union, NATO country citizen investments in Latvia and in Baltic states, they will be more eager to protect us and will be more understandable of more investment in safety and defense at the moment. So those I see as two very important aspects at the moment.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to the host of the conference, Mr. Janusz Kizinevich, Vice Minister, Minister of Finance in Lithuania. Do you see the same, basically, priorities from the Lithuanian point of view as the Latvian and Estonian ones, or we have some particularities that we want to address? What are the priorities for us in this new cycle of cohesion policy?
Thank you so much. So I totally agree with my colleagues and friends from Estonia and Latvia. The good thing is, and it's actually very important, that we speak common language. This is the thing. We can join the forces. We have the same values and arguments. Another good thing is that Finland and Poland actually are in very similar situation. So they also understand us. They support us. And the thing is that, yes, we can drive the change in understanding why this region is important, why this region is facing very particular challenges in different areas. If we speak about challenges again, why it's unique? Because it's social, it's economical, it's investment related, it's security related. So actually, almost every sector, every area in Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland or Poland is affected. This is the thing. That's why we have redirect our forces and direct our resources, our investments actually to eastern border. Because people would like to stay, to live, to develop in those regions. That's why it's so important to speak and have common language. And that's why we need additional top-up resources for our needs, for our expectations, and for our long-term plans. We as Lithuania welcome and support idea of Pact for Eastern Border regions, and I think it's important because it shows respect, solidarity, understanding what is happening on Eastern border, but what is even more important, that very specific funding, resources, action plan have to follow that declaration, have to follow that beautiful Solidarity Act. This is important thing. And last but not least, you ask about priorities. What we see and what we feel and where our focus should go. So I think top priorities for the next cohesion policy period should be resilience and security. So my colleagues also share this idea. Competitiveness. We hear a lot from European Union institutions about competitiveness, that we have to invest, we have to develop, we have to build our R&D centers, we have to invest into technology, and advanced sectors. And last but not least, it's triple transition. Why I say triple? Because it's green, it's digital, and geographic. So everything is important, and I hope that my colleagues have the same vision.
Thank you. But they say if everything is important, then nothing is important. Can you bring at least 2 examples where we feel that EU money is the most needed in Lithuania?
Let's say 2. Of course, we have much more examples, but I strongly believe that investments are key, and our institutions, Lithuania's institutions, put a lot of effort to attract foreign investors, to attract also local investment. But it's a huge challenge because investors' confidence is fragile, is sensitive, and we understand why. We understand why, because everyone would like to have a long-term plans and to know what will be happening in next 5, 10 years. That's why it's so important. So this is first thing, investment in general. The second thing, I would say, it's infrastructure in very broad understanding. What I mean infrastructure? I mean security, I mean defense, I mean logistics, transportations. Yes, actually, tourism, logistics, and transportation are still affected by Russia's war in Ukraine. And now we are putting a lot of effort to rebuild our capabilities, to rebuild our offer, and to develop these sectors.
Thank you so much. Now I'd like to turn to the next broader question and step back from cohesion policy towards more global outlook on multi-annual financial framework, next cycle. We've heard from the Vice President of the Commission that certain reforms have been introduced or should be introduced, or will be introduced in this new framework. They were trying to simplify the structures, integrate policies under a single fund, merge some policies. And of course, the reforms should be effective and bring the best result. Probably, as very often in European Union, there will not be a country who wins everything. Everyone has to lose a bit and to win a bit. So looking from the more bird's view, global perspective, what is needed for the European Union in terms of the reforms to reform its financial framework, financial programming? What are the core elements of these reforms that you could point from the general European perspective, not looking on particular member states? And I, again, would like to start with Mr. Ligi.
Thank you. I'm afraid Raffaele has used all the necessary words already about this, and there is nothing left for me, but I have to repeat that I believe the big change here is flexibility. It's also very much related with simplification. The measures tailored should be, the measures should be tailored more locally. You also mentioned it very correctly. And in this company, we once more, and not only here, have to stress the border problems. We have much more direct pressures on military issues, on social and economic problems because of the war, and because of cutting gas away from Russia. But still, it is not a local issue, it is European one. Thank you.
Thank you. What is your perspective on that?
Yeah, a few more aspects. Of course, it is evident that different member states and regions will have different starting points and different needs to ensure for their economic development. So cohesion policy should respect this, and this means broad investment options without unnecessary limitations and specific earmarks. Of course, there is no doubt that cohesion policy interventions should be closely aligned with broader EU priorities and challenges, but they should not dictate the content of individual plans, because everybody is different and we can have different solutions. Second, of course, the need for structural reforms makes full sense, but the tricky question we need to answer here is the discussion on reforms is how to build the incentive mechanism in a way that it respects the member states' competency and democratic processes. Third, we have a positive view on merging different cohesion policy funds in one plan that could have good results. And actually, to conclude, we also have in Latvia the very let's say popular, but we have aim now to decrease bureaucracy, make regulation more simple, and I think that is the thing that should be done. We should continue our work on simplification, and we support the Commission proposal of full transition to performance-based payments that the Recovery and Resilience Facility introduced. So that's in very short.
Yeah. So, no.
Yes, I will try to be very, very specific in this part. So, architecture of new multi-annual financial framework really reflects existing challenges. So, this is first important thing. Second thing, what makes cohesion policy unique? First of all, it's partnership principle. Second thing, it's shared management. And third, last but not least, it's territorial and place-based approach. So this is important thing, and this is why we have to trust more regions, municipalities, because they really know what specific investments they need. This is the thing. The similar thing is with our reforms. I think the number of reforms should be very limited, because again, countries, states are very different. That's why we have to trust every country, that every country knows what specific reform can bring, can deliver the biggest impact. I think this is very important thing. And of course, we always welcome additional flexibilities. This is why we have to speak more about performance-based implementation approach. This is important thing, but don't forget that it should be very clear and predictable. Only then we will be safe and we will be able to maximize and to be extremely effective with our investments.
Okay, thank you. So far, we've been discussing what we want from these reforms, what we want from cohesion policy, multi-annual financial framework, and we're trying to see, you know, these reforms in positive light. But now I'd like to turn a bit the discussion to a more, I wouldn't say negative side, but to face the potential dangers and challenges related to these reforms that our countries might face, or in general Europe might face. So again, I'll start with Mr. Lygi. So what challenges do you see
in Europe or in cohesion policy?
In cohesion policy for Europe and for Estonia.
Well, as I mentioned, I think the amount of the MFF is a big issue, because the new challenges doesn't take away necessities for previous things. So that will be a hard debate, because most of Europe is talking the right things. What else? Maybe if there was a question, what are the most important things about cohesion policy or expenditure, I would have started with science and education. By now it is, of course, security. And this is the challenge. Can we be so solidarity in those issues all over the Europe? Can we increase expenditure everywhere, on national level and on European level?
So who is the most against that? Because it's a sort of it's universal. Everyone should agree.
In expenditure, in budget, you can see huge differences. I wouldn't mention anyone. Certainly, the enemies are not sitting around me.
So I wasn't able to provoke you to mention the countries, but I believe that general division between South and North is relevant in this perspective. Mr. Upenieks.
Yeah, some challenges. First, I think we should introduce more flexibility, less bureaucracy and strictness, because need for reforms is very important. We can create solutions, but sometimes we need more space to create the best solutions. And second, I think we need more focus on the objectives, what we want to achieve. Like for the cohesion policy, it is economic, social, and territorial development of less developed member states and regions, and all the actions should flow towards this objective.
Okay, I will share two quick things. First of all, I have a joke. So one of the most popular, actually, question from media people in Lithuania about our reforms is, so how much money you will lose if you will not implement, or if you implement partially the specific reform. So it sounds like a joke, but it's not a joke. That's why European Commission have to focus on positive incentives, not negative one. I think this is important thing. Second thing is that we really need transformation. We really need simplification. We really have to beat our bureaucracy. And that's why, at the end of the day, we have to focus on results, on effective results, not only on procedures and policies. Procedures and policies are important, but effectiveness, this is our direction of travel.
Okay, I'm still trying to provoke you. So, a short question. I'll frame it in a different way. What Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania is the most afraid to lose in this new cycle of multi-annual financial framework?
I don't think we are cowards, but we are very much afraid of anything. We are.
Where you will fight the most? That's the question.
We have ambitions. Estonia is ready to increase the budget to meet the new challenges and to, of course, shift in the qualities in the previous budgets already. When infrastructure, for example, was mentioned, then clearly in the future it has less and less importance, that like things like roads. But in broader sense, it is, of course, pan-European things, infrastructure, military connectivity, such things which are also issues of infrastructure, but more shift should be redirected from, instead of material assets, to the immaterial ones.
Do you agree?
Yeah, I would like to agree. And as colleague said, I think we are not cowards. We are not afraid. But we are ready to do everything that is necessary to create the reforms and to make the reforms. And also in the situation of defense, I think we are ready to stand our ground for all European Union safety and defense. And we just need to work together.
if I can choose only one priority, so it's yes, it's to have enough resources, financial resources from new cohesion policy period for the defense and security. This is top one priority.
Thank you. Ukraine. All three countries are one of the most agile supporters of the Ukraine's membership in European Union. What can we do and should we do already now, talking about the discussions on MFF in order to support Ukraine? So, shall we start again with Estonia, the brave country?
Ukraine is mentioned as a priority by all of us, and there is nothing to repeat, necessary to repeat here. I think the most important thing is to make other countries to do more, to have European partners in the free world to be included stronger. There are countries which are participating. They participating also ministerial meeting recently. I think it was even last week. Like Canada, Norway. There are others, but who was missing was America. I think our biggest challenge is to make America the leader of the free world again.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It is a priority, and we need to keep and maintain our support as long as it is needed. And yeah, and we need to also create understanding for other countries more and more. What kind of problem is the Russia, Belarus, this whole situation, and to create understanding and necessity for investments in defense and security.
Yes, so I think we have to work on two directions. First of all, indirect actions. It's to mobilize our friends and allies in Europe and around the globe. This is the thing where we will be able to ensure that Ukraine will get solid funding, solid support from European Union, from NATO and other international organizations. So these are indirect actions, but direct actions are also very important. A few days ago, CPVA, Central Project Management Agency, opened the first office in Ukraine, in Kyiv. This is important milestone for us, for Lithuania, for Lithuanian businesses, but also this is important instrument to build bridges between our partners in the European Union, because CPVA office will be working not only with Lithuanian institutions and businesses, but also with our very close friends and partners from around the Europe.
Thank you. And our time, unfortunately, has run up. And I believe that there are so many questions to be touched, but that's for the next times. So I wish you all good luck in forthcoming negotiations. Be brave, don't be cowards. And I wish also that the priority defense would be the priority in this new framework and for the European Union, and our region will be strengthened and protected. And having said that, I also would like to ask everyone to thank our wonderful speakers in a round of applause.
Dėkojame visiems už įsitraukimą, ačiū diskusijos.
Thank you everyone for your involvement and engagement. Thank you for the panelists and the moderator. Now let us move on from planning and future visions to specific actions that help us to enable both the state and each of one of us. Now we're going to have a presentation, Building Unshakable Business Resilience in the Face of Geopolitical Risk. We would like to invite Klisman Murati from the UK, who is the founder and CEO of investment research consultancy Pareto Economics.
Hello everybody. Thank you so much. But a bunch. Cool. Hello, Lithuania. How are you today? Good? Good? Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you, thank you. Now, this is not my first time in Lithuania. I was here probably 11 years ago. A lot has changed since then in Lithuania. A lot has changed in Europe. And a lot has changed in the world. And I'm here today to talk to you about how to build unshakable business resilience in the face of geopolitical risk. Do you know why? Because the world has gone absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. My Lithuanian friends, you have a war on your doorstep, which isn't getting any better. In fact, it's creeping closer to your borders despite the promises from the international community to solve it. Add to that AI proliferation, which is completely changing business models. You also have societal differences. Not many Lithuanians are being born, and many are also leaving the country. If you sell products, physical products, that's also in turmoil too. Tariffs internationally, and all these things happening at the same time, as well as probably 50 other problems happening, which you have to contend with as business leaders, as investors, as policymakers. And I can imagine why you'd feel uncertain about the future. But as you all know, in business, uncertainty is a killer. Fundamentally what it does is that it slows down business decisions, which means you're not investing as much. You're waiting to see what happens. It lowers morale in your organizations as a society. And it also compounds short-term thinking in your businesses, which isn't any good. But hopefully by the end of this talk, we'll have a chance to fix this and at least change your perception about where the world is going and how you can interact with it, all right? But for me to be able to do a good job, I need to understand who's in the room today. So what I want to do is a raise of hands for the people here who are in the policy-making world, politicians, policy-making. Hands up. Hands up. Hands up high, 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 so I can see where you are. So these are the policymakers. Hands up people here who are business leaders. Either you run your own business, you work in a big business, in a listed business. Hands up high. Hands up high, hands up high, 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 high. Okay, any investors in the room also? Investors? A little bit, a few investors in the room. Well, to be honest, these three groups of people are the three groups of people which have the biggest potential, have the biggest potential to impact, the world. So it's good that you're all joining each other here today. And the secret to building unshakable business resilience is actually in the title, if you read it properly. Look at the words in red, in particular. So let's start off. How to build. We must understand that building anything takes time. It takes a vision of where you want to see your organizations, where you want to see your countries. You need to have the tools in which to do this. You need to have competent team leaders and a leadership team. And you also fundamentally need to use first principles thinking when making decisions to improve your business situation. So that's the first thing you have to realize. It takes a long time. Rome wasn't built in a day. Lithuania as it stands wasn't built overnight. The EU, nothing. So this isn't a how to build resilience as a get-rich-quick scheme or tips and tricks of how to do these things, because they won't work. I'm sure in your own organizations you try to find ways to make it work faster, but it won't. So it takes a long time. And you need to have the stamina to be able to withstand these things and to understand these things. In the face of, meaning this talk could easily be about building unshakable business resilience in the face of technological change, societal change, globalization change, which is to say that across the lifetime of your business and across the lifetime of your careers, you have been faced with and will be faced with challenges that you have not expected, are not prepared for, and require answers to. The world is moving at a much, much faster rate. And these four things, globalization, geopolitics, transformative technology, and societal change, are all compounding and are all growing and are impacting you at the same time. So you must be ready for it. And third, geopolitical risk. Now, typically when people talk about geopolitical risk, there's a couple of problems that emerge. First of all, I think it's too academic as a topic, at least when you analyze it. It's too much of academics talking about how things work in theory, what this means, for great power relations and all of these different things, which isn't relevant to a business audience. So you disconnect from it. So the aim of this talk is to make it much more actionable and practical for you. Yes? The second thing is that it tends to be very intimidating for people, especially if you're just starting off in your career or you never had to face these things in the past and you're expected to find answers or your bosses expect you to know how to respond. Because it's such a global topic with high stakes, there tends to be a sense of, I don't know how to understand it, I don't know how to approach it. So this talk is going to be much more practical for you. Okay, so we're going to strip away that sense of intimidation because it's important. And the third point is, when we talk about geopolitics, it's really a topic which has relations to your work when you see it in the news. When it's not in the news, typically people don't focus on it. And that's a problem, because you can't solve issues when they come in the news cycle, when you face them, because by that time, the stakes are high, you won't be able to respond as fast as you would like to have responded, and you end up falling behind. So this talk is meant to prepare you so that no matter what happens now and into the future, you're given the tools to help think about these things in a much more clearer way. Because if you can think clearly, you can make decisions more confidently. If you can think clearly, you can make decisions much more confidently. So that's the aim of today's talk. So if I can do these things, I think we're in a good place together. To do this, we have three main aims for this talk. Okay? The first aim of this talk is to analyze Europe's historical and current positioning. That's the first thing we're going to do. The next thing we're going to do is to show geopolitics in 3D. Okay? And I'll explain what that means throughout this talk. And thirdly, we're going to share Lithuania's development story throughout time, to put into context the challenges that we're facing today, what you faced in the past, and what potentially you'll face in the future. Okay, is that fair? Are you ready for it? So what I promise to you is that if you give me your undivided attention for the next 23 minutes or so, what I'm going to do is give you the tools which you can use to make sure business decisions are made in a much more confident way. Because geopolitics is something that impacts everyone, and in particular, it's impacted me in my life. Now, this is a picture of me and my daughter, maybe a few years ago. But what I want you to focus on isn't the two people in the front, but what I want you guys to focus on is the building in the back. Because that's where I was born. Where I was born, it was a very volatile time in my country. It was the fall of the Soviet Union, the fall of communism, and the birth of new opportunities and a new political system, economic system. And fundamentally, my family, as well as many of your families perhaps, had a very important decision to make. Now, their decision was, do we stay in our country and experience new developments that we're not going to be used to, we may not agree with, or we may not be ready for, or do we move to new lands, new places, and to see where life takes us there? Many people took the second option. Many people decided to leave, and leave in a hurry. It was a very famous story where an Italian ship docked at a port in my city, in fact. And there, many of my countrymen decided to hop on the ship and force the captain to sail the ship to Italy by force. Through negotiations and through pressures, they were able to do this. 20,000 people jumped on that ship to go to Italy back during the fall of communism. And if you haven't seen what 20,000 people on a ship looks like, it looks a little bit like this. Now you can imagine what went through the minds of the people doing this. You know, the desperation that they faced, and the sense of uncertainty that you may face as a business today, they faced even back then, 35 odd years ago. So Europe is very used to these kinds of pressures across time. Very used to it. But for me, when we moved to the UK eventually, the conversations around our dinner table were never really about the weather or about, you know, what's on TV or about sports. They're always about what's happening back home. What are the politics back home, the geopolitics back home, the economics back home. So I was born into geopolitical chaos. So for me, this isn't just an academic practice. This is something we went through, and this is something that I try to answer myself throughout my studies and throughout my work. You know, what drives human affairs? What drives business? What drives the mechanisms of world affairs? You know, which led me to develop the company I have today, and we advise, you know, governments across the world. You know, we have meetings and we negotiate and we work with, you know, we have the Turkish embassy here, Tunisians, the Canadians, Hungarians, the Uzbeks. There's actually the Lithuanian diplomatic representative in London, for those of you who don't know, South Africans, you know, UAE, and many, many more. And the reason I share this with you is because how geopolitics evolves impacts the world. So you're not in it alone. So when you're looking at Europe and how Europe is facing these issues, we have to break down what do we mean also by Europe, right? Because there is no one Europe by any stretch of the imagination. There's different Europes for different people. What do I mean? We have the Baltics, you know, where you're from. We have the Balkans, where I'm from. We have the DACH region and the Nordic regions, where some of our clients are from. You know, we have the Iberian Peninsula. We have the Mediterranean also, which overlaps with the Balkans. Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Eurasia as a landmass, you know. We also have the Euro-Atlantic. And the reason I bring this up is because different people around the world, different investors, your clients, your stakeholders, you yourselves are building perceptions of these different regions in Europe. So what are you doing to improve relations with your clients, with your partners, you know, with your stakeholders, with your investors, to make sure that despite what's going on in the Baltics now, despite the pressures that you face in different ways, what are you doing to strengthen your relations with your business partners? Because that's fundamentally the best way you can build unshakable business resilience, by helping your stakeholders understand what pressures they're going through, right? What pressures you're going through, and keeping communication lines open and building and continue to build a good brand, Lithuania, good brand in terms of the Baltics, so you can withstand these things. And this is very, very important. Do not underestimate this, because the perception of different parts of Europe and different parts of the world shape how people see them, shape the interests they have in that part of the world, right? Shape how much money they're willing to invest in those parts of the world, which matters a lot. And the way that's shaped is by your participation daily with your customers, with your clients, with your stakeholders, with your teams, right? How bold you are, right? How well you can plan for the future. These things matter, right? This is just the modern day configurations of Europe. Europe has gone through many different, you know, evolutions of change, right? We have ancient Greece with the Peloponnesian Wars between Athens and Sparta, right? We have the rise of the Roman Empire. We have the fall of the Roman Empire, right? We have the rise of leaders across time, right? We have Charlemagne, for example. We have the Renaissance, which evolved over time as well, right? Different Europes at different times, different conflicts at different times, right? Different sets of agendas at different times. Business was affected throughout history. This is not new, right? French Revolution and the Enlightenment. Then we come into the age of the Industrial Revolution. World War I, World War II, coming closer to what we've experienced now, right? The fall of the Berlin Wall. Some of you experienced this, some of you have family who've experienced it, right? And to our modern day machinations in the European Union. You know, which is to say, the reason I bring this up is to showcase that Europe, this is not new for Europe. Conflict is not new to the region. Businesses have always been impacted and always been helpful in helping governments shape policy agendas and come out of it different throughout time. So put yourself into the context of what you're facing today. But two main things have emerged across Europe over time that are worth exploring. Right? The first thing is the political structure. There has not been a region in the world that has gone through so many differences in power structures. As a continent, we are probably top. We've had empires, we've had kingdoms, we've had principalities, right? We've had grand duchies, we've had city-states, and now we have modern-day nation-states. So the evolution of Europe's political system and the evolution of business go hand in hand. Right? Merchants of the past shape the rules of commerce in the past. So you're not new in these volatile times. It's not new at all. And also, secondly, what we've noticed across time, especially after the fall of the Roman Empire, is that there's been a pivot from divergence to convergence in three primary areas. The first one is in our identity as Europeans, right? It's homogenized in a way. Hold on, you can say, but didn't you just say that there's different kinds of Europe, and now you're saying that we're homogenized? Yes, both can be true at the same time. You know, when I ask my daughter, who do you love more, mom or dad, she says yes, which means two things can be true at the same time without the need for explanation. So these are the characteristics that build it. The political direction of Europe, although regionally, right, the Iberian Peninsula may have different agendas, and the Baltics may have different agendas depending on what's happening at any given time, but the structures of that have homogenized to strengthen your ties and to also help protect business interests throughout these structures. And also economic strategy across time. You may agree with it, you may disagree with it, but they're coming together. With the aim, you may again not agree, to help bolster EU production, protect against outside influence, so that EU businesses should thrive. So instead of fighting within each other in the past or between each other through history, what we've done is that we've unified, and now we're competing with the world, right? So what caused us to be resilient in the past, by having this sense of competition, we've brought together, and now we're saying, let's compete with the Americans, let's compete with the Chinese, let's compete with the Middle East. But how well are we doing in this? That's what we're going to explore. Fundamentally, what we can see in Europe today, and no matter where you're going, sometimes it's the same story. Stagnation of economic growth, difficulty in finding growth drivers, demographic issues which are impacting us. But we also have good things working towards our future, our consumption. The bloc of almost 500 million people still remains a prime area for people to sell into. Right? Brand Europe is still very strong in terms of our exports. So if something's working also in our favor. But to understand geopolitics as a concept isn't good just to keep it in theory. So what we're going to do now, we're going to dive in deeper, okay? Talking about the geopolitical risk matrix. This is something we've developed for you to understand practically how to apply geopolitics each and every one of your businesses, or policymaking, as a fact. Would it be surprising to you to say that geopolitics has different speeds to it, right? Different speeds. So you have things on this continuum which happen at different times. We have FX risk, which is very, very fast, sanctions, which happen a bit slower than that, trade deals, which take longer to agree, wars, and also global governance. But at the same time, what we also have is the impact of geopolitical risk is also on a continuum, right? So we have fast and slow, but we also have global and bilateral. Global and bilateral in terms of its impact. So everything that we experience in business can be plotted on this graph, right? And I can guarantee that the majority of businesses in this room and also in the world tend to focus on the days and weeks, maybe months when it comes time to planning for your futures. Planning, your future development plans, growth strategies, etc. But let's see what it really looks like in terms of the impacts. We have global, regional, and blocks, right? EU, BRICS, and other things which have emerged, and also bilateral impacts. So the same points we brought up before, let's plot them on this new graph to show how they've evolved and how they've changed. Right? We have, for example, global governance, which is probably the least focused on for businesses because it happens very, very slowly, over decades, right? And it's also very global. So that's not right in your purview. but how Lithuania is acting within institutions of the EU, the UN, etc., how much effort they're placing in the different bodies, what they want to achieve in these bodies, is important for businesses to focus on, right? Sanctions. Sanctions, as you can see, some last decades, like the US sanctions on Cuba, which have lasted 63 years. 63 years. Or you have some sanctions which go on for months. The shortest sanctions, I think, the UK placed on an African country a long time ago, they lasted 36 minutes. 36 minutes. But the degree of sanctions and how long they stay on a business is important. Again, they're global to the regional level, which is easier for you to understand as businesses because all you need to do is not do business with them. Right? So that, I suppose, is easier and within your line of scope, right? Line of sight. Then we have trade deals. Trade deals are much, much larger, much more complex, which take between weeks to years to agree, right? Some are bilateral, some are blocks, like we have with the EU and other blocks, and some are global, WTO, the GATT in the past, which turned into the WTO. So these things take time to agree and take moments to disintegrate, as we see with the US, for example. We also have wars, which impact businesses heavily, in very obvious ways, and also have secondary and tertiary impacts to you, to your clients, to your workforce, to many different areas. Again, some of these things are bilateral wars, some are bloc wars, some are global wars, which Europe has experienced all too well in our memories. And then FX risk, for those of you who care about these things, it's something which moves fast, although we do have pegs which try to limit the amount of volatility, but currency fluctuations can impact, especially if you're an exporter or importer, especially if you work in part of the economy which relies on stable pairings, right? FX volatility is a killer sometimes. So you need to keep a mind out for these things. So breaking it down like this is very important so you can see how things evolve and where your minds are. But what do you notice also? You notice that the biggest overlap of the geopolitical spectrum is between months and years, where the biggest volatility happens. And also it's between blocks and also the global landscape. So if your mind is thinking in days and weeks and only think about how Lithuania is impacted by the rules or by the agreements we make with Poland, you're missing the biggest part. So you need to stretch your thinking to encapsulate your plans over the months and years. That's another way to build resilience, by doing this, by putting in the structures, putting in the teams that can do this. But this generally means a few things. First of all, risk is emerging at the same time all the time, right? But this also means something else. Your eyes need to be everywhere, but importantly, with different levels of focus. Because you can't focus on everything at the same time, it's impossible. And no one's expecting you to do this, but you must build an understanding of the tempo of international relations. You need to look at things from globalization, from global governance, all the way to FX and everything in between to find out where should we put our focus, how are our clients been impacted, how are their clients been impacted, right? Build models, build scenarios in your teams so that you at least have an idea of what to do if things go wrong, or go right for that matter. But how do you do this? How do you do this in a way which actually makes sense, which is practical, and which is easy to do, right? Academics can't help you too much. Practice helps you. So let's do it. The first place to start is to understand that you must think in first principles. And also what you must do is understand that what drives international affairs, what drives it fundamentally, and without exception, is power, understanding power. And more importantly, state power, government power, which is the highest form of power. Why? Because governments are sovereign. They make the rules, right? They make the rules that you must live by. They make the policies that you must live by. They're also the prime target for lobbying efforts, which is important to realize. There's different ways in which you can actually understand power, but there's 6 different areas that you must focus on, what we call a country's centers of power. So you have a country's active consumer markets, the military balance, the technological leadership, systemically important commodities, geostrategic positioning, and their financial strength. These are the 6 areas that you must focus on when looking at building better business resilience, right? These have been turned into sub-indices where we've ranked 194 countries against, right? These are made up of themes, which are made up of variables. It's a bit complex, but if you want to ask me about this later, you can. Take pictures in 2 seconds, I'll show you. Now take pictures. What we've also created as part of that is the Global Power Index, which measures the country's global power standing across time over the last 30 years. and we've ranked Lithuania and 193 other countries across this, right? So this is what the world looks like, at least in the top 10 in 2023 of powers. See it? You can also see it like this. Now, what do you notice here? You notice the power differential, right? Out of 100, the United States is first, China second, India third. But look at the differences between India and China. Look how far behind China is, or how far behind India is to China, right? They may be ranking third, but the differences are stark. Let's zoom into the Baltics. How do the Baltic countries look? Have you got any idea? Got any interest to see? Let's see. So this is how the countries rank in your region. Poland, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia. This is where you stand. So Poland ranks 31st in the world, Estonia 60th, Lithuania 67th, Latvia 68th in the world. Those are great powers. Right? And these are their scores, so very close together. Okay? Across time, this is how your region ranks. So what we can clearly see, for example, is that Poland has consistently remained top, between 40 and 30 in terms of their score across time. Right? And there tends to be a sandwiching of the other countries. What we also see is that the biggest dip has come from Estonia from 2011 to 2013, where they've lost a lot of their power. Right? The biggest winner has been Latvia, with a big jump up from roughly 81st to 70. All right? What we also notice is how do your countries rank across the sub-indices? What do you notice here? Right? So the shorter the line, the better it is. So what do we see? We see, for example, Poland consistently winning in terms of the sub-indices. In fact, 58.3% of the time, all the countries across all indices rank under 80, right? So between 1 and 80 in terms of their rank. 20.8% rank under 40, so between first and 40th, 20%, 21% of the time. That's how your country goes. That's how your region is developing. So the main aim of this is to bring your countries up, to make sure that you push all these sub-indices up so that you're doing better, to make your businesses better, to make your resilience better, to build this unshakable business resilience, as I mentioned before. So we notice that Poland is winning consistently across the board, consistently, right? But we also notice that there's no clear second place in the Baltics, which is good because this inspires competition, this inspires learning, this inspires case studies for your country and other countries in the region to learn from successes. And also, healthy competition is necessary to drive growth and innovation, and that should be a priority. So this competition amongst the last three countries should not be seen as, oh, well, we're doing okay, we're not doing okay. It should be seen as, what can we learn from each other? What can we learn from the region? What can we learn from countries across the world from us through this model so we can improve business resilience? So thinking in first principles, understanding, placing yourself in context to your history, right? And also thinking, what can the future hold and how can we think about it by using a model that's more applicable? That's what I want you to leave here today with. And we're going to end it here, and we're going to open up to Q&A. So thank you so much.
Mr. Murati, thank you so much for your glossy presentations. Gerbėmieji, jeigu turite klausimų, mūsų salėje yra kolegų.
Should you have any questions, you're most welcome to ask them. We have staff with microphones. Should you want to ask a question, please raise your hand, and we will approach you with a microphone. You will be able to ask a question.
Yes.
What do you think Lithuania can do to improve its score in the Global Power Index? Because probably you know, in 2023 we stepped up, we took a huge leap, 27 positions. So what we can do more?
Now what determines what you can do more is what you want to do more. Because you have many things at your disposal as a country to improve. Lithuania has developed their vision plan for the future of where it sees its country over the next decade or so. So that's a good place to start. Policymakers, the ones that were in this room today, and the business interests that represent the countries in all the rankings that we've seen, you must decide for yourselves, what do you want to strengthen? Some things are more immediate. You know, you have, as I mentioned, a war on your doorstep, so military preparedness is key. a lot of startups, a lot of funding going into that area, right? Logistics need to be something you need to reinforce, data centers, something else that you need to do, but you need to build a vision of what is brand Lithuania. Where do you want to see yourselves into the future? And how do you build the mechanisms to get there now? Working closely with government, working closely with your clients and your partners, and doing that consistently over time is the only way to do this. The countries that I mentioned in the past ask us the same questions. No country wants to be the last, and people understand why the countries are where they are in terms of top. But you have 6 different ways you can do that, as I mentioned. So where do you place your efforts? You can't place your efforts everywhere. You need to focus on a few things intensely throughout time to build resilience in these areas, to build the leadership capabilities in these areas, and also to build expertise in these areas that then you can use in your populace, in your businesses, as policymakers, to take you, your country, your people, your families, and your businesses forward. Consistency over time always wins.
Thank you, Mr. Murati. As I see, we don't have any more questions. Everything is clear, okay. So your presentation is very glossy. Thank you so much. Oh, we have one question. Okay.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that many of us have questions, but I would like to ask about demography. What is your view and recommendation for Lithuania? Because, for example, for Poland, we cannot be compared with them. To lose 500,000 for them is small part. For us is 1/6 of our nation. So what can we do? Maybe apart from immigration? Thank you.
Well, there's some things you can do, but what you need to ask is what's possible to do, right? The most obvious things you can do is have more babies over time, right? Get married, have more babies, which is obvious, which is what the world is asking. Every single leader in the world is asking their people to do this. They're giving them incentives to do this. But this is not happening across the board. So demographic decline isn't only unique in Lithuania, right? We see it in almost every single part of the world. Birth rates are going down, okay? So why they're going down, some obvious reasons, right? It's getting more expensive across the years to actually have kids, to maintain children. Families are living globally. You can't rely on your parents as much anymore because you may be in Lithuania tomorrow, but you may be in New York the next decade. So family structures have changed, right? Which means costs have risen to meet these demands. So apart from that, what you need to do is you need to upskill your people. Productivity needs to increase. So for the people who leave, you need to find ways to double your productivity at the same rate as people leaving, which is hard to do, especially in an economy where services and manufacturing play equal and important roles. So find more clients, charge more money for your services, and find ways to do this. It's a very hard question to answer because what you should do and what actually happens and what policymakers are incentivized to do and what businesses are capable of doing, it's hard. So I'm not going to give you an answer which you can implement now. Because will you actually do it? Will you be incentivized to do it? It depends. But these questions that you ask, and I'm sure that you'll have in your minds, is something which is shared by everyone, right? So the most obvious thing is have more babies, right? But again, by the time they reach the workforce, it'll be 20 years from now. So sometimes you need to face what you have. You will face more demographic decline. Right? Trying to incentivize people to come back and work in Lithuania should be an imperative, and I'm sure it is an imperative for the government. So finding ways in which you can raise wages, living standards, educational standards for your people so people want to come back and participate in the labor force in Lithuania so that your GDP increases, you can keep cohesive families, right? Keep family together, which is people don't talk about this too much. Economics strips that away from society, but economics is meant to serve societal needs, not the other way around. So if you can find a way to do this within your own families, within your own organizations, that's what you should do.
Any more questions? We don't have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Klisman Murati.
Thank you.
Padėkokime plojimais.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Gerbėmieji, dabar mūsų laukia pertraukėlė, tačiau prieš tai aš noriu atkreipti trumpai jūsų dėmesį į šiuo metu vykstantį
before that, I would like to briefly inform you about the Regio Stars competition 2025. Regio Stars 2025 is a competition on regional development, and it is up to the European citizen to select the winner. Among the 25 best European projects, we also have 2 Lithuanian projects. Please vote for them. United Europe is one of the categories, and Connected Europe, Effective, Safe and Responsible Digital Society is the project that is competing there, and Mobilite is yet another project that provides more opportunities for those who cannot read the usual text, and the Lithuanian Library Network is participating in that competition. During the breaks, you are most welcome to read more about the competition in the hall outside. Please support the Lithuanian projects by voting. And now we are breaking for a coffee break, and please come back at 11:30. We will continue then. Thank you.
Gerbėmieji, pertrauka artėja pabaigos link, kviečiame grįžti į konferencijų salę. Ponios ir ponai, kviečiame sugrįžti į pagrindinę konferencijos salę. Po minutės tęsime mūsų konferenciją. Ponios ir ponai, kviečiame sugrįžti į konferencijų salę. Netrukus tęsime mūsų konferenciją, tad kviečiame sugrįžti į savo vietas. Ponios ir ponai, sveiki sugrįžę po pertraukėlės į...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our conference called EU+U. Let me remind you that you can use the Interactio app and listen to interpretation into Lithuania, because our next presentation is going to be in English. Download the app via the QR code. You can see it on the screen. And please enter the code that you can also see on the screen right now. The next presentation is called Leading Through Crisis and Change, Building Resilience at the Human Digital Frontier. I would like to invite Professor Na Fu from the Trinity Business School in Dublin, a fellow Trinity College professor, ISM resident lecturer, who has already visited Lithuania.
Thank you, Ignas.
Thank you.
Okay, just give us maybe half a minute for people to sit in. Good morning, everybody. It's such a great pleasure to be here and to share with you about my work. So the topic I'm going to present today is a leading through the crisis, focused on the resilience. The context, and this morning we have a predominantly focus on the security defense, and all the speakers have mentioned the importance of technology. So my context for this resilience topic is in the digital and AI world. So my name is Na. I work in Trinity College Dublin, Ireland, and my topic going to have 4 parts. So the first one, I would like to give you a bigger picture, what's happening in the digital context, and what resilience looks like, and what kind of resilience do we need in this context. After that, we're going to talk about human-centric digitalization. Well, before I came, the organizers told me it's going to be a lot of policymakers, industry representatives, senior leaders. So I hope my topic, is relevant to what you do every day. Last, before we go into the discussion, I would like to propose, share with you in this whole, uncertain world, and how humans, can do, to complement with the fast growing of technology. So early on, I think, first of all, I would like to acknowledge this morning, everybody is so committed. And I just feel that I have this huge privilege working in Ireland, which is in the very west part of Europe. This is not my first time in Lithuania. Every time I come, I feel the warmth, and I feel the resilience, I feel the strength of people living in this country. So you are just doing amazing work to protect everybody. And somebody mentioned that doing a great work in Kyiv in Ukraine. So I just couldn't thank all of enough. Living in the West Europe, I think we are in a relatively uncertain, but relatively a bit far from Eastern Europe. So every time I'm here, when I go back, and I just feel that we have such a privilege, but in the meantime, I do feel how strong, how resilient everybody is there. So first of all, a big applause for yourself. Thank you so much for doing that. Coming to the West Europe, has anybody been to Ireland? Okay, great, thank you. Thank you very much. Similar to Lithuania, Ireland is a small country, and about 5.5 million people. And so we are kind of, calling each other. And why Ireland? Where I started with Ireland? Of course, I work there. So ministers and already, as the early on speaker, and already mentioned GDP per capita. So Ireland is ranked second in Europe, okay? Lithuania doing great as well, you can see that. And the gap is because because Ireland is the digital hub. I don't know if you heard about the tax, promotion. incentives, so attract a lot of high-tech companies to come to Ireland to set up the headquarters in Ireland. As you can see, Ireland is the home for a lot of high-tech companies, and then also pharmaceutical companies. Whether you have a high-tech of knowledge, those knowledge-intensive firms, of course, the professional service firms, legal firms, and accounting firms, consultancy firms, all boomed. And then think about all the other functions like a restaurant, like entertainment. So everything just go with when you have a population growing. So this is Ireland. But despite the fast growing of technology in Ireland, Ireland and Lithuania share parallel path. So the years are different, but all both countries experience becoming independent, entering the EU in different timelines, and both countries require FDIs in digital hubs. And then both countries had a huge emigration, but are currently trying to attract people coming back. Also, both countries share the challenges. Early on, the question was about the declining of a population. The demographic shifts, yes, declining population, but on the other hand, immigration, including myself. Talent retention. I'm from HR perspective. I work in the intersection between human and technology. So that talent retention is a huge topic. Regional disparities, I think early on the Prime Minister, Vice President of EU already mentioned that. And then lastly is the need for massive digital scaling, digital upscaling. That's a really important point for both countries. Actually, it's from the EU level. When we talk about the challenges, we look at resilience as a driver to cope with those challenges. In this uncertain world, we talk about the geographic, we also talk about digital disruption, AI interruption. The resilience is more important than ever. When we talk about resilience in any context, we have called a resilience wheel. The first one is anticipate. Anticipate any disruptions. You know something is coming, always prepared. Respond. Quickly respond what is coming at the door. Adaptivity. So once the challenges are there, the disruptions are there, how quickly we can adapt, change ourselves. Lastly is to ability to keep that, a mentality and mindset. So this is a resilience. Resilience requires a lot of levels of support or structures. So on the left-hand side, we have organization level, maybe institution level, even national level support, to support business, to support people to be resilient. We also have an environment. We need to have infrastructure. I think a lot of people talk about investment in the security. That's for security. For digitalization, we also need a lot of strong infrastructure. And then look into the organization level, into organizations, your people, the workforce. How do we upscale, rescale our current employees? I'm working in a university. How education can shape, can transform education. People have more digital skills, and to come to the industry. But if you look at a university, we educate. I'm trying to update my curriculum to the industry needs, but sometimes we are playing a catching up game, which means that we need to prepare our students with more resilient skills and more prepared, have the mindset to accept changes in the workplace. Lastly, is the most important factor is leadership. As a leader, I don't mean that you have to be expert in digitalization. You don't have to be, the wizard, knowing everything. You don't. Your job as leaders is to encourage, to empower people to be able to adapt to new challenges. that empowerment is really important. And then we look at the bigger picture of the digital disruption, the AI part. So the market for AI development, implementation, is just growing like, flying speed, right? So from people from finance background or any senior leaders, you probably hear about this indicator, CAGR indicator. So for a mature, well-established industry growth, we're talking about a 3 to 5% is already really good. But then if you look at AI growth, it's a 36%. So can you imagine this is a whole landscape growing? In a recent McKinsey report 2025, and AI is not something new. It started in 1950s, even before we knew that. So the data shows that companies are steadily increasing use AI in the past few years. But since ChatGPT came out, OpenAI came out in 2022, and then you see the growth of companies using AI there. So before I'm going to the next, AI investment, I hope it's okay that I ask you if anybody has used AI, generative AI, before. Okay, pop up hands if I've used AI. Great, thank you so much. I love it. So I don't need to talk anymore. You know everything. Very good. So talk about the competition, the risk of AI. US, is the largest investor. And then I think somebody mentioned about originally from China, very proud. But then look at the competition to Europe. China is the second largest investor in AI digitalization. And then we have Europe. So to respond to this, AI risk, March this year, EU launched 200 billion AI investment. May this year, and EU launched the Union of Skills. So this particular focus on skills, this particular, if you are from industry, this is really good news for you because this call is different from previous call, in strategy is that including a lot of industry as key players in this whole funding call. When I talk about, this Union of Skills, we are talking about 150 billion euros. Where will those investments go? So driven by the 2030 digital decade, and EU is pursuing a human-centric, sustainable vision for digital society. So not only the people, we're talking about the men workforce, but also from very junior levels. When I say junior means age, and then very senior levels as well. So it's a whole digital society. Think about healthcare, education, public service. So it's everything. The 4 main pillars in digital decade, we have infrastructure. So of course, for tech development, you cannot run away from a tech, infrastructure. On the right-hand side, the goal is to have e-government everywhere. And then the last 2 pillars are business. So it's not just those leading companies. It's actually to try to support small, medium-sized firms, because most of the time SMEs do not have access to very advanced technology, to digital talent. So supporting business and supporting skills. Skills are really important. What skills are we short of at the moment? By 2030, EU need another 20 million ICT specialists. Those ICT specialists, not those people who can program, not like that. They need to have a digital mindset, digital AI literacy, and be able to apply technology at workplace as well. Based on my EU project, working with the partners, so those are the skills we need in the next few years. If you look at, we have a lot of AI and IoT, cloud computing, right? But what is really interesting is the skills we're going to grow so fast. 4 times faster is the data analytics. It's not the people analyze data. It's actually people can translate data into insights, into decision making, make a better decisions. Of course, we have AI development, no doubt about it. What is equally important is AI implementation. Given the generative AI, so fast growing, actually the barriers, the access to technology, the gap between large companies, smaller companies, both type of companies can get access to generative AI. So that gap has been closed. But what is needed, what is the challenge we are facing, is the people who are able to lead the AI adoption. When we talk about AI adoption, we are not just talking about, here's a lessons you can use in your daily work. So this kind of tiling or informing from the company level is not going to work. There are some positive adopters. Oh, I'm going to give it a try. But also there are companies, organizations, people, they have a resistance to change, right? And then the majority in the middle probably wait and see. So as leaders, you have to consider everybody. We have conducted case studies in business organizations. What we found again is sometimes companies say, we're going to have an AI strategy, and then we are safe. And everybody, now you can use AI. Most of the time, that leads to failure, because nobody wants to do that. We have seen that in even high-tech company, even themselves develop AI, that top-down approach didn't work. We have seen healthcare hospitals, they just put machines into the theater, and then they ask, maybe train some people, but not the whole team. Now you are okay to use this machine, using this robotics surgery in your theater. That didn't work. So what we need is to lead and to AI implementation adoption in the workplace, to make sure that your employees, your people are ready, and from this resistant to this middle, and for people from middle to adopters. Looking into your own country, it's a very positive message. You have your own strategy, you have your own investment, and then you have your own companies. So I got this news from the internet. Your government, have a green lights for AI factories, and there's a starting up company. I know later on we're going to have a startup company to showcase their brilliant work. Personally, I also did a bit of research on your company, Nord Security. Has anybody know that company? Very impressive, very impressive. So this is our positive side. Next, I'm going to talk a little bit, but everybody talk about AI from engineering background and then entering HR, look at human and technology interaction. So I like a simple stuff. AI is not new. The father of AI, John McCarthy, defined AI as making intelligent machines. There are so many different categorizations. To be simple, either AI is automation or it's argumentation. Automation means, human put input. If you're doing a lot of repetitive work, and then this can automate process. Argumentation, so it's a co-creation. The technology becomes so intelligent. Sometimes it may give you suggestions. If you ask for advice, they maybe give you advice. I'm going to give you an example of what's happening in the HR, because I'm from the HR research and teaching. Taking recruitment, for example. Recruitment used to be paper and pen, post there, that's a long time ago, and then when you apply for a job, and then you can just fill in a form, and before that it was a posting, but nowadays you can send emails. But now, what my students are doing, most companies are doing, okay, just put a job advertisement on LinkedIn, and then one click, apply. The person's LinkedIn CV will be fed into the system. You don't need to fill in that form. You even don't need to motivation letter. You just click one button, apply, and then everything will go there. From the company side, so this is automation. From the company side, assessment, selection. So sometimes people need to do screening and then maybe organize interviews, maybe a few rounds of interviews. So there's some automation there. But what I have observed is the move to AI-enabled recruiters. How does it work? Candidates put a CV in, and then they are sent into the assessment center, and where they talk directly with the pre-programmed, you can call them robots or chatbot. So you don't talk to a recruiter directly. And then if this digital recruiter is AI-enabled, the AI-enabled recruiter can analyze what the candidates just said. And then based on that score, move to the next round. Okay. So this is from automation argumentation. Of course, we have questions. Why we people, becomes algorithms, led candidates. So we can talk about that during the discussion side. And then I can go more complicated AI. There are so many types of AI. If you look at the current AI, the evolution, so we experienced very first wave, and then it's about coding. Second wave is more simple chatbot, and since the conversational ChatGPT came, and then we have other companies as well, Google's Gemini, and there's a DeepSeek. There's a lot of more powerful generative AI. So that's currently we are in the third wave. For this one, you can use, ask questions, and then, that you ask with one AI. So the future, what companies are doing is to develop called agentic AI. One example, you can ask a generative AI if you want to book a holiday. Okay, I've never been to the country, how I'm going to do it, right? So you can, talk with a generative AI and then get a plan. Agentic AI means that they can talk with a different agent themselves. If I say I go to a country I've never been before, give me some suggestions, help me to do the bookings. So then the generative AI agent can talk to the booking agent, maybe the restaurant or maybe the hotels, something, and then you have an agent to talk to agent. So that's something I haven't seen company have a product, but that's where we're going. Applying into organization management, so that means you could have an agent for recruitment, you could have an agent for training, you could have an agent for performance evaluation. And then from the candidate side, actually, they don't need people to check each stage. So the agent can talk to each other, right? So from technical perspective, everything is there. The question becomes, will AI replace humans? So keep that question and let me talk about what AI can do. AI can provide tech solutions, most of us know. AI can create content. Okay, so I'll give you a minute, let you to read my good friend John's jokes from AI. Maybe just the first one. Not so funny, huh? So think about how is AI shaping your work? What AI tools have you used? Okay, so we can leave that to the end. And then we talk about human-centric. As I mentioned earlier on, if companies adopt AI tools or any technology, let's go do it. It's not going to work. Why we need to talk about the people? Why we need to talk about a human-centric side? It's because if you look at the stages, Any digital transformation, any change project, any AI adoption, so you have 3 stages. Adoption, implementation, evaluation. So in each stage, there are big elements of humans. From the adoption side, there's senior managers buy-in and tested by users and the communication. So you cannot just say, okay, let's do it. We couldn't, okay? So the communication is really important. Of course, during the implementation, if new technology being introduced in the hospitals, new technology introduced into the business, in the whole implementation stage, we need a lot of middle managers buy-in, and we need a lot of employees to use it. During the participation evaluation stage, does it work? Although we put evaluation at the end, evaluated by the users, by the company, do we have the high return on investment? What is missing is that most people think about evaluation afterwards. So for any digital transformation, I hope the managers and leaders here put your evaluation first. Because that evaluation is not just productive gains, or not just the employee well-being go up. I think you need to start something the business needs. So put the evaluation actually forward. Then we look at digital transformation. Technology is nothing from Steve Jobs, who is really pioneering technology development. What is really important, you have a faith in people. Look at other research. Digital transformation is not about technology, it's about people. Do not start with technology, with people. So in this AI and world, we talk about will AI replace humans? Actually, if you look at data, maybe you believe that, agree on this as well. What really drives innovation, what really drives resilience is human skills, leadership, communication, empathy, empowerment. Those human skills are more important than ever. How do we build human skills? Traditionally, we think human and tech interaction is that we tell the computer, we tell the calculator, we tell the phones what we want to do. And then computers produce the output, right? Now, because of technology evolves, as we said, it becomes more intelligent. And that means humans couldn't stay there. Humans also need to evolve. So what is going on now? Most companies, organizations we have worked with, is actually doing the task categorization. What do we mean by task? AI is good at speed. AI is good at analysis. So we ask AI to do the task on the screen, let's say spotting fraud patterns, summarizing really long documents. What are the advantages of humans? Humans are good at emotions, empathy, good at judgment. But that assumptions have been challenged. Are we good at judgment? Are we good at empathy? Going back to the automation argumentation, distinction. I'll give you one example. If one person comes in to say, I don't feel really well, okay? And then good managers do check in to find the reasons why this person is not feeling so well, right? This is because this person told the manager that person wasn't feeling well. But if you use AI, we have a VR, XR, if you use algorithms correctly, they can actually predict the person's true feelings, feeling well or not. So if you say humans are good at empathy, good at knowing people's true feelings, but the argumentation part, algorithm part from the AI can actually judge people's feelings or evaluate people's feelings. Again, going back to the human technology, before that, we think as humans, we have very strong cognitive skills. But now the technology and the algorithms develop so fast, they can also have some cognitive evaluation. So what does this mean for humans again? That means we need to continue to develop ourselves. That's the EU project I'm currently working on with leading scholars in the field, where we look at how human and technology co-evolve in a dynamic manner to have a human-tech complementarity. We are not arguing humans are better than AI or technologies. We are not arguing AI is so good, going to replace people, going to get jobs, and people lose jobs. So this is not. We are want to build how human and technology can complement, right? Think about yourself. If you are using a new app, new tool, of course, yourself is evolving as well. So that complementarity. How do we do that? For this research project, we work with the academic and also hospital partners. We work with hospitals in 4 countries: Sweden, Spain, Netherlands, and Ireland. We work on in-depth case studies, looking at the robotics process, look at integrated AI-enabled diagnosis, and look at other generative AI applications. The goal is to produce a very solid index. We want to know what went well and what didn't go well. And after that, we build a prediction model to find the causes for complementarity. This project is really amazing because we don't just stop by finding stuff. We actually, after our findings, we go back to the hospitals to do the interventions. If we find it's a tech issue, we're going to talk with the tech developers. If it's a human issue, we need to talk with the senior leadership and then to do some interventions. So hopefully for that, we're going to transform hospital healthcare to, great to see that we hope as a social scientist, and we also hope to help them to save more lives. And then coming to education, what we are doing. So I'm setting up a new AI XR lab in Trinity College Dublin, where human skills always come first. People come first, always. Our students need to build more human skills: communication, negotiation, leading conversations, leading changes. Based on this framework, so I leverage AI to train our students have stronger communication skills. How does it work? We work with an AI company called Virtual Speech. They produce scenarios. So once we students put VR on, they can be put in different scenarios, like having difficult conversations, leading during crisis, negotiation, and even this presentation room, right? This is a presentation. And then students can practice with their communication, their speech, their maybe interviews, conversations, and then AI provides feedback to them. AI provides feedback to them. After the feedback, reading very detailed feedback, and then our students can go to AI coach. AI coach. I was presenting this product in ISM University here, and then I got the question, now if you do that, has anybody lost jobs? Because it seems that you're replacing some lectures. I said no, because there was nobody doing that. In Trinity, we have 800, in the business school only, we have 800 postgraduates every year. We have 15 master programs. Each master program has 15 different courses. And then, guess how many staff members we have? Academic staff, we only have 55. How could you ask 55 lecturers, professors, to provide individualized feedback to the students? If you think about your own organization, how many HR do you have? How many leaders do you have? How many managers do you have? And how could it be possible your manager provide feedback to individual frequently. No, you don't have the time. So this one, we didn't replace any lectures. Instead, we work with the lecturers, professors to, to strengthen our students' communication skills. I'm going to play a short clip to showcase how education is leveraging AI to improve human skills for our students. I'm just going to pause for the moment. Can we have a sound for this video? Thank you. Talking about AI, we need to fix the basic tech. Okay. Now you have the time to think about your questions. What is going on in your own world? What's going on in your organizations? How have you tried to upskill, reskill the digital skills among your people? You don't? Okay, that's fine. Great. So this short clip is about how we, set up this new lab. It's the first in its kind in Trinity, and we have currently we have 20 VR set, and then our students come into the room and get into the scenarios, and then practice, talk to, get AI generated feedback, and also get AI coach. So I brought my VR here. I said to organizers, I'm very happy to showcase during the lunch break, and then, so you can give it a try if you want to. So coming back to the discussion part, in this presentation, I think I'm a little bit over time, I apologize, I guess. The key takeaways is that to build resilience and adaptivity in the AI, time, what we need to do. So we know that most organizations invest in technology at the moment, but what is not working is that you cannot just introduce technology into your organization and top-down approach. AI transforms tasks, but it's the people who are trying to, who are transforming organizations. So I hope that whatever you do, think about your people first. What they need, what the business needs, and how business, how people, and the technology can come together. So that's we're going to release the pressure and the concern. Sometimes it's a fear. Am I going to lose my job because of AI? That's the least thing we want to see. Think about building human-tech complementarity and also empower others to lead. This time, nobody knows AI, inside out. So do ask your people, do empower others to lead as well. So eventually, human resilience drives real changes. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you for sharing your experience, Professor. Jeigu turite klausimų, dabar yra laikas.
Should you have any questions, please raise your hands and we'll have somebody who will bring the microphone to you. Once we see that, we'll ask them.
Artificial intelligence era, but if we talk about leadership itself, do crises make more leaders or reveal true leadership comparing to, let's say, calm periods?
That's a really great question. I don't think we needed to have the crisis to build our leaders. This is the first one. I don't have a scientific research, but it seems that during the crisis, during the calm period, and we need different types of leadership. So leadership, you know, if you do leadership research, there are different types. I'm going to talk about directive, empowering leadership. So during the crisis, such as COVID, we have to shut down, That time, we do need a directive leadership. For this war in Ukraine, we do need a direct leadership that we need to build more security, we need to build more defense, right? And for the, there's never be calm period. So during this AI, technology advancement period, this time we need a more empowering leadership. What I mean empowering leadership is that you need to show the confidence, you trust your people, do the right thing, right? And then you also give them space, let them to perform the way they want. So a recent report, 2025 from McKinsey, they found employees are 3 times readier than leaders to adapt to AI. Where leaders are so concerning about, okay, how I'm going to adapt AI, how I'm going to introduce AI, well, the report found your people are actually much more readier than leaders. So directive leadership, empowering leadership, make a good balance.
Yeah. Thank you for the answer. Do we have any more questions in the audience? We don't have any questions. Thank you, Professor Nafu. Padėkokime jai plojimais.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move to the panel discussion called Investments for a Safe Lithuania and a Strong Europe. What is needed the most? Let me introduce the panelists. Vidmantas Janulevičius, President of the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists. Giedrė Gečiauskienė, member of the ILTI board, head of the Client Financing Service. Your round of applause. Giedrė, please welcome us come to the stage. Also, we have Šarūnas Ganys, head of the manufacturing sector team of Invest in Lithuania. Welcome. Kristijonas Vizbaras, co-founder of high-tech company Brolis. Gintarė Konsaitytė, head of investment assessment of the Innovation Agency. As well as Neringa Pažūsienė, head of the Public and Private Partnership Department of the Lithuanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Moderated by my colleague Živilė Kropaitė. Živilė, as a real star, is not in a hurry. One more round of applause. Živilė, welcome. Thank you, Ignas. Thank you. Please, I didn't have a microphone. I needed some time to put one on. But now let's take up our seats. Thank you for your applause. I'm glad to see so many of you and for this opportunity to talk about the things that are really important to us. I'm not saying that other things are not important, but investment for a safe Lithuania and a strong Europe, well, obviously, we have a defense component. Here, it's not like it's the first time we talk about this, but in this discussion, I would like to bring some context from some recent discussions so we could react to that and discuss this a bit more and express the delight about what we have done and tell us what we still have to do. So can we call Lithuania as the EU Eastern Flank tech leader, or is it just in theory a dream? What else do we need in terms of investments for us to be prepared to defend ourselves from the aggressor and stay safe? So the participants have been introduced. And what I would like to start from is that last week there was a leaders conference called Breaking Point, where Commissioner Andrius Kubilius, well, of course, he was talking to the business community. I believe we have some businessmen here. Could you raise your hands? Some. What about the public sector? The majority. Okay. Okay, so I'll shape my question Depending on the situation, you can answer that. But he said, if you have not yet invested into the defense industry, you're not thinking about the future. And if you have not created a joint defense company with Ukraine, I think you don't understand the environment at all. So this was addressed to the businessman, but what do you think about this commissioner's idea? Just very briefly, what do you think? And then we'll see what's going on. So, Mr. Janulevičius, you represent the business community. Please react. Hello, thank you for inviting me. I think that the statement by Mr. Kubilius is very precise, but I would talk not only about defense. Today we see that the United States, after imposing certain tariffs, divided the world, and these third countries that were the main exporters to the US are now turning towards Europe. Of course, I mean Asian countries like China, like Vietnam, and now we have a production surplus. That means that it is only the defense industry where there are no third countries. For the European industry that feels a lot of pressure in terms of price dumping, and of course those governments have export subsidies. So Mr. Kubilius is right. This is the only area where we do not compete with the third countries. And in many areas, they have more financial capabilities, more subsidies, less costs. For example, in terms of energy and human costs in China, they're 3 times lower than that in Lithuania. This was just expressed in a conference recently. And the main thing is that we have to do the things we know the best. I don't think that we'll be able to produce everything in terms of high-duty equipment and so on and so forth, but I think in terms of radio-electronic warfare equipment, drone systems, optics, lasers, I think we are very strong in these areas, and we have to strengthen them even more, integrate them into a complex entity with other countries. We won't be able to produce everything. Yes. Yeah, one more thing, please. Lithuania in the chemical industry is, and still is very strong. So we have the possibilities. Well, in the Soviet Union, we had some dual-use production sites. And I think there are more people that are similar to my age. They were producing rocket fuel and explosives and so on and so forth. And the EU now promotes dual-use products, yes? Yes, exactly. We have to involve our industry. We're doing this. We had some businessmen here, but the businessmen working in their area, the manufacturers, know that what else could they do with the capabilities they have. For example, producers of metal components for cars in Marijampolė, Klaipėda, and Šiauliai can produce shells. And all these production sites, all these plants, can produce up to 1 million shells a year. If the civil product, for example, some suspension parts, some shafts could be redirected. Okay, so what do we need for to redirect them? Well, first of all, the state should buy the press shapes for shells, for artillery shells, because we need different equipment. And to make sure that on the day X, we can launch these sites. Okay, we're moving straight to the point. So let's have a brief discussion with you and then move on to other participants. This may sound naive, but okay, why aren't we producing this right now? If the war happens, why aren't we taking up this risk? Why do we need the state's involvement? Well, first of all, it's a category A weapon. Even though the weapon is not yet produced, but the equipment makes it a category E. So the companies need licenses, and they don't want to do it. They have plenty of work to do. But if we're talking about 250,000 of shells, I think the national government should get involved. Okay, we heard about the equipment, about the dual uses, about chemical industry. Mrs. Gedre, what do you think that we have to have started investing into defense? Well, it is very important, and since I represent the financial sector, I would like to add that all participants of the financial sector both the commercial banks and international financial institutions, and we, the National Development Bank, are very busy because we are now learning how to fund the defense sector. Historically, in the commercial banks' investment strategies, they would not add investments into weapons, and it takes some time to change this mentality, and the international financing institutions are gradually changing their politics. So funding manufacturing sites of category A weapons includes a lot of specifics. You cannot just fund in like any other kind of project, because you won't be able to see the contracts of the plans, because this will be confidential. Nobody knows where the products will go to. You won't be able to access the information on investors and so on and so forth. So learning how to finance the defense sector is something important to each and every one of us. And we hear from the commercial banks, they're ready to enter defense projects, maybe not necessarily category A weapons, but at least to enter into the field. And we, as ILTE, we are able to fund category A weapon projects. So there's a lot of attention, a lot of focus, and the financial sector participants are very busy now. And I believe these are very coordinated actions with what Mr. Vidmantas has said. Companies are getting busy, financiers are getting busy. Okay, but that means that banks are now able to fund defense, including the category A weapons. We can, commercial banks, not yet. Okay, Šarūnas Genys, representing Invest in Lithuania. What do potential investors think? Or those who are trying to attract investors, what do they think? What do they think of the defense industry? Maybe of the idea. Let's come back to this idea, even though we are going deeper. But it has been said that everyone has to invest into defense or cooperate with Ukrainians. It was a question to the businesses, but, well, it's related to investments. Well, the plan Rearm Europe with 800 billion euros was launched several months ago. Investments into the defense industry, of course, there are safe mechanisms, and Lithuania is planning to use them. So one thing is the national support. Another thing is pressure felt by companies which will have to implement their orders, because when it comes to major defense companies, we see how much the Rheinmetall shares have grown, but their orders, their contracts are not in millions, but in billions or tens of billions of euros. So these companies are obliged to start supplying ammo, weapons, and they have to increase their production. So this is one of the best opportunities for Lithuania. With our speed, with our regulation, we could attract these companies, because if we don't supply their production, they will be fined and will have to pay default interest. So they're looking for ways where to divert their investments. Okay, so how, when companies are looking at us, defense companies, what are they worried or glad about? Well, in any case, there's only one purchaser, national governments, and our Ministry of Defense plays a crucial role here, so this is very important. Of course, on the other hand, there's a lot of interested parties from Ukraine, and we are discussing this with ILTE, how to support such projects. So Lithuania's relationship with Ukraine makes sure that we are a country which can produce weapons. But so far, there is still a tech exports prohibition in Ukraine. Their technology cannot leave Ukraine. This is changing, but this will change on a bilateral basis, on bilateral agreements. So I think Lithuania is a place where Ukrainians could establish themselves, not only just entering the Lithuanian market, but NATO market as well. Kristijonas, you're not the one who should be asked this question. Your company is famous in the defense industry. I liked your words. You said we were not innovators. We just were the first ones to understand the threat after the Crimea annexation, and we started working in the defense industry. If somebody is not aware of you, tell us what are you producing and how long. Yes, we are producing different electronic systems of military purpose for defense. And we moved towards the security sector in 2014 after the Crimean annexation. And our first products, of course, it took us years to develop them, and the first contracts appeared only in 2016, at the end of 2016, at the beginning of 2017. But we launched our activities a bit earlier. And I think we are the example that did this before it was cool. And today we are among the fastest growing startups in Europe in the defense sector. For the third year in a row, we have grown more than threefold. We entered the markets of 36 countries. And coming back to the words of Mr. Kubilius, to rephrase these words, yes, this is correct what he has said. But this investment, I would say, well, today is the golden age for the defense sector and those who want to play in the defense industry. The attention of Europe, of the whole world, is focused on defense, and the security crisis is not a short term, it's a long term, because America is going away. Well, maybe after one president's term it will come back. But, well, one thing is clear, that there's no stability. These trends are long-term, and Europe has to learn how to defend itself, meaning that more money will be spent to defense, there will be funding, and those who want to play this game have to invest if they want return on the investment. So the startups, the players, have to become competitive, have to make sure they do attract investment, because the market is very competitive, everyone is competing with everyone. And reacting to what Vidmantas has said, well, it was weird saying that this country has to buy some pressing forms because the companies cannot buy them. I think that those companies that will not certify with their own funds will not receive the category A certificates, will not go through bureaucracy in order to play the game. Well, they can they just shut their doors, because they're dead already. There's nothing to talk about. We're talking about 240,000 euros, these forms. This is not a sensible amount of money. I'll go back to you in a moment, but I would like to ask Mr. Yanulev just to react. So to respond, well, the point is not that they don't want to produce, but they have plenty of offers from Volkswagen, from Porsche to produce shafts. The question for the state is, if on a day X, if we're not able to bring shells from Spain or somewhere else, we have to be able to manufacture them on site. And before 2 years ago, they couldn't even produce shells because their shareholders, Germans, the Spanish, didn't want to invest into the defense sector. So it's a matter of national concern. Okay, Mr. Visberas, I'd say Kristijonas, now Mr. Visberas, you select how to address you, but the question is, do you feel that the market is busy, what Giedrė has mentioned, that everyone's very busy, the new opportunities are opening up, everyone's trying to call it an opportunity and something unavoidable. Do you feel it? Do you feel this competition, this unwanted competition? Well, obviously, now what is going on in the last 4 years, the scale, the investment into defense, the purchases, the procurements, well, we are playing in the European market, in the NATO countries, which is not America. We are competing with the American companies. The scale has increased tenfold, the production, the programs, the plans. And this is the field we're competing in. Of course, there's plenty of competition. But we have to stay competitive ourselves. We have to maintain our competitive edge and play this game. That's why we are working. That's why we're creating our business.
Gintare, what do you see? Do you feel that the market is busy and there is a willingness to invest into defense? I represent the Innovation Agency. We are only working with dotation grants. We are only starting, but I would like to react to the Commissioner's presentation. And I'm very much in favor of the idea that we need to invest, but when investing, we need to choose our partners, right? And why is it important to be partners with the Ukraine? Those who are on the battlefield now know best what is needed here and now. And if we developed or created a drone, we shouldn't sleep on our laurels because in a couple of years' time, our enemy will create a better drone, a more intelligent drone. Therefore, we need to stay agile and grow together with technologies and work with those who know the situation best. What kind of opportunities were you talking about? The Innovation Agency is not a new entity. It's a result of several agencies that were merged, but what's new about it? Previously, EU funds were not investing into projects that are meant for double-use projects or military objects. Export measures were developed in 3 stages, and there were companies who wanted to produce dual-use products and would want to go on exhibitions and shows, but they were not allowed to do that because of the regulations that were in place. Now the situation has changed. The companies are given incentives to participate in exhibitions of double-use products, and we push them to participate. We want them to go and take part in those exhibitions. And priority number 10, strategic technology platform, also provides incentives for companies to produce strategic technologies for defense and security sector. Lithuania has developed a list of 8 key areas, starting with semiconductor and avionics, and going down to communication and connection and night vision systems empowered by AI. We are now working with the European Commission on the 11th priority for security and defense, which will entail 90 million euros and 3 fields of activity meant to develop products, create products and develop products for security and defense, and to develop a public infrastructure where production companies could test out their products. And there will be some pre-trade purchases or public procurement situations where products are not launched in the market yet, but they can be purchased. Can you now compare the interest level? We already launched the call for proposals for priority number 8, but what concerns priority number 11, we will only start next year. We have a lot of interest, and we have Militech, Sandbox, and companies are extremely interested in those opportunities. Next week, we will have training at the Militech Academy, where together with the Ministry of Defense, we will be inviting businesses and all the institutions to get to know what is happening and how to participate in the process. I will soon give the floor to you, but one more question to the current presenter. You touched upon some of the things, but we didn't talk much about the fact that guns or arms alone are not enough to ensure security. What else is important? Well, I should say that not only businesses or government should think about their future. Every single inhabitant of Lithuania should think about their future. If we inhabitants are not ready, nothing will save us, neither arms nor military infrastructure. Therefore, first and foremost, we have to invest into our people, into their education, into educating them to be patriots. Finland is a wonderful example. 80% of inhabitants are ready to take guns and go protect their country. The majority of the Finns agree to going and help other neighboring countries to protect themselves. Every single Finn is honored to take part in the defense corps on an annual basis. Do we have such kind of approach or vision? No. Therefore, when we speak about investment, we have to involve the government, the business, and every single person on the street. We shouldn't only invest into arms. We have to have warehouses to keep them in. And we have military campuses in Lithuania. 3 military campuses are operational already. We will sign 3 more agreements for one of the camps, military camps. Kairi military camp is a wonderful opportunity for Lithuania to use. Therefore, when we speak about security, when we speak about defense, we shouldn't limit ourselves to arms. We should speak about everything that's related. What do you mean by saying that Lithuania has unique experience to use? Neither Poles, nor Latvians, nor Estonians have such a partnership with business in building military infrastructure. We are among 7 strongest countries in Europe in that respect. And we should use it for military infrastructure and for civil infrastructure. If we were to do it all on the central level, we would have enough infrastructure and suitable infrastructure both for military purposes and for civilian purposes. And we would involve then people, and the infrastructure would be ready for the civilians. They require the biggest amount of protection. I saw your hands. Have I interrupted you? No? I will give the floor to Giedre first. Yes, you have a big group of fans giving you a round of applause. Neringa, this question goes to you. You are speaking now about the PPP projects, public-private partnership projects, and that they have to be used for civilian purposes as well. I'm now directing or redirecting this question to you. Maybe Ilta could also get involved in the PPP projects. I will start from a different point of view, or from a different angle. Gintarė mentioned double-use products for a number of times. And when we speak about defense and security sector, we often imagine speaking about artillery shells, drones, you name it. But double use is a rather comprehensive product. It can be a mere pencil, for example. We had a case where a company was producing thermal underwear for soldiers. It is not a gun, but it is not a piece of apparel, because it is not a civilian apparel, it is meant for the military. And according to our rules, we cannot finance this product. It is always useful to have fewer regulations to be able to interpret it easier. Is it important for soldiers to have the right apparel or not? Is a drone without a bomb or a shell a piece of technical equipment or a gun or an arm? And I think that this is important to say for the listeners to understand it all right. Just like Neringa mentioned, the military camps are really important, but is it important to have proper roads leading to the military camps? They are important. What about investment into the road-building equipment? Is it part of the military and security sector, or is it part of the fleet investment? This discussion is far broader than we consider it to be. We shouldn't limit ourselves to artillery shells or whatever. It's not enough to have just the road leading to nowhere either. Okay, now we're speaking in broader terms, and Kristijonas wanted to react. Yes, I wanted to agree and to maybe expand a little bit on the overall national involvement in ensuring security and defense. Neringa was right by saying whatever she has said, and this already happens in Lithuania. National institutions are getting involved. Cooperation and flexibility is there too, and here you see many people participating today. And compared to other EU countries, we are moving forward really fast. And I am also participating in the consortium of the new defense companies. Kubilius and other commissioners are visiting our meetings from time to time. We discuss the easing of the requirements often, and I should say that there is not much more for Lithuania to do, because often when we raise a question to discuss or to solve, Lithuania seems to have solved it already. And in that respect, we have a very big competitive advantage. Sharunas has also mentioned that Rheinmetall also benefited from the changes or amendments in the legislation. Is that right? That we are moving forward faster than others? Well, that I certainly confirm. The construction has already started, and we will complete the construction in the shortest time possible to be able to produce the armament here in Lithuania, but we shouldn't stop here because other countries are catching up. For example, several days ago, Denmark announced that part of the Flamingo missile fuel will be produced in Denmark, and Denmark has overridden its laws, changed its laws in order to enable this. And usually the procedures would be much longer, but the situation is changing. Other countries are catching up. Therefore, our competitive advantage can soon be very overridden by other countries. Of course, the situation with Rheinmetall is inspiring, but other companies now can make use of this benefit as well. And previously, this regulation was only applicable to investment over 20 million, but the regulation is changing now. And if, for example, the Ministry of Finance says that a particular product is extremely topical for Lithuania to ensure our security, then as of the 1st of November, this provision will also apply to small investment. And this also means that companies will not need to use a lot of money in order to invest a lot of money in order to be able to make use of this provision. And I think that we will be able to ensure 1.5 million investment over 3 years. Are all these tools and changes enough for us to make the breakthrough, to become the defense industry leader in the region? I would like Vidmantas to react to what Neringa has just said, that military components or equipment is not the only important thing here. Yes, that is right. But just to remind you, in autumn 2022, 74% of the surveyed businessmen would go and defend Lithuania. Other people from other groups or other groups of respondents had different types of replies, but we are very much like Finland here, and of course Lithuania can ease up some of the requirements even further. Lithuania is moving forward fast, and small countries have to move forward fast, otherwise we wouldn't have managed to achieve the changes in the GDP that we have achieved. And now we have to solve the issue with gun permit, and it's up to the Ministry of Interior to solve this issue. And many people complain that this issue has not been solved for a long period of time. For example, the Rifleman Union is complaining about that, and others. We started moving in the right direction, but it hasn't been solved yet. Category A guns is a problem. What else do we need, Kristijonas? Anything else that we need to change? Maybe the overall perspective or understanding of the situation. Maybe we need more reliefs or to adapt even quicker and to change our legislation even further. What else is needed? Well, both Lithuania and the rest of Europe, well, speaking of security and defense, both Lithuania and the rest of Europe should keep the same attention focused on defense, because defense industry has only one client, the state, the government. Nobody else can purchase the products that military sector is producing. Therefore, the percentage of GDP allocated for defense should remain just as high, and this would ensure that the military production will be purchased and will be used, and the rest is up to businesses to adapt, to think of solutions and ideas. It's up to the business, and the best thing the state can do is not to interfere where it's not necessary and to ensure consistency so that companies can organize their activities and develop projects and make sure that the financing is there. And all the grants and the rest, they can be there, they can be missing. It doesn't matter, because when we started our business, we had no EU projects available, no EU financing available, and we still continue doing that. Are you skeptical? No, I'm not skeptical. These were the rules back then, and therefore I'm saying that a healthy business shouldn't be worried about the support from a side. If we want our companies to be successful, we have to have competitive entities competing on various markets and able to suggest competitive products. Thank you very much for expressing your support and your opinion. But here you see we have the Innovation Agency suggesting a package, financing package. ILTE is offering financing. Well, of course, all this is good. We are using the financing for banks. and all other tools that are available. But when we started our business, and back then we were not working in the military sector, and we had more opportunities to make use of. Still, we were always thinking of doing something ourselves without any projects or additional financing or cheaper loans. We would continue doing it even without those things. Of course, if there is an opportunity to make things cheaper or quicker, you always make use of that opportunity, but it doesn't change anything in the essence of the word. Well, you said that the best thing for the state to do would be not to interfere, but some of the institutions have to monitor the financial flows. Well, I want to react. The budget cannot expand to the sky. When we were told that we will have to allocate 5% of our GDP, I couldn't imagine where from could we take this money to allocate for defense. The government has to decide where they need money here and now, for example, armament. Here, there will be no place for PPP projects. But there are also other things that the state needs, for example, warehouses, training centers, training grounds, where PPP would work, and where there is no such a big stress for the budget of the state, because the state would have 15 to 25 years to pay the businesses for building whatever it builds. But the result is here now, and that new fresh result will be paid out over the period of 15 to 25 years, and that would be good. Financing is important. It should be continuous, but we will not be able to have money for everything here and now. Therefore, we have to decide which of the projects are to be financed at this particular moment and which ones can be financed through the PPP projects. All sounds good. I just wanted to emphasize that Lithuania is too small for a military production company to survive. We are too small for that. If you want to survive, you have to be competitive and to export your production. And the most important thing is for Europe to keep a particular direction. And it doesn't matter whether Lithuania invests more or less, Finland invests more or less over years. The most important thing is to keep the direction.
Giedrė wanted to react because everyone sees who are raising their hand, but she was the first one, and then Vilmantas. Okay, I would like to react to what Kristijonas said previously. And I forgot. Okay, then move on to Vilmantas. Yes, very briefly, I would like to add that PPPs are the very good direction, and progressive countries like Estonia, they were building police stations through PPP projects, and I think that helps to relieve the pressure on the budget. This makes the state to trust businesses and businesses to trust state, and I think these are the good examples which we should follow, and we should talk about them, to praise them, to encourage them, because when it comes to dual uses, I would say that dual-use products allows us to involve more industry if there is a need to produce something, because we're too small of a country. If you're specializing only in the weapons, yes, you need export markets. And for this, you need trade licenses. Today, we as companies cannot sell weapons through the Lithuanian territory. So I think this could reduce costs for procurements and allow us to familiarize ourselves with the European and NATO structure. Trade licenses, okay, Giedrė. Yes, I remembered what I wanted to say, and Vilmantas has touched upon this. Kristijonas mentioned that it is important for the Lithuanian defense procurements, that of the defense of the Ministry of Defense, the other agencies, and whoever is funding, we or commercial banks, it is not sufficient. We are funding a long-term project, and following only on what Lithuania is buying in the near future, well, this is impossible for any investors. So what Vidmantas has said, export markets are very important. It is important to understand whether the project that factory is planning to manufacture are compatible with NATO standards, whether NATO countries, most of them, would be able to buy the product, would want to buy the product. So now we're looking at the Lithuanian Ministry of Defense needs, but very soon we'll have to broaden our perspectives if we want to develop defense and security industry in Lithuania. And another thing that I would like to ask Šarūnas about, you said that we need tailored defense buildings for the defense industry because often they don't want to be real estate developers. So what do they want to do? Manufacturing, yes, manufacturing. The contracts, doesn't matter how quick is our regulation, they will have to build their factories. And all the projects that you've mentioned, military campuses, PPPs, while construction companies are very busy, their costs are growing. So this is one of the problems. If major companies like Rheinmetall enter Lithuania and see that the prices have increased in the last few years as well, and you want to build a factory in the year or 2 years, then your real estate development costs will going to increase even more. And there must be an issue of a shortage of staff. Yes, but coming back to the real estate, companies don't want to own real estate in their balance sheet. They want to engage in manufacturing. And these typical manufacturing buildings adapted to defense with bigger protection zones and less urbanized territories, I understand that their lending is not as insured as in urban areas, but this is very much needed. And concerning staff, we can have either more automatized production concerning any type of production, especially shells and so on and so forth. So we need to invest more into capital in this way, but this would result in more costs if there's a crisis to repair the equipment. If we have more staff, more personnel, yes, we create more jobs. Maybe efficiency per capita is lower, but it is easier to bounce back during a crisis or a war to repair the equipment, I mean. So this is a matter of national attitude. If we want more automatization, more well-paid jobs, or we want to create more jobs in the regions which are a bit less, not as well paid, let's say. I want to come back to these typical buildings. Yes, this is what I wanted to say. We need more additional instruments for ILTE, for Invest in Lithuania. And Šarūnas, we have so many empty buildings in Vilnius, in the regions. And if we had tools, public procurements, of course, we cannot disclose this fully, but companies that are producing satellites in a certain region, they want to expand, they want to increase their capacities. And, well, there are premises, they could be adapted, but many people are not aware of them. There are simple offices with producing high tech, so there's plenty of empty buildings. The Innovation Agency is raising their hand. Yes, what I mentioned regarding the STEP tech, this will be aimed at production, not only at tech development. So if somebody comes to us with a product, they will be able to acquire equipment. The amounts can reach up to 12 million, and we are discussing construction as well. Of course, not necessarily concerning defense, but we have tools for investors in Kaunas, where not only SMEs, but major companies can enter in this. Invitation is valid till next year. They can build companies, they can train their staff, up to 20 million euros. Giedrė, would you like something to add? Yes, even now we have a specific financing tool for free economic zones, where the investment conditions are very favorable. On the other hand, there are some limitations, which we are discussing with ministries, with Invest in Lithuania. For example, a building that was built could be leased to a single entity only at the beginning. So we're discussing this with our clients, and for many clients, this is a challenge. So on one hand, we are giving something, on the other hand, we are restricting people. So I'm sure there's plenty of room for improvement in this regard, and we as ILTE are very courageous concerning our comments. Well, another thing we haven't yet touched upon, and let's try to summarize everything. So this thing is defense innovations, startups. It seems that everyone has a lot of ideas, are trying to enter the market. But to have a lot of new startups, well, I'll give you a chance to express yourselves, but I would like to ask Kristijonas. What do you think? How many ideas we have on the table? Where did your idea come from? I think there's always enough ideas, but how many of them could turn into actual tangible products and companies? Because there's one thing to have a fantastic idea, to use sticks and manure to produce an actual prototype, and then to move to an actual entity that is involved in manufacturing. You need administration, you need staff, you need technology development. So these are the major challenges. So it's not enough to have an idea. But for today, I think that if some years ago when we began, we were among the few, and there was nobody around us. Today we have an excessive amount of ideas, but the conditions to implement them, I think, are the best we have ever had in the history of Lithuania and Europe. So the only thing you need to do is to act, and you can blame only yourself if you fail. Giedre, I really agree with what Kristijonas has said. We see so many different ideas, and selecting which ones could be implemented, could be commercialized, well, this is very difficult because there's a lot of noise around us. Everyone wants to generate ideas in the area of defense and security, but not every time this results in commercial use. And quite often we ourselves are discussing this with potential clients. They ask us, ILTE, to lend some money, and if they lend us, then we will come up with an idea. No, this is not how it works. It should be quite the opposite. You should have the idea with a commitment to invest, to develop the idea until the commercial stage, and only then would the funders appear. So I think we are at this stage where we have to select among different ideas. What Kristijonas has said, those who are only playing with these ideas as toys, and those who can develop them into successful businesses. Well, I hope we do not stay in this stage for too long. Vilmantas, you wanted to react. Yes, for the initial capital, for ideas, for implementation, we have tools like ILTE, like Innovation Agency, whether we're talking about 1 million, 500,000, 300K, but we don't have tools for further development. And now German funds, French funds are entering who want to encourage us. And like some 3 years ago, for shooting down of drones, there were some ideas where we have the most drone and anti-drone producers. There were some good ideas. 3 companies produced prototypes, how to use lasers to shoot down drones ecologically. Of course, this is irony. But only 2 companies went to the medium term, and they stopped there because there was a shortage of capital. So this is the this is where investing in Lithuania could focus. Of course, not only through money, our resources are limited, we're a small country, but they could show them to other foreign investors. Often innovators lack doors to major funds because trust in Lithuania due to its geopolitics, due to its size, due to our Soviet nature. I usually see this in many German newspapers, unfortunately. So this is where we could push the idea further, because good idea with proper capital results in good result. So what you have not yet mentioned, I think you have mentioned it somewhere else, we haven't paid enough time for the analysis how the future warfare will look like. So a few words about this. Yes, yesterday we have had quite a few meetings. The future warfare will be drone warfare. Of course, so far it sounds like sci-fi, but based on the current technologies, the role of an infantryman, well, hopefully it never happens, but their mortality rate will be reduced to 3 seconds after they enter the front lines, because radars, drones, everything will see them immediately. So we're going towards this direction, and Lithuania sees a lot of opportunities here. These are not empty talks, but we still have to find a way to make sure that the ideas that are approved in practice could be scaled up further. Sharunas, you wanted to react? Yes, and drones are autonomous systems in the widest, in the broader sense, not only the flying drones, because what we hear often now concerning the commentators in the defense industry, maybe it doesn't make sense to develop a new drone as a physical item. Looking at the European market, there are 3 so-called unicorns, drone producers. So we need to find niches in technology sectors like drone swarms, like autonomous application of drones. And there's Activus Photonics, a Lithuanian laser company, that entered into agreement with Quantum Systems, a German drone unicorn, to make sure that their laser systems are integrated into their drones. So we have to find these niches where we can actually play a role. Because, as we have said, we cannot produce everything, but to integrate ourselves into global supply chains through critical systems and to become key players in defense prime supplier markets, I think it's a very important step to develop the Lithuanian market. And application technologies, this is what Brolis is doing precisely. Yes, drone is a platform, and sensors, autonomy, well, this is brains, these are eyes, and so on and so forth. And if you put this on a flying, driving, crawling drone, it doesn't matter. The future war will be a high-tech war. What form will this technology take? It's a separate thing. We can talk about bio-robots, meaning humans. They will play a role, but the warfare will be different from what we're planning for. Vidmantas, very briefly. Yes. So what are we going to defend? A human being is a value. We have to protect, by a robot. So we don't need a soldier that can run 100 meters in so many seconds. No, we are part of the drone warfare, so any person can defend themselves, their family, their country. And we're coming back to the 19th century, when Mr. Coates said, we have stronger people, we have weaker women, weaker people, but they made them all equal. So this is precisely what we have now, but instead of pistols, we have robotics. Okay, one last question to everyone. Let's call it a soft question. Maybe it's not good to call it this way, but you agreed with Neringa's idea. We don't have to think only about weapons. We've talked about weapons, not comprehensively. We could talk more. But what is the element that, besides the weapon industry development and besides investment into defense industry, what else can we do in order to make sure that we are safer? What does a safe Lithuania and strong Europe need the most? Neringa, you mentioned defense. You talked about patriotism. Maybe this comes under the umbrella. What else can we do besides weapons? Well, I always like to turn to our citizens, our population, not only citizens, but all people who selected our country as a place to live. Therefore, patriotism, awareness on how to use, how to act, what to do, not only if we participate in some trainings. No, this has to be in practice. We have to have centers. This has to be our daily lives. So investments into our human security and safety and their education is crucial. I'm not sure if it's correct, but maybe, well, civil resistance lectors are well paid. Many people attend the courses. You could hire these people. They work on a semi-voluntary conditions, at least from what I see. This is going on, but maybe it's difficult to see whether it's tangible or not. But it's a good thing you mentioned this, Gintarė. Yes, besides the weapons, besides the dual-use products, I would like to talk about people. And just like last week, we had different presentations in the Breaking Point conference, where which means that our people believe in disinformation, and there was a invitation for companies to raise awareness in their companies how to select, how to see truth from lies. So this would help us to ensure that we are less afraid. And I think, besides the weapon, this education is important. Kristijonas? Yes, I agree with this idea, what Neringa has said during the discussion. First of all, we need civil resistance of the society, the willingness to defend your territory, country, nation, region, whether it's Lithuania or the EU, because we're an integral part of the EU. Whenever we have this willingness, this understanding to defend ourselves, that this is ours and nobody can take this away from us, then the industry will create the measures we need, the tools we need to defend ourselves. We'll have financing, both in terms of economics and society and so on. Whenever this disappears, then nothing can happen. But maybe this could build the other way around. If businesses create so many measures, then the public will think, well, maybe we have to be afraid of something. We must be resilient. Well, I think that without the society's willingness to treat security as a key thing, no government will not pay for the defense. So this is what Europe had to reach. That's why we are facing these threats. Thank you, Šarūnas. I think one of the most important things is that not to think that we cannot do something, and what Vidmantas has said, we have a global level companies that are creating satellites, we have startups like Astrolight that are developing technologies of laser communication, naval communication. So we have the tools, but we need to decide where we want to apply the competences. So we shouldn't think that there's something we cannot do. Thank you, Giedrė. Me and Vidmantas have a difficult task. We are the last ones and still have to come up with some ideas, but I would like to share something else. I think it's important. We are in a unique geographical position. Bombs can reach us very easily, and when we think how to build up our defense sector, we should decide whether we want to have several major production sites and one shell would be enough to destroy them, or we want to have many smaller but dispersed entities across the country, because destroying such a network is much more difficult. And I think that this discussion is not yet present. We are talking about major ammo or shell factory, but in the context of an actual war, they are very easy to destroy. So I think we need this public debate. Okay, Vidmantas? I'll go in a different direction, but we have the idea of the drone wall, the Vytautas Magnus defense wall. These are the things that have to be implemented. Yes, Commissioner Kubilius said last week that in 1 year we must have had some major achievements. Yes, and the recent discussions in different councils turn a green light for this movement, starting from the government, cabinet's approval, and in order to implement these directions, well, we will see some progress. But I would like to turn back a little, turn back to the days before the Second World War and right after the war. Many people were defending their families, their property, and everything comes from the family. Therefore, we had this huge resistance movement, the largest movement on the former Soviet Union scale, because people were defending their property and their families. We have to develop our family traditions to make sure that private property, personal input, one's family are very important. And I think, well, there is some education in this regard, but it's still missing. Looking back at the past of my family, it was deported to Siberia. I was the first one to be born here in Lithuania. Well, this education was very, very important. So I think we need to emphasize the past to before we look into the future. Yes, awareness of history makes us more resilient. It's good that we went in this direction as well. We had some soft and hard emphases. And of course, maybe we haven't changed the direction of the country with this debate, but I think this will help us reach some more tangible results. So let us stop now. I know that it's lunchtime, and I would like to wish you a delicious lunch. And once again, I will remind you who participated in the discussion, who were answering your question. So we had Vidmantas Janulevičius, Giedrė Girčiauskienė, Šarūnas Genys. Okay, just keep on applauding. Šarūnas Genys, Kristijonas Vizbaras, Gintarė Kunsaitytė, as well as Neringa Pažusienė. Thank you very much, and I think Ignas will come back in a second and tell us what to do. I will say thank you for your insights and experience. Let's have a break until 2:10 p.m. Let's have a informal conversation, and during the second part, let us meet at 2:10 p.m. Enjoy your lunch.
That Do you know what I mean? Do you know where I'm coming from? Say yeah! Say yeah! I can't help myself, so feel alright tonight. Don't mind me. I mean, it ain't often I like to have so many beautiful people
Gerbėmieji, po 5 minučių tęsime mūsų konferenciją, tad po truputį kviečiame grįžti į pagrindinę salę. Dėkoju. Ponios ir ponai, po truputėlį kviečiame grįžti į konferencijų salę. Po kelių minučių tęsime mūsų konferenciją. Gerbėmieji, sveiki sugrįžę, tęskime konferenciją po pertraukos, tikiuosi puikiai leidžiate laiką.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After your lunch break, let us continue with the conference. Have you ever thought of why Lithuanians are such beautiful people? Why are we so special? How are we different from the rest of Europe? And how come that our genes make us act and think differently compared to other nations in Europe? We will soon get all the answers to all these questions. I'm now inviting Alina Urnikytė, who is a representative of the Translational Health, Science and Technology Institute and Popular Genome Lab. She will tell us more about the genetic nature of Lithuanians. Please give a round of applause to our next presenter. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity to give a presentation about the uniqueness of the Lithuanian genome to such a large audience. Have you ever thought of the heritage of our ancestors and how much about it can our genome tell? This will be my topic for today. I will do my best to make this complex topic as simple and understandable as possible. Lithuanians are unique in many terms. Our culture is unique, our history and sports achievements are unique, and especially our language is unique, because we speak a very old Indo-European language. In addition, we are unique in terms of our roots. And the more time I spend on researching the Lithuanian genome, the more I get convinced that from the genetic point of view, we are extremely unique and special. And soon I will tell you more about that. Not to make it such a great shock for you, when I show you the results of my genetic research, I will start with a simple definition of what DNA is, where it comes from, and what are we talking about when we say DNA. Every single one of us is made of billions of cells, and every single cell has a core, nucleus, and that nucleus contains DNA molecules, 23 pairs of DNA molecules, and all of them together make up our genome. On the molecular level, if we read the genome, we have a sequence of A, T, C, and G letters. We get, in a way, a book of text made of A, T, C, and G letters. All in all, we have 3.2 billion of such letters, which we refer to as nucleotides. All in all, this molecule could be compared to 2 meters of length or height. If we took the genomes of 2 people sitting next to one another, we would see that only 0.1% of difference exists in the 2 genomes. And then we ask ourselves why, from the genetic point of view, we are so similar, but we are very different physically. What determines the difference? It is determined by the polymorphism or variations of one nucleotide. That is, a change in one letter makes us so different. You remember that I said that the difference between us is just 1%. And here we see the DNA sequence of 5 people, and you see when you compare this sequence that there is a difference in one single letter only. And this one single letter in the sequence makes us look so different. And in order for us to refer to this as a polymorphism, it should account to at least 1%. And there are 4 to 5 million of such variations. And the research into the variation allows us to find answers to various questions. What are the questions that we can answer or raise when researching genetic variety? We may, for example, look for similarities between different populations, between different people in the same population. We may also determine what actually determines whether a person will get a disease or not. We can also determine the reaction to a particular drug and decide what determines our height or whether we tolerate lactose or not. We can also analyze the genetics of a population. We, as a result, can find out the way our ancestors traveled from one continent to another. We can also reconstruct the way our ancestors looked many, many years ago and the way people, human evolution looked like, depending on the generation, and why some people are prone to some diseases and others are resistant to them. All of this is possible if we do the research on our genome. And now the second part of my presentation, which might be the most interesting one to you. I will tell you about the way we worked and performed the research in order to understand how unique our nation is. Back in 2011, 2012, we worked on a project where we traveled throughout various regions in Lithuania and were collecting samples of DNA of Lithuanians. How do we define Lithuanians? Lithuanians are those whose parents and grandparents consider themselves to be Lithuanians and lived in the same region. We managed to collect 1,000 various samples, and 500 of them became the research samples for our research. 424 people participated in the actual research. The research results have been published, so you may read them later. But now I would like to tell you about the way we transform a genetic code into a text that is readable. We take a blood sample from a vein, then we bring it back to our library, and then we separate the DNA, and then we start a protocol where we read the genome and the variety that it represents. A lot depends on the technology that we use, but we may actually read millions of variations and one nucleotide polymorphism. Once we have this data, we use the supercomputers to analyze this data, and we apply all various bioinformational tools. So this is the part where we are trying to transform the genetic language into the human-readable language in order to determine various variations. And now, about the hypothesis. We came up with a hypothesis that the current inhabitants of Lithuania preserve the gene pool of our ancestors. We compared the DNA data of current-day people and of our ancestors, even 12,000 years BC. First and foremost, we decided to have a look at the similarities between the populations. Here you see the Lithuanian population. It is difficult to point it out with a laser pointer, but the light green bubbles represent the Lithuanian population, and here we see a partial overlap with North Europeans and East Europeans. And usually this clustering represents well the geographic situation of the population or the geographic location of the populations. Lithuanians, just like Basque, Sardinian populations, are grouped very similarly. It might be that we are partially isolated here and demonstrating some kind of genetic uniqueness. We compared our current gene pool with our ancestors' gene pool. And we saw that the Western hunters-gatherers, Scandinavian hunters-gatherers were included, and we also have Indo-Europeans, inhabitants of the steppe, and also the late Neolithic Bronze Age people. And here we see a very close connection with the ones who lived in the steppes and the hunters-gatherers and the late Neolithic Bronze Age. Then we applied a very specific method to research the population, to analyze the admixtures, and we saw that, we noted that the red circle represents a line in 3 colors. What does that mean? What do other lines represent? Well, they represent other populations, for example, West European, North European, Caucasus, East European populations. And here we see that the biggest part of the line is colored in green. And this again represents the hunters-gatherers population. And yet another segment, the red segment, represents the late Neolithic Bronze Age. And the last one represents the people who lived in the steppes. And then we applied the final method of our research, just to sum up all the results that we received from the previous tools and research. We generated those diagrams to compare Lithuanians with other populations as a reference group, just to compare with the ancient DNA. The first diagram represents the comparison with Western hunters and gatherers, and here we see that Lithuania has the biggest part of the genes from the Western hunters and gatherers compared to other populations in Europe. The red dots show that we also get some genes from the Eastern hunters and gatherers and Scandinavian hunters and gatherers. And compared to other populations, we have quite a bit of the genetic heritage of the steppe representatives. So we are similar in that respect with the inhabitants of Sardinian island. So here you see we are Western hunters and gatherers mostly. And what makes us unique in that respect? So you might ask why we have such a big component of the Western hunters and gatherers in our genes, because they spent a lot of time in our territory before the Indo-Europeans arrived, some 3.5 million years before, 1,000 years before. us, and they were assimilated by the Indo-Europeans, and this component is still present in our genetic pool, and this makes us unique compared to other genetic populations. So we should share this unique we share this unique feature with Latvians too. So what is the description or definition of a typical Lithuanian? Often people ask me this, but gene specialists cannot define this three-color gene in a particular sequence of words. Still, we managed to determine that adaptation to local pathogens is something characteristic to us. And our research showed that throughout the 3 generations, and one generation is 25 years, so throughout generations we preserve the genes that are responsible for the metabolism of food fat, or fatty food. I can't tell you that now you can continue eating our special national dishes that are fat, or contain a lot of fat. Still, these genes are inherited by the Western hunters-gatherers, and it was important for them to have those genes, to have the enzymes to digest the meat and the fat fish that they ate. They didn't have the heating at home back then, so they had to make sure to stay warm. There were also other genes that we discovered, which are responsible for our light-colored eyes and light hair. We also discovered some genes that are responsible for our immune response. That is why we have such a good immune system. And the genome doesn't say all about us, and it doesn't explain why we are so happy to eat our national dish, cepelini. To sum up, I would like to explain why it is important to research the national gene pool and genome. We are now developing a referential pan-genome of a human being. We are working on the collection of all the samples, and it is very important for Lithuanians to be part of it. It is important in terms of personalized medicine, but we also need to know what the genome looks like in order to understand the reasons for diseases and to develop preventive measures. This promotes our further development and advancement in various fields. And I would like to invite you to join the action and the movement, the Living ABC of Lithuania, that is organized by the Population Biobank. Please join us. Scan this QR code, and you will find more information about this process that we are organizing, and you can, as a result, contribute to the promotion of science and research in Lithuania. That would be it on my part today about how unique we are and how our roots look like. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Alina Urnikytė. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. We'll bring a microphone to you. And I would like to ask a question myself. Are there any differences between Lithuanian genome and the genome of a Lithuanian living, let's say, in the USA? And maybe throughout generations, the genome will start to differ? Well, yes and no. I think that it will be mostly Lithuanian, so to say, the genome, the one I was telling you about. But for the genome to change, to see any changes, we need 2 or 3 generations. And if a generation is 25 years, then it takes some time. What about mixed family? What impact does it have on the genome? Well, there is an impact, of course. Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience? If not, then let's give a round of applause to Dr. Alina Urnikytė.
Tęskime mūsų konferenciją.
And let's continue with our conference. Now we are going to talk about world-famous sportsmen like Cristiano Ronaldo or Domantas Sabonis. Well, all of them are looking for ways to sleep well, to restore their powers well, and to show the best possible results in the court. And one of solutions is a vagus nerve stimulation technology created by a Lithuanian startup. And let me remind you, the slogan of our conference is "The name of Lithuania is heard more loudly across Europe." So this is a great example. Pulsetto technology is used by thousands of people across the world. I saw that Jonas Valančiūnas joined Domantas Sabonis. And another important thing is that EU investments expand more possibilities for the developments of such technologies. So let us hear about this from the co-founder of the startup, Mr. Vitalijus Majorovas. The floor is yours. Hello. Okay, I need to wait till the end of the intro, but I promised my brand manager to do a mini research. How many of you have heard of Pulsetto? Oh, wow, some 60%. Well, that is cool. Even though we perform our operations abroad in Lithuania, our turnover is some 3% only, but that's still nice to hear. But I'll still tell you about the technology itself. Who are we? Well, we are a stimulator of the vagus nerve. It's a device that is worn on the neck, linked to a mobile app. It is sending an electronic signal and activates the vagus nerve that has a big branch, so to say, in the neck. And once we activate this nerve, and do this quickly in some 5 minutes, the so-called parasympathetic nerve system responsible for relax is activated. So our tool helps against the stress people use our device before they go to sleep. And we are a so-called wellness device so far, but we plan to create a medical device as well. We have made some progress, and I think as a wellness device we are famous and making Lithuania famous because we are doing quite well. And I'll tell you about this more, but now coming back to the vagus nerve, there are some 10,000 studies carried out about this nerve, and there are around 300,000 people who have implants of this nerve. And by the way, it's one of the best tools of treating epilepsy. This has been researched for some 10 years, and in the last 10 years there have been many studies about non-implanted device and their impact not only on relaxation but treatment of such diseases as migraine, cluster headaches, depression, and so on and so forth. So me and Povilas, my partner, met each other 5 years ago, and on the 5th of October we're going to celebrate 4 years since our establishment. We survived the period when most of the startups go bankrupt. So why did I come in this area? Well, my wife was diagnosed with cluster headaches. It's some 10 times stronger than migraine. It is also called suicide pains because the pain is unbearable. And we tried different therapies, oxygen therapies, other methods. And some 6 years ago, I've read a couple of studies on the vagus nerve and its impact on the cluster headaches. And I asked myself, who is the best expert in this area? Well, Povilas is one of them. He was working on the invasive implanted vagus nerve stimulators, also stimulators that are implanted in one's brain or spinal cord. And then we realized that there aren't many non-implanted devices. We started to work in this area, of course, you need money for hardware. So I knew some potential investors. And when we pitched the idea for the first time, they said it doesn't make sense. And then after some 9 additional attempts, they agreed to give some money for the prototype. So we created a prototype quite quickly, in some 3 months. The initial product looked quite odd. All these chips had to be then designed in a more smooth way. These are the first designs we have, the first 3D printed versions. And then in 3 options, we created a 3D printed version. It would break occasionally, but at least it allowed us to attract some additional investors, and in 9 months we created the full product. So in summer 2022, we began our sales. Usually it takes 2 to 3 years to develop hardware. It took us 9 months, and investments were some 4 to 6 times lower than you would typically need for such a device. The beginning was difficult. In the summer of 2022, we went straight to the USA, to the American market. Simultaneously, we had testings on users, and the first 2 months were, well, we were asking ourselves, what are we doing? Have we chosen the correct life path? But then we opened Indiegogo. It's like a Kickstarter crowded funding community that believes in innovators, and we managed to crowdfund some €500 million. So this was how our growth began. And I would say now we are a very serious technological company that not only has the continuously developing hardware, but is working on the personalized medicine, on the data, on its own app. We are conducting various studies and research. So just to give you some numbers, we have been growing 3-fold for 3 years in a row, which doesn't happen often in the wellness sector. Last year, our revenue was more than 9 million, and we hope to reach 30 million this year. So the growth is very fast. By the way, we are profitable. We reinvest all the profits, and we're going to remain profitable for the 2nd year in a row, which is also quite rare in a business like ours. Another fun fact, on the 1st of January, I was going back from Palanga because I was celebrating the New Year's Eve, and on my way I received 2 calls. One of them was, did you hear that Cristiano Ronaldo said that he's using Pulsetto on a podcast? I was like, what? And they tell me, yes, you can find this on the internet. And then in another hour, a movie by Brian Johnson, A Longevity Guru, was published on Netflix, and in the 3rd minute of the movie he was wearing a Pulsetto. So these 2 news on the 1st of January, showed me that we have created something serious. That is cool, but looking at the whole movement of the wellness technologies, for example, maybe you're aware of the Aura ring. This ring that had 2 rounds, Series E and Series D, and attracted 1 billion funds. It was not its valuation, it was the amount that they attracted in 2 years. So this is the game we were playing. We are playing in an ocean of giant sharks. Therefore, the money and the investments into R&D are enormously important. This year we will invest some 3% of our turnover into R&D, because we must reinvest our profits. And also, it happens thanks to European funds, thanks to ILTE. It is enormously important for us in order to compete with these giant sharks. And for example, Nasdaq tech companies invest from 10 to 15% into their R&D, and the more they invest, the more successful they are. So in the long term, we are going to lose the war if we don't innovate. So of course, all the profits are reinvested, but we need to perform clinical trials, implement R&D, invest into branding, because so far it's been only a short-term marketing, and we need some working capital for warehouses. For example, now for $1.5 million, we purchased, we installed warehouses for components because we're getting ready for the Q4. So it's money intensive and very difficult. On the other hand, we do understand that the market is big. The market is enormous because nearly everyone has every household has sleep problems, anxiety disorders, and of course we are competing with lots of different players. We clearly understand that we're not going to be Whoop or a Ring, because they're accessories. You can wear them 24/7. We are like a toothbrush. You can use it twice a day, or once a day before you go to sleep, or before you go on stage, just to reduce your stress levels. You can use our product a couple of times a day. We are different, but we can create the so-called closed-loop system together with these wearable trackers, because they tell you that you slept poorly, that you felt stress, but they don't give you any tools what to change. And this is precisely what we can do. We can create such a system, and we are already integrating this with Whoop, with Apple Watch. For example, if you felt stress, then you should wear Pulsetto in the evening, thus you'll sleep better and you'll relax more. And this may create a lot of value for the user if we create such a closed-loop system. So recently, we performed some serious clinical trials. Sorry about the slides. In the peer-to-peer scientific magazines, not only thanks to questionnaires, but also thanks to measurements of cortisol. And we showed that if you wear Pulsetto for 2 weeks, at least for 10 minutes, and cortisol levels in hair are reduced by 40%, which is huge. And thanks to these clinical trials, we have additional 4 trials that we have performed, and performing 6 more currently. So thanks to them, we submitted our device to the FDA in order to get a medical device status. And the purpose is to get a medical device license, to have this as a separate product, one for wellness and another one for medical purposes. So this is what we are doing. We want to create this mental health toothbrush present in every household, used while brushing one's teeth before going to sleep, for why not? And we educate people a lot, because when it comes to stress, I'm not sure if you're interested or not, but stress is like a muscle. We cannot avoid it. Stress is always going to be here, especially because of all the geopolitical stresses. But what we can do is to restore ourselves from stress better. So the way we can train our muscles, we can train our stress muscles, and there are even indicators that show your resilience to stress, your stress muscle. And there are studies that show that if you enter the menopause with higher stress muscle, the menopause symptoms are lower. Or if you experienced a big stress in life, a close person to you died, but your stress muscle is very strong, then the impact on sleep will be much lower compared to somebody whose stress muscle is very weak. So if a relative dies, then for them they find it hard to sleep. And the vagus nerve consists a major part of this stress muscle, and we want to be the leaders in the field. And besides pulsator, we want to have other solutions how to train the stress muscle. So these are quite ambitious. The device itself is the second generation. Now some of our R&D budget is allocated to develop a third generation, to have no gel, because now you need some conductive gel before you wear the device, but you need it to conduct electricity, and this is a new innovation globally. All the echoscopes, everything use conductive gel. Now the patent is pending. We hope to get one soon enough, and this will be one of the elements for the category 3. So we are just like Apple. We want to issue a new version of the wellness device. On the other hand, as I have mentioned, there is a plan to receive a medical device status, to have a separate product, because it would have different features, and abroad there are insurance reimbursement conditions, contracts, and so on and so forth. And we have a lot of ambitions related to the armed forces. We are already conducting some tests, because there are quite a few studies that show that returning soldiers with PTSD, the vagus nerve stimulation can help a lot. And in Druskininkai we are trying to conduct some tests involving Ukrainian troops. Of course, the situations there are very difficult, and they don't want any innovations or anything, but there are plenty of opportunities. So they want to create a separate device used for military purposes. Of course, it's no longer me and Povilas. We have a huge team, a strong team, and we have experienced people in our board. So a lot of work to do, and our DNA, the DNA of Povilas and me, is that we do what we promise. Many people don't in the startup world. We do. There are investors with whom we have been collaborating for a few years from America and elsewhere, and I'm talking with them, and they tell me, when you texted us for the first time, you told us that, well, you had 3 million, you wanted 9 million, and we didn't believe you, but you did this. And then, at the beginning of last year, you said 25, and now you're saying 30. So this is how we foster credibility and trust, because we do what we tell that we would do. Of course, this takes a lot of effort, a lot of dedication, but this is the drive that moves us forward. And in general, why is this important? And why such tools like ILTE or, for example, the EU funds? And I'm very glad that I'm working with the agency, because they're very flexible, they understand us, and this is very important for us. We have to have all the tools to compete globally and to be a serious and reliable growing player, just like Finns. And by the way, our ring is from Finland. Why cannot we be like Finland? Why we in Lithuania cannot establish a unicorn in the wellness field? I think we can, because gadgets will become part of our daily lives, just like food supplements. I read a study. 5 years ago, 3 out of 10 people were consuming supplements like vitamins. Now, 7 out of 10, because it's just a daily life now. The same will happen with gadgets. In 5 years, there will be a lot of people with Neuralinks, with pulsator, with measuring devices in the streets. This is the future. And depending on our funding sources, either we will be part of the future or won't. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Jeigu turime klausimų, pakelkite
Are
ranką,
there any
nepabėkit.
questions in the
Man
audience?
įdomu,
Please
jūs minėjot,
stay
kad
for a
jūsų
while.
žmonai
You
skaudėjo
mentioned
galvą.
that
Ar
your
padėjo pulsetą?
wife had cluster pains. Has pulsetto helped? She still has some pain fits, but she is the frequent user of pulsetto. And by the way, we do not have any proof yet how much pulsetto helps with cluster headaches. We are getting ready for that. She uses pulsetto and it helps a lot. But actually, it is a very serious disorder and health problem and rare diagnosis. It happens sometime in the future that you put on this device and it shows you your stress level, for example. Your watch shows it. What about pulsetto? Well, we are moving in that direction. We will not use any tracker here to measure your heartbeat, but already now we integrated 10 measuring features into our app. And you can see the way your stress level changes, your heartbeat changes before stimulation and after. This is we're moving in that direction. So once you are shown that you are experiencing stress, you will be sent a message saying put on your pulsetto device to reduce it. I googled on the device and now I keep getting the ads. And the ads say that if you Google Sabonis 11, then you will get a greater discount. Well, actually, usually Sabonis has a lot of coffee before the matches and he is trying to stimulate a lot his body, and I've spent a lot of time with them, and sportsmen are using this device frequently. Have you contacted Sabonis? And then they bought it? No, they bought it first on their own. And what about Ronaldo? Same for Ronaldo. Well, I can imagine Cristiano Ronaldo sitting at his pool and thinking that he had a bad night's sleep. Let's Google the vagus nerve stimulation, and he found out about pulsetto and purchased it. Thank you very much, Vitalijus Majorovas. Let us continue with our success stories, and now we will discuss energy independence. On the 9th of February, we synchronized our networks with the continental European network, and this was an essential step towards energy independence of our country. It was an important event for both Lithuania and the rest of the EU, which showed that the EU investment and cooperation can result in benefit for every single inhabitant. I'm now inviting the head of Litgrid, Mr. Rokas Masiulis, to say a few more words about that. Good afternoon. I'm pleased to see all of you here today. I will tell you a rather different story from the one that we have heard before. I will talk about energy sector and national issues, but it is extremely important for the success of our country. I will put on the first slide. I will talk about the synchronization of electricity grid. You see Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania on the map. Up until recently, our electricity grids were connected to Belarus and Russia, and we also had the link to Kaliningrad, and that was a Soviet heritage. The fact that we disconnected from Russia and Belarus and got connected to the Western grid was the last step to take to become independent from the energy point of view. But in order to gain energy independence, we needed to take more steps before. It all started with oil refinery Mažeikių Nafta. When Lithuania regained its independence, we underwent an energy blockade. We had no fuel of our own, we had no diesel fuel, no gas of our own. It didn't last for long, but all those of you who lived in those times remember that blockade really well. And when Lithuania decided to sell its oil refinery to Orlen instead of Russians, right after that decision was taken, the only oil pipe from Russia to Lithuania was closed down for repair. It was in 2007, and the repair works continue till now, and it will never be reopened for sure. But that was the first step that convinced us that you should fight those who can do anything to harm you in order to win against you. And you have to continue fighting against them, and you have to continuously do consistent things in the right direction. And at first we had an oil terminal in the sea which was meant for export only. Then we re-equipped it for import. And the oil refinery could continue functioning properly. We also had a liquefied natural gas terminal in Klaipėda built, and finally we disconnected from Russia and Belarus, Russian and Belarusian grid, and connected to the European grid. 20 years later, we now have a result. Why? We were successful. What made us successful? We had all kinds of governments and people in power throughout those years, but throughout that period, all governments agreed on issues related to energy sector, and all of them worked hand in hand on those issues. I don't know how interested you are in geopolitics and how well you are aware about Russia's abilities to make people angry at each other, to make use of the silly nature of human beings and to destabilize the situation. But Lithuania managed to avoid it. They didn't manage to do it here in Lithuania, and we should be proud of it. Not that many countries were as successful as we were in that respect. The second one that I should mention is Poland. We both are convinced that we have to have our own independence, that we have to be loud about what we are striving for. We are not being cunning, we are being brave, taking the first step, and our neighbors often say that we do without thinking, we do things without thinking, but that is a good thing, because we take risks in order to achieve a goal, and this is what makes our businessmen successful. This inherited character, these ancestors' genes allow us to do that. We should not be afraid to take risks in order to achieve our goal. And our government was united on this issue throughout the 20 years. Of course, there were all kinds of debates and scandals, but in general, overall, we should be proud of it. I was the one participating in the construction of the liquefied natural gas terminal, and people kept saying that the whole of Lithuania was building that terminal, and especially Klaipėda, because they had to survive a long period of extreme noise. Throughout those years, we felt the support of all the institutions. Same goes for the synchronization. Government institutions, the government office, everybody contributed. And Lithuania was the only country where the Prime Minister was supervising and monitoring all the related projects. The political parties, governing political parties changed time and again, but no matter the party, the Prime Minister was in support of those projects, and this is the most important thing to have, because the Prime Minister is the one who decides. The then Prime Minister Butkevičius would come to Klaipėda to monitor the situation, and after the visit we would give him a list of names to call in order to make the project move forward. And he would take the list of the names and would call them all and say, "Hello, I'm Butkevičius, the Prime Minister." And then there was silence on the other end. And Butkevičius would say, "We have problems with this document I had." "Oh, no problems. When will we have it solved? Tomorrow? Okay, thank you." And then the whole list of people, and he would go through the whole list of people he needs to call. So he would do it every time he would come. Same goes for the President Grybauskaitė, Neverovičius, then Prime Minister and others. There are many things that we do not see. We hear bad things about people, but we do not see the good things about them. And there were many people who spoke on TV in support of us and helped in reality. So all the prime ministers, all the institutions would extend all the necessary support. And not many countries are capable of doing that, because for that you need to mobilize the whole system, the whole management apparatus. And this is why we succeeded with the oil refinery. This is why we succeeded with the liquefied natural gas terminal and the rest of the projects. A few more words about the synchronization. The goal was to connect the three Baltic countries to the green area, to the gray area, the European area, in order to use the same frequency. We would use the same 50 Hz frequency, but it would vary depending on the time. And the systems were not working in synchrony, so we had to find the moment when we could start working in synchrony, and for that we needed to prepare well and to invest a lot. These are the projects that were implemented in the three Baltic countries. I will say a few more words about that later. Latvia and Estonia invested a lot too. Lithuanians invested 50% of the project cost. If we include Harmony Link that will be built in the future, some 70% of all the investment, almost 80% of all the investment, fell on Lithuania. And the majority of the work also fell on the shoulders of Lithuania, because the connection link was enabled through Lithuania. So we had to build a battery park. It is placed in Vilnius, Utena, Telšiai, and Alytus. And there was another project that we needed for synchronization that other countries implemented. Electricity transmission grids and substations. I will not mention too many technical details, but just have a look at the electricity or transmission grid in the east and the west. Before that, we were mainly focusing on the eastern part because the main transmission grids were there, but we needed to relocate our transmission grid closer to the west, and we had to change the whole of grid, and it took us a lot of time. We could have synchronized it all earlier if not for all the work that we had to do. Well, if we were working on our own, we would have done it quicker, but we had to work all together. So as you can see, we had to build the grid anew, to relocate it into the western part of Lithuania so that and prepare for the sea wind park integration. And the sea wind would generate electricity at a different time than the grid on the terrain, and we would do well. The compensators that work in synchrony were the most complex part of the project to implement. As usual, we would have it all done at the last minute, and only same happened with the compensators for synchronization, and only 2 weeks before the connection was opened, we installed the final component of the compensators. And same happened with liquefied natural gas terminal. The last works, installation works were finished 10 minutes before the first ship with liquefied natural gas arrived. So these compensators, 9 of them in general, 3 in Lithuania, 3 in Latvia, and 3 in Estonia, allow ensuring stability of the grid. The EU demanded that we have it, and we gained a lot. It made our grid stable and allows to connect more of generation, sources of generation. For example, sun and wind are not very stable sources of generation, and those compensating equipment allows us to compensate for the variations and synchronize it. And the pole grid is extremely important for us. Poland is an important partner because they have a very reliable energy basis. They have coal, gas, they use renewable energy sources to a small extent, but they are extremely reliable. Second, there are higher prices in Poland, and this allows our producers to sell electricity to Poland. As a result, the current account deficit goes down, more investment comes to Lithuania. The more of the investment come to Lithuania, the smaller the price is with us. And as a result, we can develop the industry that is energy intensive. Looking into the future, I would say that it is time to start thinking about the investment in Lithuania and to invest into energy-intensive sectors. We haven't started doing that in Lithuania yet. In Germany and Belgium, they do it already. They have data centers set up. Here in Lithuania, we have a lot of free energy resources, and we need more users in order to consume more energy and make the electricity cheaper. We used to have a situation where we didn't have enough electricity. We built up the facilities, and soon we will have too much of electricity. We will have to think of where to put it. So it would be really wise to invest into that field. We thought first to have Harmony Link installed in the sea, but it was very, very expensive. 1.6 billion. Then we cooperated with Poland. Poland found a way to accommodate it and to build a cable to Lithuania with 700 megawatt in power, but twice as cheap. 700 million instead of 1.6 billion. That was a very wise solution. They divided the 400 megawatt lines into several smaller capacity, 200 megawatt lines, and managed to find the right solutions to implement it. And 60% of those projects, of the costs of those projects, were financed by the EU. The EU was very supportive, and we received a lot of attention, technical expertise, consultations, and pressure, of course. Everybody pressures you to do things all the time. Life is life. But we succeeded, and that's a European success story. Not only the Lithuanian, Polish success story, a Baltic country success story, it's a European success story. Huge achievement. A few more words about the way it all went. At first, for one day on the 8th of February, we were connected into a closed loop. We had a small connection to Finland and Sweden in order to keep our system stable, but in general we were all functioning on our own, and that was a very big challenge. We had to make precise calculations beforehand, and on the 9th of February at 2:05 p.m. I remember that date and time really well, because at 2:05 or 3, I'm sorry, I received a call from the president's office asking how it went. How did it all go? You see the interconnection of the two lines, of the two frequency lines, the Lithuanian frequency and the European frequency lines. At 2 sharp, we were supposed to synchronize it. Of course, those two frequencies started going into opposite directions. We have never done that before. The system operator in the middle was extremely tense then. I asked him, when will those lines meet? And he said, well, one day they should meet. And then I received a call from the president's office, and I was getting out of the room, and I heard them clapping, and I see that those two lines connected, and then we pressed the button, and the systems were synchronized and connected. So the project went successfully. We completed it successfully. In Lithuania, it is rather often the case, but it also involves a lot of stress. And the pulsetto set would have helped a lot. The whole team, I would say, and the whole month after the synchronization too. And the last slide, I'm about to finish. There is one big task to do. It is also related to independence, and it involves defense. To defend it all from war and to stay strong. We have a big program that is meant to protect it all. It includes physical security, electronic security, cyber security, and all the rest things that are related. Cooperation with the military and other institutions. I can't tell you more about that, but you will see it physically appearing around our substations, all the electronic protection, all the physical protection. Of course, it's a moving target. Ukrainians are coming to us to consult us. We also go to Ukraine to see the way they protect their critical infrastructure. One of the ways to protect it is to stand and guard it. Yet another way would be to be mobile in order to deceive the enemy, and the enemy wouldn't know where to strike. Well, that's a very interesting topic. I can't tell you more than that. I just can coming down that we have been working hard on this issue, and the minister is highly involved and knows all the ways in Europe. And if Europe contributes to it, we will be able to do even more. We will be able to develop exemplary programs for others to copy, because we are the first ones to do it. And again, Lithuania is the leader in this area. We are the first ones to do it, to start doing it. We then teach others, but they are also catching up. And every single time the Ukrainians come, they introduce new ideas of how to protect it or how to make it mobile. And of course, when the war is over, we will continue learning from them to make our infrastructure secure.
Thank you, dear Rokas Masiulis, head of Litgrid. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Okay, I can see we have one question. Please raise your hand again. The microphone is coming. Thank you for such an interesting presentation, and I think everyone's grateful. But one thing, is it good that we failed to build a nuclear power plant? It is neither good nor bad. If we had built one, well, nuclear power plants are very stable. Renewables compared to nuclear aren't as stable. So if we had built it, we would have fewer renewables because we wouldn't need them as much. But there's a silver lining. Always, we didn't build a nuclear power plant. Now we are building renewables, and we are looking for ways how to make renewables stable. For example, the latest trend here and across the world are accumulators. Today in Lithuania, well, soon we will have calls for 10 gigawatts of accumulators, whereas our maximum hourly demand is 2.3 gigawatt, so 5 times the amount needed per hour. Of course, the accumulator operates for 1 to 2 hours, so we need even more of them, but proportions are similar to that of the whole world. So these batteries are the ones that contribute to system's stability. So after some time, if we looked back, maybe we will say it's a good thing we didn't build it because we found a solution. I personally worked on the decommissioning of the Ignalina power plant, and I can tell you, nuclear power plant, while you operate it, it's fantastic. But decommissioning it, when you have to clean every single piece of metal, well, the costs are enormous, and many operators fail to estimate it. Then they don't have money for that, and it results in a lot of troubles. So nuclear power plant have this precondition. What happens next? Do we have any more questions? I don't see any hands raised. Mr. Masiulis, you mentioned that the Prime Minister Butkevičius would call a list of people. Do we have somebody to call for any reasons? For example, today a new government is swearing in. Today, I'm not sure, but I'm sure there will be some, so we will approach them, and I'm sure they will help us. Thank you for your presentation. And now another success story, that of the youth. How entrepreneurship education goes beyond school. And one of the examples is Damir Samarin, who, together with his friend, created Brailis, an educational community. So I would like to invite both him and Head of Junior Achievement Lithuania, Andželika Rusteikienė. Hello, I'm so glad to say hello to you. I'm Andželika, a Lithuanian head of junior achievement in Lithuania, that of entrepreneurship, and I'm Damir. I'm a co-creator of a board game for blind people and people who are able to see. Today we can see that the school is no longer a place where knowledge is transferred. Today, schools are becoming entrepreneurship labs. This is where global ideas are born, and school children have a possibility to create their first startup and experience themselves what responsibility and creation for Lithuania mean. Today in Lithuanian schools we see AI, engineering startups. Students love sustainability subject and are creating healthcare, environmental businesses, and they're even going towards social businesses. We, as Junior Achievement, are trying to connect them to entrepreneurship and innovation communities so they can believe that students can create value, that students can create issues of concern and create very interesting innovations. And thanks to them, more than 3,000 school children are going towards entrepreneurship, and very interesting innovations are being created. They achieve both successes and failures, ups and downs, and we are glad that already in school they have a possibility to go through what we see in the market on a daily basis. They can create and attract teams. They're looking for problems that are important to us. They launch prototypes. They go to the market and test it. They create marketing, financial plans, and all this now comes to you, dear clients. Angelica is telling everything, portraying everything in such a beautiful way. And what am I doing? I'm an alumnus of this program, and I'll tell you from my personal experience, because 3 years ago I started establishing my own company. On the right you see pictures of me and my colleague when we started our entrepreneurship pathway, and it started from a very simple school task. We needed to create a board game idea. If I asked you today to create a board game idea, what would it be? How would your board game look like? What would be its topic? Who would be the target audience? It's difficult to come up with an idea like straight away, and for these two 17-year-olds it was difficult as well. But then a brilliant idea came to our mind. What happens if our board game solved an actual problem and was aimed at the people who cannot play board games? We thought of people with physical disability. They are enjoying their time together, but there are no games for them, so maybe we can create one. And as you see in the timeline, everything started from the idea. We presented the idea, we received school marks, and this was supposed to be the end, but it was only the beginning. We were invited to the Lithuanian Junior Achievement Innovation Camp, and I know the name now. Then we thought that a few businessmen would come from the city, and in our school we would be able to pitch the idea. So we were so anxious about this idea. We met the Lithuanian Junior Achievement, founded our own company, and received the next task to create the prototype of the game. Here are Eligius, my colleague, and me with this wonderful box, our baby, the game we created, Brailing. We are co-creators of this, and from the beginning of the final product, this pathway was very long. And now I'll tell you how a casual day looked like for us. Between the classes, we, by generating ideas, creating drawings, we would print 3D prototypes, and then we would go to the Mažeikiai blind people community. We tried to play the game. We would receive a lot of criticism. You forgot this, you didn't take this into account, this is ununderstandable, and there are so many things we have to change. So we would go back to school and then try to improve our prototype. And thanks to the patience of our blind community, we created 7 prototypes in a single month, and we had a functioning, even though not perfect product. There are many young people with such a possibility in Lithuania, and this is the basis of our entrepreneurship ecosystem because they come to our labor market, they are our partners, our staff, our business founders. They know how organizations function, and they receive these crucial competences for the 21st century that we need so much in the labor market. Why this experience of founding a company, creating a board game, why was it so important to me? Because a young person is trying so many different things, they're learning so many things, but this was a great way for improving ourselves, and these on the screen are a few competences where I improved because I thought that me and Eligis, when we were school children, I remember that we have had a lot of ambitions, a lot of willingness, a lot of energy to do something, to go places. But I'm so glad that we found this organization, this program, so we were able to direct our ambitions towards the correct direction, and this resulted in these beautiful products. Now let's go to the city of Panevėžys. I think one of the most favorable things among our nation without basketball are the dish called šaltibarščiai. And a team in Panevėžys created lyophilized šaltibarščiai with the help of their teacher, and it is available not only in Lithuania but abroad as well, and it even reached outer space. If I went to Klaipėda, there's this wonderful team that, together with their chemistry and entrepreneurship teachers, created tea plus gummies. They thought of the way how to innovate their tea, and now they have patented their product in Switzerland, because Switzerland is the capital of gummies. They brought it back to Lithuania, and we were able to find it in stores as a treat or as a basis for black tea. And the best news is that at school, once you finish the program, it is not the end. We, as young people, go in on our personal paths, be it studies, careers, businesses. We are applying these competences and knowledge, and it is good not only for us, but the benefits go to the ones around us. So our Brailing and our company UAB Brailis, the experience shows that we entered the social business ecosystem because our business is about helping others, about supporting each other. So we are now cooperating with other social entities. We are no longer two young people with an idea, but we are part of a greater mechanism. And with this important knowledge, we are going towards our entrepreneurship path. And to make sure that these are not only words but deeds as well, I'm glad to tell you that this is our game, and after graduating from this program, I am not afraid to tell in front of you that if you care about this idea that every person is precious, there's a place for everyone, regardless of your childhood, of your background, of your presence, of your ability or disability. You can play Brailing, and if it resonates with you, you can scan the QR code and purchase a game on brailing.com. If your neighbor is scanning the QR code, do it yourselves as well. And another secret, believe it or not, but when you registered downstairs for the conference, you may saw some bags. So believe me or not, but I think that it is our Brailing board games that are inside. So if you want to be like one of the presenters, make sure you purchase one. Okay, so we still have 30 seconds. Let's scan the QR code, because it is exactly the innovative and young people that we want to help Lithuania discover. because our experience is not only simulation in a class, it is establishment of real businesses. And the businesses that are born in schools, the ideas that are born in schools become actual businesses, whether it's our first unicorn, Vinted, or Turing college that teaches practical competences, or tutor tunes, games, or even ninth graders that won the 4th place in the European Entrepreneurship Festival and are soon to present the board game called Fiasco to prepare for extreme situations. So all of this is born in the brains of our wonderful young people in wonderful classes with wonderful teachers that are not afraid to go outside the walls of the classroom. And using the chance, I would like to invite you to Litexpo on the 12th of December. 900 founders of school children companies are joining the traditional entrepreneurship festival. More than 100 of teams involving business community, public sector community. We're going to listen to their ideas and help them create better, more, and more broadly. So I was glad to share with you these stories that are born in school, but become part of our lives. Thank you.
Fantastika. Damir Samarin ir Angelika
Thank you so much.
Kviečiu jūs pasilikti scenoje.
Could you stay on stage for a while? We might have a question or two.
Damirai, aš noriu jūs paklausti. Sakėte,
I have a question to you. You said you are full of enthusiasm. That is evident. Let's move forward a bit. Can you please tell what the board game is about? We all understand the Monopoly game. What is this game about? It's a board game. We have a lot of letters in the ABC, and those letters are supposed to be used to make a word. You are given letters and you have to make a word out of them. Some of them are written in Braille, and not some, all of them are written in Braille too, and thus both the sighted and blind people can play together. Has this board game opened doors for you into other markets? Well, actually, this game was a bridge for us into the business world. We have opened the doors here in Lithuania, and we are now knocking on the doors of other countries. Time will show, but we are doing our best to make this board game accessible to the whole of the world. Angelika, you are doing an excellent job. It's a very interesting job. You have a lot of young people coming to you with ideas. They all come with really good ideas. Maybe they're not perfect, but really good. How many of such entrepreneurial young people do we have? Well, you are right. In the morning, I do not have to make myself go to work. I want to go to work because I'm always surrounded by those wonderful young people and their teachers. And it is great to see that entrepreneurship has nothing to do with age. Fifth-grade students already start setting up their startups. And on the 12th of December, they will present their own creations to you, including apps that are meant to help animals and old people. And those people are the ones, those young people are the ones who want to change our social environment, and environment in general, natural environment. And that's great to see. I also had a lot of ideas. I have been working as a teacher for the recent 4 years, and I had a team which created a CO2 detector. 15 minutes, the teachers noticed that children start yawning 15 minutes into the class, and teachers would think that it's a boring class, but then it appeared that the CO2 level went up too much. And if we have such a CO2 detector in the class, it helps you to open the windows in due time. How old are you, Damir? 19. When I was 19, I had no achievements at all, and my parents would support me with money. Thank you very much, Damir and Angelica. Please take a short break, but we will meet soon again. We are now starting a discussion on the entrepreneurship opportunities for our young people in Lithuania. Those of you who want to make use of the interpretation available, please scan the QR code to get connected to the Interactio app and to be able to listen to interpretation into Lithuanian. So now we are about to start the discussion on the opportunities for young people to be entrepreneurship here in Lithuania, and we will also discuss the challenges on the path of becoming a business representative. We will discuss this topic with the people who are helping our young people here in Lithuania and in Europe. I'm now inviting Angelika Rusteikienė, head of Lithuanian Junior Achievement, and Damir Samarin, the co-founder of Braille. Passerman, DG, Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. Programming and Implementation Director. We were supposed to have Danish Virdauskas, head of the Association of Schoolmasters, but he couldn't come due to health issues. We will have a moderator that young people know really well, Paulius Ambrazevičius. Let's meet him with a round of applause. Hi. And we will have a discussion. Hi, I'm Paulius Ambrazevičius. We will continue in English. If you want to listen to the original discussion in English, you should continue listening to it directly. And if not, you can switch to interpretation.
Lithuanian speakers here, and it's too short of a time to master the language in a day or two. So, young people consider, I'll do a short intro, young people consider Lithuania one of the best countries to live and build prosperity. We remember that according to World Happiness Report. But do they truly have the right conditions to create a dynamic and innovative nation? This panel discussion aims to explore the state of youth entrepreneurship in Lithuania within the broader European context. It will highlight opportunities, challenges, and potential both locally and across the EU. Young entrepreneurs, experts, and representatives of entrepreneurship support initiatives will share their experiences and discuss the youth entrepreneurship ecosystem and education. And we will start with Ms. Passerman. First of all, we chatted a little bit in the backstage, and you said that there's quite a difference between Lithuanian youth employment and Lithuanian entrepreneurship trends. So how do youth employment and entrepreneurship trends in Lithuania differ from those in other European Union countries?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, the difference, I mean, the most striking difference is that youth in Lithuania wants to have self-employment, wants to set up their own business much more. I mean, like twice as much as young people in other countries. And yes, exactly. The bad news is that, I mean, everywhere in Europe there is declining population, as you know, so there are less young people. So actually the problem of youth unemployment, which has been a big problem throughout Europe, is actually decreasing, if only for demographic reasons. But this is not the case in Lithuania, actually. So that's a bad part. We have another characteristic of Europe, I think, more than other countries, is the existence of the so-called NEETs. So that's young people which are not in education, employment, or training. And for these, we have a program which is called the Youth Guarantee, which is basically pushing member states to intervene on youth unemployment before it becomes a problem. So trying to guarantee to young people, either an apprenticeship or a new start in education or a job within 4 months that they're available. And on this, actually, Lithuania has been quite successful because it is reaching about half of the needs, while the rest of Europe is much lower, I mean, like 20%. Because it's also very difficult to reach these people because if they're not in employment, they don't really want to work either. I mean, anyway, so there are lots of various different aspects, and therefore, so on this point, Lithuania is also doing well. Okay, but since one of the main interests is the issue of entrepreneurship, I think it makes sense that we try to also support as much as possible young people to get into their own jobs. And then I let my next speaker speak.
Yeah, Angelica, before going to the question that I have prepared for you, I just have a follow-up question that from the things that Ruth mentioned. Why do you think this kind of situation exists here in Lithuania? Why are Lithuanian youth so eager to create their own workplace? Does it come from cultural things or historical things or anything like that?
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing this data, because I think we are, as a team working in the area to empower entrepreneurship, it's like, oh wow, so good. Our KPI is there. But when we see actually the trends for the past 10 years, I think what Lithuania did very well, it's very purposefully investing in entrepreneurship education. Because we as a nation, we would have some part of the entrepreneurs born back in like 90s and later and haven't exited. But to widen this population, we need to bring more awareness and understanding to more families where your parents wouldn't be like entrepreneurs before. And I remember more than 5 years ago, we did a research in the middle schools in Lithuania asking about stereotypes. Could be like girls or boys entrepreneurs, or if you have no parents entrepreneurs, do you want to be an entrepreneur? And apparently kids in that age, they're super open and they always dream and they say, of course I'm gonna be a CEO, of course I'm gonna be an entrepreneur. So this was a message for us that it's not like born entrepreneur or not. It's really that we can build awareness, we can help with education, we can expose those young people to real entrepreneurs who really want to give back to the community and empower them more. So for the past 5 years, I would say very purposefully in Lithuania, we broadened the experiential entrepreneurship education in the schools, the company program of junior achievement all across the schools. And this is very important because not only the philanthropy came as a funding model to make it because businesses saw the importance of it, but also our Ministry of Economy joined the pathway. So we scaled it 4 times. To compare, when I joined as a CEO, we would have about 200 companies like in a maximum, and now we have almost 800 a year. So imagine thousands of students can try their startup way in the school. And what is important, we went downscale, not only working with the high school, but middle, and we are starting primary, guys. We want to share, we want to, in 3 years, reach 100% of Lithuanian kids in the primary education. So this is one of the ways, of course, and on the other way, I think it's definitely our success stories in the market. We see more startups, and the startup ecosystem is super keen to empower more. So this is it. When we do this like event in December, we have almost 300 entrepreneurs coming to the event and talking to kids. And many students told me, especially coming from the regions of Lithuania, they're like, oh wow, I would never imagine somebody is just willing to say me how better I can be. So then they crush this glass ceiling and understand that everything is possible.
So we have one of the young founders here with us. You've heard him presenting his idea and his product. So Damir, from idea to product, what challenges does a young creator face, and what were the challenges that you faced personally creating your board game Brilink?
That's a very hard question. I think I could be answering for hours, and we do not have hours here.
We have 3 to 4 minutes.
Yes, so I will try to be very brief. I think a lot of challenges actually. First of all, I think it's hardest just to start, and that's why organizations such as Junior Achievement are really important, because they kind of invite you already when you're at school. Opportunities meet you, and you see the idea that maybe I could try to create a business, because it's really hard to be in the high school and like, oh, I would like to start a business, and I already know what to do, step number 1, step number 2, step number 3. So really just entering this game and understanding first steps and laying the foundation, building the idea, then market research, everything, it's very hard. So a lot of problems in knowledge. And I think for young people, the hardest, maybe not for all young people, but for me, is just to realize what do you want for it to be long term, because we young people are not very stable in our opinions, in our worldview, so we can really change. In like 3 years that I'm building Brailing, we changed a lot. But having role models and having the mentors of people who are building businesses for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, and just being able to chat with them about your idea, to ask questions, and to see what are milestones ahead of you, and what can you aim for, and just ask for direct advice for your situation right now. It was really helped me the most. Yeah, so basically understanding the direction and what are the steps go there.
What was the opinion or outlook of people in your environment, looking at you as a young founder, young creator, and also a schoolboy? I can even say that, because you have started really, really young. So, what were maybe the negative things that you might have heard about yourself, and maybe does this show the approach to young founders all around Lithuania and in other parts of community as well? So were there anything bad that you would hear that you're too young to do things like that? And how was your immediate surroundings reacted to you creating this?
Of course, closest people are the ones who will always support you, but if we look at the broader audience of like classmates, people in my school, other people that just knew me for years, when they know you for years and they know your negative sides, they know your mistakes, that you're just a simple guy like anybody else, when you're trying to reach higher than anyone, of course, there's a lot of judgment there, just basically, come on, you're a simple guy of a very small town. What are you trying to do, and whom are you trying to prove what about yourself? Like, we know you. You're just like us. Why do you try to be better than us, or why do you try to, jump higher than you are able to jump? So, of course, there are a lot of a pushback, but I think it's normal. And people will always look at you like that until you reach some level of success. And even if I will one day reach some certain level of success, the goal is not to prove to people wrong, because our life is too short to prove people wrong, that you were wrong about me and I did that and you're still working a 9 to 5. This is not a goal at all. We should be focusing on ourselves. So it's just, I think, important thing is to look inside of you and build your identity not on opinions of other people, on something stable, something that will not be shaken.
Yeah, because I think the thing that they call the tall poppy syndrome still exists. It's like when there's a field of poppies and one of them is higher than the others, everyone just thinks, yeah, this needs to be cut because everyone should be equal. Just this kind of stuff. So, Ms. Basserman, I have another question for you, and that is, what attention will be giving to youth, like Damir, like a lot of people in here as well, to youth in the future within the cohesion policy and the European Union funds, because I think that's one of the things that could better the Lithuanian youth entrepreneurship, like the European Union. We love the European Union fund here, you know.
I know.
We've been loving them for the last 20 years or so, and we're thankful, of course. But so, what are the things that what kind of attention will be given to youth?
Okay. Well, I mean, there's a lot of attention given to youth already in the cohesion fund. So within the cohesion fund, there is a fund which is called European Social Fund, currently plus, but okay, European Social Fund, which is about investing in people. And this is, and basically the European Social Fund supports the youth guarantee that I mentioned before, investments in employment and investment in skills, education and skills. So of course, so some of the things, if you ask me, you know, what does youth, what can be invested in youth, it probably falls in both fields, yeah, because it could be about getting people their first job, and then it would be called under the title employment, but then it could be about training, and then it would, or apprenticeships, and then it probably would be under the title skills. And this is already the case. I think about overall a third of the budget is spent on employment, a third on skills, and a third on social inclusion. This money can be used for lots of different things: employment incentives, apprenticeships, traineeships, mobility supports, outreach measures, training, also training specifically on digital skills, on green skills, and also very important things that was mentioned before, the mentoring, the guidance services, and things like that. On specifically entrepreneurship, it can be also be used for training on business planning, on financial literacy, digital skills, and you know, incubators, counseling. So there's quite a lot of areas. Actually, if you have an idea of anything that supports employment or skills, the Commission would probably support it. I mean, even if it's not in the list that I said. What was also mentioned this morning is the possibility of financial incentives financial instruments and revolving funds. Yeah, it was one of the first speeches about the issue of revolving funds, because of course that's very useful. Because once you have funds that are loans that you can give for micro businesses and things like that, then they come back to the budget and you can use them for something else. And this is in particular important for a country like Lithuania, which has become richer with the European funds, very much richer, and therefore in the future will get less money, because this is the name of the game of cohesion, that there are other countries that are doing worse than Lithuania, and notably if we enlarge Ukraine. So yeah, I think this is what I wanted to say, but we will have a new financial program which the Commission presented in July, and which we will now negotiate for 2 years, should come to start in 2028. But just to say that everything that I said, it will remain the same. Nothing will change on that.
Okay, thank you. Angelika, you've already started talking a little bit about the entrepreneurship education in schools. So, are the schools currently creating the conditions to nurture the upcoming youth entrepreneurs and youth entrepreneurship? What could be done better, maybe, in your opinion, and together with what's already being done?
Thank you so much. I think for the past decade, we've done a very big progress on that, and where we are now in Lithuania, and we are stepping for upcoming 3 years with the strategy, is to make sure that we have a progression of education from primary to high school, like I'll call from ABC to PhD. So I would love to see every primary school kid finish the basic of entrepreneurship and financial literacy. So we'll look for opportunities to support it for the European Commission. Then go to the middle school where you could start experimenting, because this is a lovely age where kids' eyes are open and they're ready for everything. Unless, and then, you know, when 15, 16 comes in, so the first love comes in, and unfortunately, or fortunately, the business becomes a second, but nevertheless, you know, when they have this kickoff in the primary and middle school, they can deep dive in a high school, and this is what we see with Damir and others, when you might have a touch earlier, because then you know the language, you know the basic concepts, you've tried once or twice, so then you can deep dive. So this is where we're looking for upcoming 3 years, and we'd love to see every municipality in Lithuania having a clear progression model, and the schools step by step gradually providing the education. We have now framework-wise all the possibility, because in the primary school teachers can embed their curricula in our so-called society education lesson. Saying like this, you can embed it in a formal curricula, or as we see in the schools, more and more schools are making a separate lesson of our junior achievement lesson focused on entrepreneurship and financial literacy. Then in the middle school, this is our biggest gap in Lithuania, because we don't have a lesson for that. We don't have an entrepreneurship lesson, and we unfortunately don't have then the teachers. So we have to rely on the other subjects like technology, IT or so. So we are proposing actually now in Lithuania for the government to make a change and to include in the curricula the elective entrepreneurship subject for the primary and middle school, because this would be a dedicated timing in the school to really run a lesson and focus on this topic. And then when the kids, they come to high school, we're lucky. We have a lesson of economics and entrepreneurship in the 10th grade, and now, already a year ago, we have a lesson in 11th and 12th grade. Of course, with exam, sometimes it's an issue, so we feel like maybe a separate entrepreneurship education module could be also embedded in a high school. So, you know, schools are very, I would say, you know, structured organisms. So if we would let it just, you know, on the leadership of the schools, then it's tough. But if we, with a government, can propose a framework where a dedicated 45 minutes at least once a week would be there, so there will be more structure, and which would ensure that more kids can really go into this, not only the ones who might have a sparkling eyes and somebody, you know, could see them. So this is where we're heading, and I think when it comes to entrepreneurship education, the kind of longevity and sustainability is very important of everything what we do. So for example, for the past 5 years, we've been scaling the company program, mokomosios mokinių bendrovės, to ensure, and this is what I would dream of, you know, that like in 2016, I think the Commission recommended to Lithuania that every kid finishing a school should try the company program. Because if it doesn't matter if they will be entrepreneurs or they will be, you know, the teachers or the working for the government, they still embed in the same organizational structures. And if we can help them to bring this entrepreneurial attitude, which means go and do it, right? Make a team work together, get resources, make mistakes and move on, this helps all the market. Yeah.
Short question before that, before addressing a little bit bigger issue to Damir. Damir, did you have anything like that? Did you have economics lessons in school, and did it help? If you had one?
No. Funniest story ever, but just 30 seconds. In 11th grade, it started. Prior to that, one weekly lesson in grade 9. Grade 10, nothing. And then grade 11, I could only choose or not choose the lesson, and I chose music because I had a buddy, and we would go jam and play some jazz and musical lessons. And then that guy left for musical high school because he really upgraded his game, and I left with nobody, sitting in a musical lesson, and I'm like, I'm bored. And I had another buddy, Eligius, and he was going into that business lesson, and I texted him, what's up, is it interesting? He said, I don't know, for me, yes, because he always knew he will be an entrepreneur. For you, I don't know, think for yourself. And I decided to try. 2 weeks later, we get the assignment, and the further story, you already heard that.
This is actually this is amazing, you know? And it also shows how sometimes coincidences may play a very important role in creating businesses or bigger projects. But I wanted to ask you, Damir, what resources, mentorship, or funding did you lack, and how could this be addressed at the systemic level, like school level, or school district level, or city level, etc.?
Mentorship that I lacked. So I think we always want to ask our question, and it's very hard to give 900 students or even more students one-on-one time with business mentors. But maybe just an idea what could be done. Maybe we could get opportunity to students to ask all their questions, and some program like Junior Achievement or somebody else can address the biggest or most frequently asked questions, and then having the huge network of entrepreneurs send the question to them. I don't know, have 50 answers, and then kind of do newsletter on how 10 different entrepreneurs answered the same question, because questions are always the same for every entrepreneur. How do I start? What idea is the best? Where to get the first funding? How to build my first prototype? How to do social media and marketing? How to achieve my first client in sales? I don't know, questions are always different, just circumstances change, and maybe just one idea, how could this be addressed?
Okay, yeah, that's very interesting, because I think it's
artificial.
Learning by doing is good, but learning by being showed something is way better, and being had your questions answered. So we're going towards the final third of this talk. Ms. Passerman, sorry. What challenges lie ahead in these funding of the European Union funds and cohesion policy, etc.? So, because I think there should be some, because these are huge projects, huge funding. So, what could go wrong?
No, why should anything go wrong? Okay, I mean, the reality is that the labor market is changing very fast, and we need to invest in digital skills, in green skills for green transition, and also we need to address the demographic issue. So the fact that there are less and less young people entering the labor market, so which means that the normal change. I mean, what happened in the past when we changed from one sector to the other? Basically, the people of the older people of the decreasing sector went into early retirement, and the young people took the new jobs, yeah? But this is not possible anymore. We can't afford anymore early retirement, and there are not enough young people. So it's very important that there is a transition also for older people. I know it's not there, but that they adapt, and I think this is actually one of the main challenges. And for young people, the issue is really not to lose one single resource. That is why it's very good. That is why we're also working a lot on activating younger people. You know, what about the youth guarantee, with the activation of the needs of the young people not in employment, education and training, etc. So for the funding for the future, it's the same things that will be able to be funded as now, exactly the same things. But I personally think the attention will move in time from focusing on youth unemployment, which normally will be decreasing, to funding for entrepreneurship and young people that want to set up their own business and startups and things like that. And also funds will change a bit from grants to financial instruments, loans, equities, etc. And also, quite important, the other aspect of transforming the careers of people who are already in employment. That's quite difficult because we are not used to that. So to people that have to completely change sector because their sector is declining, and therefore that they have to be reskilled, etc. So this is how I see the challenges for the future. Higher activation of all the people that are not working a lot or not working or not working a lot, including the young people that are not working, and the transformation of those that are in the labor market.
Yeah, because I think change is one of the hardest things to do in any sector, because people get used to things. Either it's a career or something similar. Angelica, one final question for you. Let's imagine in the ideal world, how can education, business, and policy be connected to support the development of youth entrepreneurship? What would be your ideal model to look at this?
Yeah, this is something, I've been working on the past 10 years. So I think we're step by step getting there in Lithuania, and probably our small geography at some point helps us a bit. But so framework-wise, from a policy perspective, I think the entrepreneurship lesson should be just embedded in the curricula, because this is the skill set, the entrepreneurship competence is something we need for all the sectors. All the kids have to know how to work in teams, how to bring resources, how to communicate, how to make decisions, get the crisis, plan their time, and it's across sectors. It's not necessarily only for entrepreneurship, right? So I would dream to have at least an elective lessons in the primary and middle school and the module in the high school, because then we will have a dedicated time and dedicated personnel, the teachers, to work on it. Because it's a priority not there, so there are always a lot of other priorities on that. Secondly, when it comes to the education implementation, so I think all the research globally has shown that we should start early. So this is why we are now moving towards primary education. But the second very important thing, entrepreneurship can be taught only through experiential education. You cannot teach it through books, through just inviting the entrepreneurs in the class. Kids have to try it itself. They might fail, and it's lovely. They might succeed, and it's also lovely, It's all about the process. So we need to make sure that the experiential entrepreneurship education is in the class. And the thirdly is also to support the schools on each regional level to help them to become kind of entrepreneurial hubs, if I may say so. Recently, we started the project in Lithuania creating the entrepreneurship classes. So one is like visual identity of the class, where kids come and they know that this is the class where they're gonna learn entrepreneurship competence. But secondly, is really to training teachers as much as we can every year, uplifting their knowledge and helping them to connect with the local enterprises to make sure that the business community comes into class as a guest speakers. The teachers have an opportunity to bring the kids to the businesses as well to showcase how it works. So it becomes, a nice partnership on a local level as well. And then, of course, when we meet on a national level at the great festivals, so this is like, creme de la creme, where you can see the result. So step by step, let's have a time in school, let's help the teachers with the knowledge, let's help to create the environment in the school and connect the partnership with the businesses so they can be role models, as said Damir, or they can also go into classes, into the businesses and see how it works daily. And then we will meet them on a national level to see their success or failure stories. Both are good, but the most important skill set will be there.
Damir, one last question for you. You've already talked about business mentorship and how the business mentors could help you. Why do you think this business mentorship is it the most important thing in young entrepreneurs' life to have good mentors, or is it just a part of different things? So how important mentors were for you, and do you think that would be to other young entrepreneurs as well?
I think it's not the most important thing. It's definitely important, but at our age, information, like we have enough of information. Artificial intelligence, a lot of books, a lot of people. We can actually knock on some doors. Some people will help us even without some programs. Some people will mentor us. But the most important thing is just to accept responsibility because without personal responsibility and drive and, I don't know, courage to strive for results, none of the programs, none of the educators, we cannot help youth if the youth do not want us to help them and if the youth do not want to help themselves. So the main responsibility is on the youth to accept the opportunities we have and move forward.
Yes, so thank you. I think that is the end. So I want you to give a huge round of applause for CEO Engineer Achievement Lithuania, Angelika Rusteikienė.
Thank you.
Co-founder of board game Brailing, Damir Samarin, young entrepreneur, and Director of Funds Programming and Implementation at the European Commission's Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, Ms. Ruth Passerman. My name is Paulius Ambrazevičius. Aš esu Paulius Ambrazevičius. Pasimatom sekmadienį.
My name is Paulius Ambrazevičius. See you Sunday morning.
Dalyviams linkėjimai Lietuvos tūkstantmečio vaikams. O dabar pertraukėlė.
Thank you.
20.
Now let's have a 20-minute break and let's meet 4:30. We will begin the last but not the least important part of our conference. Let us come back in 20 minutes, 4:30.
Ponios ir ponai, po kelių minučių tikimės pratęsti mūsų konferenciją, tad kviečiame sugrįžti į savo vietas. Gerbėmieji, norime pakviesti jūs sugrįžti į konferencijų salę. Netrukus pradėsime paskutinę, bet nemažiau svarbią konferencijos dalį. Gerbėmieji, sveiki sugrįžę po pertraukos arba tik grįžtantys po
Welcome back
pertraukos.
after the coffee
Tęsime
break.
mūsų
We
konferenciją
will continue with
ir
our
dabar girdėsite
conference,
dar vieną
and
sėkmės istoriją,
we're
kaip
about to hear yet
kultūrinis
another
ugdymas
success
kuria
story
ateitį
about the way
ir
cultural
kalbėsime apie
education creates
mo
future.
muziejų. Tai puikus
We will have a
pavyzdys, kaip kultūra
presentation about
stiprina
Mo
bendruomenės,
Museum,
ugdo
which is an
kūrybingą
excellent
visuomenę ir
example
garsina
of
Lietuvos
how
vardą
culture
pasaulyje.
can strengthen
Sukaupta patirtis
communities
pripažįstama tarptautiniu
and
mastu, o pats
make
muziejus
Lithuania
tapo
known
mūsų
throughout the
šalies
world.
kultūros
The
vizitinė
museum
kortele.
became the
Į sceną kviečiu Mildą Ivanauskienę, Mo
card
muziejaus
of
direktorę.
our
Jos
culture.
vadovaujama komanda sėkmingai
I'm now
išplėtojo
inviting,
lankomiausio
the head of
Lietuvoje
the
privataus
museum,
muziejaus veiklą
Mo
ir
Museum,
pavertė jį
to
kultūrinio
tell
gyvenimo
about the
centru.
success story, about
Pasitikite,
the way
ponia
the
Milda
museum
Ivanauskienė.
became this center of cultural life. Milda Ivanauskienė, please welcome her on stage.
Labas vakaras, labai gera būti tarp žmonių,
Good evening.
institucijų,
It is such a great
kuriems
pleasure to be
rūpi
surrounded by people
kurti,
and institutions
kalbėti apie tai, kaip
who
galime
care
kurti
about
vertę
creating
ateičiai,
value
tiek
for the
Lietuvoje,
future,
tiek
both
Lietuvai,
in
tiek
Lithuania,
Europai.
for Lithuania
Ir
and for
ypač
Europe.
šiandien, kuri ta šiandiena nebaisiai džiugina ir
We
dėl
live
to
in
norisi
uncertain
kalbėti, ką
times.
galim daryti šiandien,
Today,
kad ta
therefore,
ateitis būtų
It is
viltingesnė
best to talk
ir
about the things that we can do
teikti
today in order to have a
motyvacijos
more
dirbti ir
hopeful
veikti.
future and
Ir kai kalbam apie ateitį,
find
labai
more
dažnai
motivation
mes
to
dedam
create and
lūkesčius
work.
ir mintis
Often when we
į
speak about
ateities
the future,
talentus. Ir
we
tas ateities talentų
talk about
krepšelis
the
gan
future
vieningai
talent
tarptautiniu mastu,
pool.
ar kalbėtume apie pasaulio ekonomikos forumą, ar apie Europos
Irrespective of whether we
Sąjungos
speak about the World
e-competences
Economic
sąrašus,
Forum
ar
or
apie
the key
Europos
competence
bendradarbiavimo
lists
plėtros
prepared by the
organizacijos
EU or
dokumentus,
OECD,
kalba apie tai, kad nebeužtenka
we always
reikia
keep
ir
repeating
kitų
that
minkštųjų kompetencijų.
subject
Ir
knowledge is
būtent
not
čia,
enough.
šitoj vietoj,
Soft
atrodo, kad
competences
kultūrinis ugdymas turi savo
become of key
potencialą, kurį
importance.
reikia
Therefore,
naudoti.
cultural
Ir
education has
tai,
a
kad
lot
tai
of
nėra tik
potential
tai
that we should
dokumentai,
make
ką
use of.
kalba
And
visos tos organizacijos, bet
the
jau ir šiandien
words
veikianti
that
praktika
are being
rodo
repeated
toks
by all
vienas
those
mažas
institutions
gal pavyzdys,
are
bet
not
svarbus.
just empty mere
Top
words.
universitetai
We have
pasaulyje
examples
viena
that
iš
prove that
labiausiai vertinamų programų,
top
kurią baigia
universities in the
abiturientai laiko
world
tarptautinį bakalaureatą.
say that international baccalaureate is the most valuable educational program. OECD named it to be the future-ready education. Why? Because it is holistic. It entails not only subject competence like mathematics, but also skills that allow you to see the world in the broad sense, to be part of the community and be with community. Therefore, I will speak about cultural education today, which is extremely important for our future. It might be strange for you to hear the director of a museum to talk about education. Some 10 years ago, it wasn't that obvious, the connection wasn't that obvious, but once we started our operations, we asked ourselves, why Lithuania needs another museum? What can we as a museum give to Lithuania? And once we found the answer to this question, we found a way to create synergy with education. And once we discovered this synergy, we started addressing schools, offering cooperation. There was quite a bit of indifference, and schools kept repeating that they have no time for museums, that they have a lot of work to do. But throughout the 7 years of endeavors and various projects, we managed to achieve really good results, and teachers started seeing value in this type of education for the overall educational process. As a result, we can talk about the impact on the national level We do believe that this type of education is extremely important in order to educate vibrant civic society. Just to prove that these inventions are not local inventions, I will tell you a few more things that will show you that these developments are in line with the international thought. Last year, UNESCO approved of the artistic and cultural education guidelines, and 200 countries, over 200 countries in the world signed those guidelines, which shows that it is not only Europe and the wealthy world that see value in it. The overall international community sees value in it, and this is the pathway that their thought follows. One of the key concepts in the guidelines is that the world changed, and for the education to change its goal, to achieve its goals, it has to change too. And one of the key issues emphasized there was that cultural education should be an inseparable part of formal, informal, and non-formal education. There is a systematic practice with entrepreneurship, and we would very much like to have such kind of systematic practice with the cultural education. And the things that I will be talking about might become part of the systematic solution. Those artistic and cultural education guidelines speak of cultural education as an inseparable, necessary part of the overall education in order to develop such soft skills as socio-emotional competences, creativity, lifelong learning ability skills, you name it, because with time it will be inevitable for all of us to be able to requalify, to upskill. And we are doing better and better with time. We have a lot of examples proving that. With time, we developed a way or a model to work with the educational sector. We do apply innovative methods when working with school students, but we also continue working with teachers in order for them to take over those methods and to integrate them into their daily activities and practices. And of course, we measure the impact in order to be sure that the things that we do create value and make impact, and that the competences are actually being developed. One of the key methods that we use is the visual thinking strategy. It's a method that was discovered by an educator and a psychologist in the 1980s. And this process is actually based on several questions, and 3 questions actually, 3 open questions, and the discussion is being moderated. It sounds very simple, just 3 questions, but in order to develop critical thinking, communication and collaboration skills, the moderator has to be well prepared and well educated. So we are investing into the preparation of the educators, of the moderators and the teachers. Briefly about the system itself and why it works. It has been working for 40 years or so, and there is plenty of proof that those skills are being developed as a result through the open discussion in a group of students, school children who have to create common meaning. They also have to communicate the things they see, to explain the reasoning behind it, to share the information with others, to hear others, to exchange reasoning again. And this allows developing the competencies, and it is more successful if you do it on a continuous basis, systematically. It helps develop the necessary skills. One of the key examples is our cooperation with the British Council. We have been cooperating with them for 6 years in a row with national minorities in the Saginas, Klaipėda and Vilnius region. And it is wonderful to see the children who who are not native Lithuanian language speakers, but develop their language competencies through those cultural activities. And we see them coming to our museum speaking Lithuanian, and everybody seems to be touched by the activities and the art there. And it is extremely important for us as the community to make them feel part of our community and show them that everybody is important. We have 600,000 teachers that we cooperate with. Many of them have learned how to apply this method in their daily teaching activities. It can be applied when teaching Lithuanian, history, English and other classes, and teachers of physics, chemistry, mathematics also employ this method in their daily work, and this allows them to help the children who experience difficulties find the connection, discover the connection with a particular subject. We are the only museum in Lithuania that is officially accredited to organize this training for teachers and staff working in the field of culture. In order to make sure that whatever we do allows us to achieve results, we started measuring our activities, and we are now focusing on the theory of change. And based on the principles of the theory of change, we analyze the impact of our activities, and in the context of the Millennium Schools, we will be working with 500 schools in Kaunas. We will work with them on the long run and will analyze whatever happens next. Our partner, Rudita Licėjus, is also one of the partners who will be integrating this method into their classes at least once per week, and then we will analyze the impact and share the results with the rest of Lithuania. Empathy, critical thinking are not the only important things. Emotional literacy is important. And we involved emotional literacy education tools as well. And the WHO also says that art has a very positive impact on the emotional well-being of people. And this need increased after the COVID pandemic. After that, we performed research in order to find out whether this kind of education improves emotional literacy. And the result was that it really helps. So now we continue working in that direction. We are working with the projects that are being financed by the ministry and the municipality. And we have transformative projects going on to reduce the loneliness of our senior citizens. Our senior citizens have never had consultations by psychologists in their life. So through this project, they get into contact with psychologists, and they even discover art as a way to spend their free time. And it helps them a lot. Just like I mentioned, we are covering a large geographic area. We are cooperating with the British Council, and the European Economic Area tool is being integrated. We traveled throughout 8 towns and cities, and now we have been cooperating with 18 municipalities under the project of the Millennium Schools. It is a huge project that is being financed by the Next Generation EU funds, and the overall goal of this financing is to make change in the education, and cultural education is part of this change, and we are very proud to be the museum that contributes to it. To finish up, I would like to say that sustainable financing measures also have a lot to do with that. Our pilot projects are always being implemented with the help of those financing measures and tools. We are an NGO, non-for-profit NGO. We earn only 1/3 of our budget ourselves, and the rest of the budget is being financed from other sources in order to make the potential that we have a life-changing thing. Therefore, we are very eager to share it with you, to have as many people as possible hear about it, and to prove that this investment into a systematic, consistent experience actually results in long-term changes. When we go to a museum, we often expect to be taught about art, but that is not the case with us. We teach to think through art, and cultural education is a lesson on thinking in life. It doesn't matter whether you are a philologist or a representative of exact science, they are for you. And here, through this cultural education, we do not teach you how to preserve paintings or do something with art. We teach you how to be active and contribute to creating the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Milda Ivanovska, head of the MO Museum. If somebody has any questions, please raise your hand. And I have a question. How many visitors did the museum attract last year? 140,000. And this is only a third of the budget you collect. Exactly. When you're such a successful museum, only a third of the budget could be covered through tickets. You know, I was listening to you. I was thinking to myself how important is our culture and how much our new Minister of Culture has to learn. Thank you, Milda. And we should continue our conference with another success story. And now let's go from food to space. The sky is not the limit. This morning you may have had some innovative freeze-dried products by Supergarden, and now let us listen to the example how this business went from local market to the global stage, not even the global, but to the outer space. So now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Tomas Nagelė, Supergarden commercial manager, developing the brand not only outside of Lithuania, but outside of the planet Earth. So let us welcome Mr. Tomas. Good evening. I'm glad to see so many of you here, so many of you who want to listen to interesting stories. I do believe that our story is a story of success, and it is also interesting and difficult because, as has been said, we are working on a very difficult product. The technology itself is very complex. Entering the global market, even the European market, is very challenging. And we do face some challenges, but we also look for ways to tackle them. So let me share the story how Supergarden was established, what are we producing, and how did we reach the stage that we are going to provide food to astronauts and to the space industry. But before we go to space, we have to begin from space, actually. The story of freeze-drying began at the beginning of the last century when the technology was developed. But it gained momentum when NASA began planning missions to space and started to look for ways how to make food lighter, better, and they discovered the freeze-drying process. They were freeze-drying many different products, and they developed the technology so much that we are still using it to this day. And one interesting thing, I mentioned, you probably tried our freeze-dried ice cream, and ice cream was precisely one of the first things that they were freeze-dried. by NASA. It sounds like an innovation today, but actually this was the very beginning. They started from ice cream to find ways how to prepare food. So NASA kept on developing the technology, and throughout the Apollo missions, even the ones that ended up in moon landings, astronauts were eating freeze-dried food. So with this story about space, well, this story was what inspired Super Garden, and we began from very simple things. 6 berries that everyone knows, and we have grown so much, so our innovation level is huge and our ambitions are even bigger. Maybe it would be useful to describe the process, what freeze-drying is. To put it simply, we are vaporizing water from a foodstuff. So you see 3 pictures. Here we have a berry. On the left, it is a fresh raspberry that has just been picked with all the useful nutrients, and now we have to freeze it up to the temperatures of -40 or even lower. And as you see at the bottom, we have big machines, and we put the freezed berries into these machines. Then in the vacuum, the processes began that are called sublimation. We know that water has 3 different states: solid, liquid, and gas. Sublimation means that we skip the liquid phase, and from solid we move straight to vapor or gas, meaning that through vacuum heating we remove ice crystals without them turning into water. Why did NASA select this process to develop? Well, it's the best conservation method, because the majority of nutrients remain in the product, and the product maintains its initial shape. The raspberries barely changed, but the weight decreased tenfold. So the same berry became 10 times lighter, but it is as nutritious as it was. So this is what freeze-drying is, and the freeze-drying of berries became the foundation of the whole process. However, we like challenges. We began from berries, but this was not the end for us. Therefore, we are experimenting with many different products. What are we freeze-drying? The company has experimented with so many things that one brand is no longer sufficient for us, so we have 4 main directions, 4 different brands. One of them is Super Garden, the most well-known one. It is basically all freeze-dried snacks where we have a simple product like berries, fruits, vegetables, spices, flowers, fish, meat. Even alcohol can be freeze-dried. So there are barely any limits to freeze-drying. The main limit is the fat. Unfortunately, we cannot freeze-dry chocolate because its fat mass is too high. Nothing happens to chocolate because this fat doesn't get removed during the vacuum heating. So Super Garden is the brand for all the traditional products, but now we're mostly developing star candies, freeze-dried ice cream and candies. It sounds like an innovation, even though it was among the first products to be freeze-dried, but currently it is one of the fastest growing trends across the world, freeze-dried candies. And freeze-drying ice cream is actually a very complex process. We managed to develop it, we have these capabilities, and we are quite successful in this regard globally. Another brand, the newest one, is Stami. This one is oriented towards the military active free time, for example, hiking. And this product involves major food products like chili soup, champignon soup. It just takes up less space, it's lighter, but if you pour hot water on top of it, you get a very tasty and nutritious product. We only launched it a couple of months ago. We created 24-hour survival kits. It's mostly aimed for the Lithuanian armed forces, but in the zones where there are tornadoes or earthquakes, they have these survival kits. We were looking for such a kit, but there were none in the world. So our survival kit is 100% freeze-dried. Freeze-dried food does not expire for 10 or 20 years. Of course, we need more research. We say that our food expires in 10 years, but in any case, the expiration date is very, very long. Even after 10 years, the quality of the product does not decrease. So for us, this is a very interesting area. We're experimenting even more. And this was the third category. The last one is bites, innovative, patent-protected freeze-dried snacks. I'm going to tell you about this a bit more because this is the project we're sending to space. And now let's move on with our presentation. I told you that we're going to share our business model, what we are doing, where are we expanding, because believe me, we had challenges in Lithuania concerning freeze-dried ice cream because supermarkets didn't know where to put us. This is a product that does not have a direct competitor, because usually if you bring a different player, different name, different product, it's simple. They put you on a shelf somewhere. But they had some challenges concerning our product because they didn't know where to put us. So we faced this challenge all over the world. During exhibitions, we are traveling all over the world, and we attract crowds of people because 98% of people have never heard of a possibility to freeze dry ice cream. They have never tried it, and the experience is something stunning, and you remember the flavor, the taste for long. So now we are, our main momentum is in Europe, in Germany, in Poland. Other countries are joining, smaller and larger countries. America is the market that is very interesting, and because of the NASA history, they are familiar with it. But the two fastest growing export markets where we see that the product is very very applicable to the areas. So we have Middle East countries like Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. They are very interested in these innovations and these products that are different from others. And the Far East, Japan, South Korea, where, as an example, in Japan, culturally, there are no dairy products. So our freeze-dried ice cream are being discussed to be included as a compulsory meals in schools. It's a sweet product, but it has calcium, and Japanese people lack calcium. So we are developing very fast in these countries. But again, you see the orange dots. We have countries like Australia. The Australians are saying that this is a perfect product for us. We love ice cream and we love picnics. But when you go on a picnic, you cannot take any ice cream with you, so you have to have ice cream that does not melt, which does not contain water. Also, African countries, South America, Canada, these are the markets where we are growing very fast, and there's plenty of interest there. So we are developing globally very fast. Of course, there are many challenges. But the awards, the medals that we have received show how much we are recognized. This is a short list. We have more awards, but the best recognition is the one in the picture for our company. Last week in Dubai, in the ISM exhibition. It is an exhibition for sweets and candies in the Middle East. Our freeze-dried ice cream were selected as the best candy in 2025. This shows where the market is going. They are looking for interesting, innovative products, something that's not so standard. Also, next week we go to Germany, Anuga exhibition. We are nominated for Anuga Taste Innovation Show Award. We hope to win it. But we see the demand for such products is growing very rapidly. Another interesting way how to enter other markets, what we have done in Japan, as I have mentioned, this is a very interesting and relevant market for us. Here you see packages where we collaborated with video game Human Fall Flat. I don't think that it is popular in Lithuania, but it is actually developed by Lithuanians, and it is very popular in Japan. When it was published, for a few years, it was in the top 3 video games in Japan from all the games in the world. And this collaboration between our product and another Lithuanian product was something quite unexpected. But what we see from packages, we added their characters, the game characters. But I think from many different sources you've seen products in Japan. They need some crazy ideas, some characters, something like that. So this collaboration shows how a product should look like in such a target market. So to enter different markets, we have to adapt ourselves. We cannot just use the same image we apply everywhere. The same is happening in South Korea. In South Korea, we are starting to collaborate, but from their government we received a response that we cannot call it ice cream because there are not codes. So now we have to find a way how to adapt our packages, our communication, what is the most relevant for us, because this makes our product exceptional. When entering new markets, you have to be very flexible. You have to know what is relevant, what the market needs, and what we can offer. Back to the so-called bytes, our innovative product. Why is it innovation? As I mentioned, it is patent protected, and it is only a tiny cube, 1 cubic centimeter cube with a lot of nutritional value. We take flour of freeze-dried products, and since the weight decreases by tenfold, 1 single cube contains the nutritional value of a full carrot or 10 raspberries or a full beetroot. It's a huge, healthy source of vitamins, which we developed together with with Kaunas Technology University researchers. We binded it with butter, because you need something as a binding material because they're very dry. So this butter binding turned this into a perfect product, easy to consume, and offering a lot of balance, a lot of fibers, proteins, fats. And usually the bite contains 3 or 4 elements, depending on the flavor. And our owner was reading sci-fi novels when 1 pill contains full chicken, so this was the idea for this product. And based on this product, we started our collaboration with space industry. This is exactly how we started, because up to that moment, all the food used to come from NASA, from America, even in the European Space Agency. But the ESA decided that we have to develop something ourselves. So this is where we came in. We showed what we have, and our product is very relevant to the space market because freeze-drying process and this mixing that we do can be performed on a spaceship. Astronauts, while on a mission to Mars, let's say, they can make this product themselves. Let's say they grow their own spices or berries or something, then freeze-dry them. And since during the freeze-drying process water is vaporized, their byproduct is water, and then water can be again reused for growing products. So this could have a complete cycle, a closed cycle. And this is what brought us to the space agency. And currently we are participating in a product where we are creating a recipe with alternative proteins like lactoferrin, which is similar to a woman's milk and which has all the anti-inflational substances, materials. So this is the project that allowed us to win the tender, and we are further developing it. Now we are focusing on the sense of loneliness, because as you can imagine, one feels lonely in space, so different foods can help one solve this problem. And by this we're moving to the next stages, so this is what we are going to do. Another logo you're seeing, Hypatia 2, is a women's astronaut team, which this year in an American desert performed a Mars colonization test, and they were eating our products, our snacks, ice cream, and this is another area through which we are entering the space industry. What happens in the future? Well, we have a lot of interesting plans concerning the space industry. We hope we'll be able to implement them. But the next ones are two of them. One of them, we want to launch our product into space, hopefully in February 2026. And another one is cooperation with JAXA. JAXA is the Japanese space agency, which is entering the space race very rapidly. And one of the fun things for us is that for our cooperation with JAXA, we have soy producer Kikkoman, the largest soy producer in the world. We have a cooperation contract. So using their alternative proteins, we're going to continue our space penetration, so to say. So these are our future projects. This has been our journey so far, but it is actually only the beginning. There's still a lot of things ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas Nagelė. I have a lot of questions for you, but I will ask only some of them. Can this be a way to eliminate food waste, for example? We have a banana that is about to rot, but you can dry freeze it and then it can stay eatable for many years. Yes, that could be done, but it is a very expensive process. A lot depends on the product and the amount of water in that product. For example, it takes 3 days to freeze dry cucumbers, which means that the equipment keeps operating and using electricity for 3 days in a row. If you do it on a mass scale, of course it's worth doing it. What is the scope of your production? It depends on the product, but usually it's 10 tons per month of final product, 10 tons of final product. Freeze-dried, I'm sorry, products, yes. We heard young people creating freeze-dried cold beetroot soup. Don't you feel the competition? Maybe this procedure is being used throughout the world. No, we don't feel the competition. We helped the young people to create this product. We contributed to it. We cooperated with Panevėžys Minties Gymnasium, and and we helped them create new products, including the freeze-dried red beetroot soup, and they are not our competitors. We are very happy to have young people who are in favor of using various technologies and be more innovative, because this allows you to win more market. Please help me understand. Freeze-dried red beetroot soup. You take 1 cube of beetroot soup and you feel full? Well, you won't feel full right away. You will not feel like having eaten a bowl of cold beetroot soup, but from the nutritional point of view, that's true. So next year you will have freeze-dried cold beetroot soup for lunch. You said you won the competition of the best freeze-dried ice cream? No, not the ice cream, but the sweet. Okay. Are you creating your own recipes, or are you only using the technology? We're only using the technology for now, so all the ice cream that is freeze-dried is produced here in Lithuania. We are buying the ice cream from local producers. In the future, we might develop a product of our own, but we are cooperating with them, and if we ask for a special recipe, they can create that special recipe for us. Thank you. We'll continue our discussion next time.
Kągi gerbėmieji, dabar mūsų laukia paskutinė šios dienos.
We are about to start the last discussion of the day, and the topic of the discussion is Mission Europe, Lithuania's assistance to the aspiring EU member states. I will soon introduce the panelists, but before that I will say that Lithuania has already went through the accession process and is now sharing its experience with those who are only attempting to become members of the EU. So we are helping others to implement the necessary reforms to become members of the EU. And we will discuss the way Euro integration looks like under the circumstances of war. And we will have several panelists. Aistė Bertulytė-Žikevičienė, Head of Development Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Renaldas Žekonis, Deputy Police Commissioner, Šarūnas Radvilavičius, Head of the Kiev subsidiary of Central Project Management Agency, Romas Švedas, the advisor to the EU Integration Support Program for Ukraine and lecturer of the International Policy Institute of Vilnius University, and Jurgita Domeikienė, Head of the Extension of Public Finance Management Support Program for Ukraine. The discussion will be moderated by Simona Merkinaitė, Chief Project Manager of the Security and Policy Institute. Good evening. I would like to thank those of you who stayed for the last session. We will try to fit into the time allocated for us. We will discuss the development cooperation policy. In general, development cooperation policy is one of the foreign policy tools applied by Lithuania in order to implement the Sustainable Development Program. The program itself allowed Lithuania to make use of the Development Cooperation Program in order to get integrated into the European structures. Recently, we have been gradually becoming the donors to the rest of the EU countries and thus contributing to the formation of the overall global policy. So this is a very important tool a political tool that Lithuania uses. The fact that the budget of the development cooperation program is growing is very important, but yet another important thing is that starting with 2017, when Lithuania used to allocate 19% for bilateral cooperation, the situation now has changed. It amounts to 60% now. And certainly we are focusing on the countries that are close to the eastern border, and this allows us to contribute to the sustainable development agenda, but at the same time react to the challenges, geopolitical and security challenges that we face today. Therefore, I am very happy that we will have an opportunity to talk about development cooperation in practical terms and to discuss the policy applied. I will first introduce each of you to give a round of introductions. 5 minutes or so. We only have 50 minutes allowed for us. We will leave some time for questions too. Therefore, you should start thinking about the questions already now. I will start with Ms. Žikevičienė, representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You are the head of the Development Cooperation Program, and I would like to ask you to say a few words about the way the development cooperation reflects our foreign policy priorities and the way the program helps us to implement those priorities, especially in terms of national security. Thank you very much for a wonderful introduction. Our development cooperation has been changing. We used to be the recipient country. Now we are becoming a donor country. Before I start, I would like to emphasize the title of this discussion, Mission Europe. Why Mission Europe is so important in making this change and making us stronger. After the war in Ukraine started and after Europe applied to become a member of the EU, the situation changed drastically. It mobilized the Ukrainians themselves. The fact that they applied for membership in the EU became an impetus for them to fight harder for their country, and it also became an impetus for the EU. Before this application, the EU was sleeping, not doing much after the Brexit. But this application changed the situation, and it has waken up Europe because it understood that it's a very important security project. Lithuania has always supported our eastern neighbors because it was our clear goal of our foreign and security policy. We have realized long ago that the closer those countries become to Europe, the more secure we will be. The war that started the application and the Commission's reaction, swift Commission's reaction, when Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia followed with the applications, mobilized our efforts. I'm head of the Development Cooperation Program. The whole of our country has joined in. I can't call it a program. It's a mission to help Ukraine. And since the very initial assessment performed by the Commission after Ukraine, the Ukraine received help from us to answer all those thousands of questions that the European Commission asked them to answer. And as a result, the change began. We are often seen in the context of Ukraine, which is trying to hit the target and much higher than it can reach. We often participate in various international programs that are being implemented in Ukraine, and at the same time, we are also sharing our experience and supporting the reforms in Ukraine and Moldova. We used to do that before as well, including Western Balkans. We used to share our experience in various fields related to the EU accession. Others will share their experience too. At the same time, we also joined various infrastructure recovery programs, and therefore we have increased our development cooperation threefold recently. Certainly, the situation is sad and tragic, but in terms of the policy development in Lithuania, we also gained an impetus to change our approach towards development cooperation as a tool that we can use. And the results were very clear. In Ukraine, they are asking for our advice on reforms. Both the Commission and Ukraine are asking for our advice and opinion, and we became very influential in that respect. And me, as the head of the Development Cooperation Department, would like us to make use of this opportunity and to strengthen this tool and to strengthen our influence. Certainly, the security situation makes us direct our financing to other goals too, but we should convince our society and the politicians that we should also keep financing this instrument because it allows us to strengthen our security. And of course, Ukraine is at war now, and this tool helps them mobilize their efforts. We are now waiting for the election in Moldova, which will take place on the 28th of September. We do not know what the outcome of this election will be. But, of course, there are some reforms in terms of support, but there is also support for communication, hybrid threats, and others. Georgia is one of the sad examples, which used to be one of our partners in the Mission Europe. The government of Georgia decided to choose a different path. It doesn't mean that our support was reduced. We only needed to change the recipients of that support. Now the activists of human rights and the NGOs are receiving that support. We are supporting them in hope that it will turn its face towards Europe again and will become our partner again. That would be it on my side. I hope that my colleagues will also add a few more things about the projects that we implement together. Thank you. Since we already finished discussing Ukraine, I would like to invite Sharunas to say a few words. Over 50% of bilateral support goes to Ukraine. Could you please comment more on the way the development cooperation program can help face this challenge effectively? I have in mind the war. Thank you for the question. Good evening. Just to reiterate what Aiste has said, the support provided by Lithuania is multifaceted. It is huge in scope and covers a number of sectors, including rebuilding of schools, also rebuilding of Lithuanian educational establishments and hospitals, energy projects, including. These are all infrastructure-related projects, but there are also soft projects that are more related to skills and public management. And we have other colleagues here with us who will cover that in greater depth. Just to emphasize the things that Aiste shared, I would say that once I moved to work to Kiev, in Kiev, I understood how big Lithuania looks like when you are in Ukraine. When you are a Lithuanian in Ukraine, you understand that you represent a huge country, because this is the way Ukrainians look at us. This is how donor countries, the European Commission, look at us. They see a big country in us, including in other international partners. And the fact that we are now represented in Ukraine tells a lot. We all used to be part of the Soviet Union. We still speak Russian. We have this experience from before, and this is why we're a good partner, we used to say, for other former Soviet bloc countries. But now we do not limit ourselves to this way of image. We are perfect experts. We do know the financial mechanisms of the EU. We have wonderful projects and programs that have been implemented in Lithuania that worked, and now we're implementing them in Ukraine. I'll give you an example. Create for Lithuania is one of the programs that is being implemented in Lithuania, and attracts young talents back to Lithuania. We are now implementing similar program in Ukraine to attract young Ukrainian talents to come back to their home country. That's one of the components. As an answer to the question why we're doing this and why should we doing this, unexpectedly I learned that we can learn about ourselves a lot. Only when you are in Ukraine you understand what a long way we have made as a society, as a civic society, as a community, and you clearly understand the progress that we've made in terms of administration, road, infrastructure, you name it. So these are very important lessons to take with us. And of course, there are areas where we can learn from Ukraine. Civil protection, defense. Ukrainians are learning to do it in times of war. And I would very much like to bring as many engineers, architects, and urban developers to Ukraine as possible in order for them to learn where to build bomb shelters, how to do it, etc. What concerns the process, it is full of challenges, and we all understand that it all happens when the war is ongoing. And the majority of our partners are public sector representatives, civil servants are clearly burned out. They're experiencing burnout, they have too much of work to do, they are underpaid, they have to always face alarms. You never know whether the meeting that you planned will happen or not, whether you will have to run to the bomb shelter, or whether you will return to that meeting or not. And in addition to that, you also need to take care of your children, of your parents, and that leaves a clear imprint on them. In Ukraine, public sector operates 24/7, I would say. No weekends at all for them to rest while the war is ongoing. There are also some objective difficulties. For example, the accession to the EU, people start questioning it, doubting it, and sometimes the prospects seem very unclear. And it, of course, impacts the things that we do. Some of the reforms are very painful and unpleasant, but they have to be implemented, and they always compete with the military needs. Sometimes the need is realistic. Sometimes we can't discuss the things that need to be discussed because there are more important things to discuss, but it is also a very simple reason to use as the tool to manipulate and say, look, we don't have time or money for that. We need to focus on other things now. And we face this on a daily basis. And one more unexpected element that we often tend to forget is related to the fact that now Europe receives a lot of support, huge amounts of support, lots of organizations organizing support, and that's great because the need is huge. But on the other hand, it requires additional coordination effort in order to be effective. And sometimes we face a situation where, for example, we have a donor that asks for more, then we leave this donor and we talk to another one who is less strict. So that would be my impressions.
Thank you. Now let's move on straight to the practical examples that could show how it looks like on the ground. So, Mr. Žakonis, could you elaborate? How does the Lithuanian police share its experience? Because we've said that we, as a country, can say that we went through the integration process and reform, so we have a lot to share with others. First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting a police representative to this panel discussion. We take this as an appreciation of our work. Of course, when somebody says a success story, then people start asking for the recipe for success. And the recipe for success is that you have to want to improve, to have ambitions, to constantly learn. And then, with experience and willingness, you are able to find a team that wants to be this intellectual donor to our eastern neighbors and the ones that want to go towards democracy. So I'm not going to be very humble. The Lithuanian police, throughout these 35 years of independence, was and still is among the national institutions that made the most progress, that transformed itself from the Soviet model to the Western European law enforcement agency level, and our Western European partners are learning from us. So no need to be humble, and we're not going to stop anytime soon. But as our colleague has mentioned, the key to our success is our enormous experience. After the restoration of the independence, we have transformed. We passed many exams as a law enforcement agency to enter the EU in terms of institutional organization, labor organization, data protection. I don't want to mention all of them, but this exam was very difficult, a multi-layered one, and we passed it. Then in the early 2000s, we improved. The 2010s was the decade with the most progress, and also having the institutional memory and understanding the mentality of the countries where we conducted our projects, the way they understand the current situation, the way they see changes. So I think we have a lot of advantages. Because during the implementation of these projects, when we hear certain doubts or risks, well, we just tell them, believe us, we have went through this. It's a bubble. Of course, there will be some work, some nuances, but if you want to change your institutional structure, It's not a hurdle, it's not frightening, and we will surely advise you, encourage you, consult you. We can go into details if they want, the technical details, administrative details. And we see that our partners, whether in Moldova or Armenia or Serbia, let's say, they start to looking at the problems and objectives in a different manner. But in order to teach, the teacher has to learn themselves. So we learn so much, and you mentioned the exams. When we yes, we passed it, but you cannot become complacent. The world is changing, the organized crime is changing, principles, methods, technologies are changing. We must adapt ourselves. So when providing support, we provide support and we learn. And the lessons we learn through direct cooperation with our Ukrainian counterparts, well, it's enormous experience. Sometimes I myself ask who is teaching whom, who is advising whom. Because as has been mentioned, they're living in the war conditions. They do not have luxury to discuss certain decisions for weeks or months. They have to make the decision now. So this experience, these lessons, for us as donors, providing support when integrating in the EU community, well, that's extremely valuable. So before I conclude, I can assure you we're not going to stop. We have a motivated team and community. We have many people who want to go to participate in the projects as consultants, as advisors, to return with useful information. So this is very encouraging for me as a police representative. Thank you. And now let us move on to some other people implementing initiatives involving Ukraine. First of all, I would like to ask our Roma Švedas, you were not only participating in the Lithuanian accession participation process, so could you share your experience? How do you see the process taking place currently in Ukraine while to integrate in the EU? Hello, I'm glad to be here to share my experience about the Lithuanian support in the Ukrainian accession to the EU process. Yes, I myself was part of the negotiating team for Lithuania's membership in the EU. And when you think about it, it happened more than 20 years ago. Well, a long time ago. Also, I was working in the Lithuania's diplomatic mission in Brussels. I was vice president of the mission. So yes, I am participating in the project called Ukraine to EU, meaning Ukraine is going into the EU, and the project is exceptional because its axis is the EU, the European Commission, which is the largest donor together with Lithuania, just to understand the differences, the balance. So the EU, its budget is 10 million, Lithuanian budget is 1 million, and the EU said, okay, we are going to contribute to the integration process, and whom do you want to have as helpers, as the advisors in the process? And what's important to mention is that both the EU, the European Commission, and Ukraine were selecting the partner that would help Ukraine in the accession process, in its pathway, negotiation pathway towards the EU. So Ukraine chose Lithuania. And later, Denmark and Sweden joined the project. So the access of the project is the European Commission budget, the Lithuania's budget, and also Denmark, Sweden, so we have 16 million euros for 3 years. And this is the resource, together with the know-how, that should help Ukraine in its path while negotiating for the EU membership. So it should be mentioned that, first thing, Lithuania was appreciated with its experience and its abilities to help Ukraine. And I would say, well, again, we should appreciate the European Foreign Affairs Service and the Central Project Management Agency that implemented this, and I see the leadership of the agency here in the room. They made sure that Lithuania was selected. Lithuania was not the only candidate. There were plenty of other member states who wanted to be coordinators. And this is very important. But Ukraine said, Ukraine rejected the others and accepted Lithuania's bid. And this is when the process began. So I think this is a huge appreciation of Lithuania, its institutions, and the whole development policy. Of course, this is an honor and appreciation, but it's also a huge responsibility. And in these 3 years, we have to create tangible results. The results have to be achieved for Ukraine in their negotiation process, and the process is very difficult. So first thing is that Ukraine itself is living under war conditions. They have to implement reforms. And to describe this process very briefly, maybe we will have some questions afterwards, but the main debate is whether Ukraine's membership in the EU is a political process, or is this more of a procedural process? So it is no secret that Ukrainians tend to think that it is more of a political process, that Zelensky will go to Brussels and negotiate the political support. Yes, political support is huge, but next to that, Ukraine has to implement reforms and get the Ukrainian public administration system and legislation closer to the EU standards. So this is the challenge that we together have to address, and the major challenge is that Ukraine during war has to do the homework to make sure that Ukrainian regulatory system is in line with the EU one. And the third major element, which is also important, is the EU itself. Yes, there's plenty of support to Ukraine, but there are some countries that are not willing, to put it mildly, to accept the EU's membership in Ukraine's membership in the EU. And I'm talking not only about Hungary. Ukraine is a huge country with huge agricultural sector. It will be a huge EU support recipient. And if it joins the EU, the power balance in the EU will be changed completely. So I think this balance, these changes to balance will be useful, but this will cause challenges nonetheless. To overcome the stereotype within the EU, among the EU member states, or somewhere behind the scenes. Of course, we will have the Kremlin's propaganda that the EU is allegedly evil, and this negative opinion is being spread. So this is another thing. So these are the three main elements: the appreciation and responsibility of Lithuania, Ukrainian reforms that have to be implemented, and the EU itself. Because all EU member states will not only have to approve the process, but their national parliaments will have to ratify the outcome of the negotiations. Thank you. It's actually the main question you raised, whether it's a political decision or not. But actually, we discuss this quite often with foreign policy makers and Ukraine living in war condition, whether it should play under the same rules that we played under, or the same like Moldova or Georgia. But maybe we'll come back to this later. But first of all, I'll give the floor to Jurgita. You're also implementing an initiative in Ukraine related to governance reform. So maybe you could introduce it, present it. Good evening. Thank you for inviting me. I found it very interesting to listen to my colleagues because I agreed with most of the words and say that this is exactly the case because I represent the side that is implementing a project funded by the EU, a sectoral project in the public finance area, and has been implementing it since 2019. Today we began our discussion from the transformation that has been happening since the start of the war in Ukraine, but I'm the witness of the transformation that started much earlier. And today we discussed the influence and voice of Lithuania. But I will not be humble, and I will say that Lithuania didn't receive this influence as a gift from somewhere. No, we worked for it. And I see my colleagues from the Central Project Management Agency, which is an institution that brought many Lithuanian public sector institutions to Ukraine, to Moldova, to other countries. And I myself am working in the public sector, so they told us, you have the know-how, you have the skills, we need to share them. So here I would like to talk about two aspects, about investments and influence. Maybe let's begin from the investment. Why the Central Project Management Agency believed that we, Lithuanians working in the public sector, have something to share? Well, because us, and I myself represent the generation that was raised when the EU investments were directed towards us, when we were getting ready to enter the EU, when we ascended to the EU, when we began participating in the EU formats as Lithuania, as a country. And now the loop closed. Now we, as Lithuanian experts, raised by Lithuania, are turning to other countries. We are sharing our experience with them. And this is actually a wonderful transformation that we are seeing in Ukraine. Yes, it is difficult for them. They're working during the wartime, but we are raising other experts. We are preparing them who are sharing their expertise with other Eastern Partnership nations. So these investments, the word that has been mentioned many times all over today, this is how they find their place on the ground. And now speaking on influence, yes, Lithuania's voice is heard, but it is heard because we in Ukraine and other countries, we're not just working, we have something in our genes. We are on a mission there, which means that we hear the people we are working with, we adapt to the conditions we have, because the project I've been working for 6 years, and during that time we faced COVID, full-scale war. Believe us, the war didn't stop us. Maybe we had a 2-week period of confusion, just simple human confusion. both amongst ourselves and amongst our partners, because in this partner we are working with the Ministry of Finance, tax service, custom service. So there were 2 weeks of confusion, and then we forgot that we had some differences, so we had other plans, we had to readapt. We started providing emergency support that was very much needed. And in this way, we gradually returned to our usual activities. So all these investments, all the knowledge that we have in our public sector, well, we adapt them elsewhere, and we have proved that we work under any conditions. And what's important, we are sharing not know-how, but values, traditions. We're bringing culture to other countries because we work with people. We are people ourselves, we meet other people, we talk with them in human terms, and we translate this European jargon to human language. All the procedures, all the actions that they have to do before the EU accession, before negotiations, we stand shoulder to shoulder with them, and we're doing every work with them. And also, they trust us completely. They're not trying to look more beautiful, smarter with us. No, they treat us as one of them. So we are the link between them and Brussels. And I think that our impact comes not from the fact that we want to be important. No, we're implementing our mission, we're putting effort, we're meeting their needs. We're not trying to bring the models that work in our country, other countries. We are just trying to adapt. And I'm very glad because I represent the EU-funded program where not only Lithuanians are working. We have some Lithuanians, but we have a huge international team. And what's more interesting is that in 2019, when we launched the program and the Central Project Management Agency fully administered this program, it was supposed to be a story of success or failure. The fact that we were so successful that we continue working opened the doors and even windows to the rest of the programs. So I am glad, as Roma said, they trusted us, but they trusted us because we had done a good job. And yes, we work with our Ukrainian colleagues, and for them, it is very difficult. I don't want to talk about the challenges they face, because you must see them yourselves on the news. But you know, from 2019, when I was carrying this EU accession flag, I myself felt this huge transformation when the war started. It was a major breakthrough in all of our mentality. Because if we were talking about accession before, about harmonization of the respective legal systems, IT systems, their harmonization, these were only words, minor works and steps. And they were still mostly implementing their own programs, their own priorities, but since the war began, everything has changed. They need this process. They are motivated by the process. And I think comparing their preparedness a few years ago and that of now are a huge difference. And I think that this is our contribution as well.
We have touched upon a number of questions and issues. Should there be any questions from the audience, please ask them now. I also see a number of staff from the Central Project Management Agency who might also want to react. While you're thinking of questions, I would like to continue by saying that often when we see this title, Mission Europe, we consider it to be a project for the countries who are knocking on the door of the EU, willing to become members. But at the same time, we also heard a number of speakers saying that the EU is not always unanimous, that there are different ideas of who can be accepted to be members, and the center of Europe has now moved towards Ukraine. Ukraine is representing the European idea now, too. So could each of you comment briefly on the development cooperation as a tool to help us in that respect? Maybe a tool that allows us to be more concentrated within Europe and be unanimous. I can start. The UN development cooperation programs show that the best development strategy is the integration into the EU. And European Union was the leader of development cooperation for many years until that moment. And now we are at a crisis in a way. We all know that the US is backing off from the development cooperation. The key player, USAID, has backed off too. And the financing for the development projects will go down throughout the world. Therefore, we have to rethink the development cooperation to decide for ourselves what the EU should do with the development policy. This rethinking is going on now. And we have a new suggestion regarding the MMF, and the Global Europe tool also suggests certain changes to our approach. The EU should be more focused on its own goals and to protect its own values. We have been doing that throughout the years and throughout the projects. We kept defending the values. We are very fresh in the field of development cooperation still, but those challenges are inseparable from what we're doing now, and we clearly see the direction that the EU should follow. Therefore, our voice on how to use this support effectively has weight. Are there any questions from the audience? Any comments? Anything you want to say? Since we started the discussion later, we can stay and discuss a bit longer if we need to. If there are no questions from the audience, I will then use the privilege of the moderator and ask the following question. Our center has a program for Moldova, which is also devoted to development cooperation. You clearly see now that Moldova is being attacked by disinformation sources, and there are various attacks performed by Russia, information attacks performed by Russia. We didn't have that intensive a relationship with Moldova before, but how much can we adapt actually here? And how much can our initiatives be adapted to the emerging challenges? The challenges that we face in Georgia and in Moldova are actually not reflecting our experience. We have to adapt here and to learn ourselves from what is happening. Romas, maybe you would like to add. Well, it can be a short discussion or a long discussion on the topic. I will start with the first question and then continue with the second about the changes that are happening in the EU, knowing the expansion of the EU and the accession countries. Usually, I would say that it's a fight between the good and the evil. Putin is afraid that the Russian people will see that the Ukrainians can live the way the EU lives under a democratic system. And that is one of the biggest fears of Putin. Certainly, he wants to keep his position as a president, and Putin is afraid of the democracy coming to Ukraine. He is afraid of democracy coming to Moldova. He cuts off his people from the information, and he attacks democracy in Ukraine. He doesn't want democracy to win in Ukraine. Ukrainians say we want to live the way the EU lives, that is, to have a democratic system. And this is where the fight is ongoing between the good and the evil. Some call it a campaign, others call it an attack. I call it a war. I call it a war, just like the president of the European Commission, she said, "We are at war." This was her first sentence back then. In addition, she said, "Our democracy is under attack and we have to defend it." This is a quote. I remember it by heart. You may check. That it was a very good speech. You may visit the website of the European Commission and you will see that speech both in English and in Lithuanian. And that is a fact. We have proof that it is under attack and we have to defend it. And she even suggests the tools to defend it, to continue strengthening the democracy shield, to establish a mobilization center for democracy, and other things. We are being attacked by an enemy, our democracy is being attacked by an enemy, and we are on a battlefield. For example, air forces, naval forces participate in similar fights, but we are fighting in the information field. Just like we have to defend ourselves in Moldova and Ukraine. We should perceive it as a fight. It's not public communication anymore. It's not enough just to communicate publicly, to form public opinion. No, we are now facing a war. We are fighting a war. And we have to allocate resources for it. Just like we are buying armament, we have to allocate resources for this particular type of fight. And that is extremely important because we're speaking about the fight between the good and the evil. And the evil should lose, but we as the good, we have to fight and not to make any discount. But here, Europe faces a problem. We are now speaking about the European values that we have to defend. And the EU has been founded on the basis of the founding treaty. If we have a look at that treaty, we will see that the first article speaks about the necessity to establish the EU, and the second article forms the basis for the EU. It lists all the values, European values, that we need to preserve. And we forgot all those values. First and foremost, it says dignity, then freedom, democracy, then human rights, and the rest. Freedom and democracy are among the values of the EU. We have to defend them. And look at what happens in the EU, what happens with Orban. The fact that the Ukraine is defending freedom and democracy, the values that are inscribed in the Treaty of the EU, should also make us, Western Europe, move faster. I think that the Western Europe is not doing the right job, even within the EU. There were cases when member states failed to abide by the values of the EU, and discussions were held to suspend certain rights of those member states. For example, Austria. When Austria stopped following the European values, they were stopped at a certain point. Now we are not stopping the ones that are not observing the European values. But why? Well, we have touched upon a very important issue, but we are out of time. I would like to thank all the participants of the discussion now, and just to emphasize that the development cooperation policy is a tool for us to defend our European values. And at the same time, it makes us bigger than we are from the geographical point of view, and that is a huge positive advantage. Thank you very much, dear panelists, for your participation in the discussion. That is it. Thank you very much for your valuable insights. Aistė Bartulytė Žinkevičienė, Renaldas Žikonis, Šarūnas Radvilavičius, Romas Švedas, Jurgita Domeikienė, and the moderator, Simona Merkinaitė. Ladies and gentlemen, we have approached the end of the conference and the program. We extend our sincere thank you to all the participants of the discussions, speakers and moderators. And I'm sure that you, as the participants of the conference, have gained a lot of useful insights, and they will help you in your daily endeavors, and we will continue making Lithuania known throughout the world. The conference has been organized by the Central Project Management Agency together with the Ministry of Finance. And the final moment that I invite you to plunge into is, again, a piece by Mikalojus Konstantinas Čiurlionis. Creation of the World is a piece by Mikalojus Konstantinas Čiurlionis, where sounds turn into pictures and pictures turn into sounds. I invite you to enjoy the moment with saxophone player Vyšniauskas and former pianist Žvirblytė.